You? Duanwu painfully covered his face with his hands. His face was bruised and bruised all over. Obviously, he had sustained quite a bit of injuries. The crowd was stunned as they looked at the scene. Yidage, Dong Tianrui frowned. He was in a dilemma. Yifeng let out a faint smile and slowly walked towards Duanwu's position. Everyone sighed heavily. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. However, Yifeng smiled calmly. All right, take him down. He received the 3 moves from me. He can join the ranks of the inner disciples according to the agreement. It was dead silent. Duanwu was also stunned as he looked at Yifeng. What did you say? I can really join the ranks of the inner sect disciples. He was so surprised that he dropped his hands. He almost forgot the pain in his body. When he thought of it again, he felt some pain and moaned. After all, the strength of Yifeng's attack just now was obviously due to the treatment of the Zhou family. However, the key was that right now, even the Zhou family had accepted Yifeng as an inner disciple. Who would be afraid? That can't be. What is Yifeng thinking? Can he become an inner court disciple after enduring 3 attacks from him? If Duanwu is fine with it, I think I have no problems. Yes, and even if it is the Zhou family, they only received this little injury. I feel that with our strength, it won't be a problem. We will have a good future if we win, and there won't be any substantial losses if we lose, but Yifeng first provoked their thirst for blood, then gave those cowards a chance to buy their lives. Now, he was using his enemies to prove that it wasn't necessarily too difficult to become an inner disciple. At least in a sense, it's worth a try. Taoist Master Yi, let me try. Choose me, Taoist Master Yi. I will fight alongside you. As long as you give me future prospects, I will either fight for you or for you. The sounds that came and went were twice as many than before. Yifeng swept his gaze over everyone with a serious look, and a faint smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Since that's the case, then the next one is. During the short period of time when everyone was resting, Gu Xinwei slowly walked out of the crowd. He was dressed in black and wore a white robe, making it difficult for others to see his appearance. So that's how it is. I already have a better understanding of your motive for making me play the part of the villain. It's just that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481. Chapter 481. It's just that I, Gu Xinwei, would never agree to a person who only spent money to buy his life wanting to join the spiritual martial force. Gu Xinwei looked deeply at Yifeng's position. Inadvertently, he suddenly realized that Yifeng actually found time to busy himself and nodded towards his direction with a smile. Gu Xinwei's eyes suddenly widened. What, could it be that he knows this, too, and he's doing it on purpose? He suddenly turned around and looked at the crowd, his eyes gradually narrowing into a line. For, the crowd was in an uproar. I'll do it, let me do it. Don't. I'm standing in front of you, and my strength is higher than yours. Let me be the first. Yiwen smiled as he scanned the crowd. He then pointed to one person. Just tell me your name. I will record it down. We will begin immediately. At this moment, the entire scene was completely under Yifeng's control. The crowd of outer sect disciples continuously went up the stage to spar with Yifeng, and the number of them had already surpassed 30 or even close to 100. They all signed a blood contract and happily handed over the initiative to Yifeng. Gu Xinwei's eyes gradually became solemn. He froze for a moment, then nodded and smiled. I understand, so that's how it is. Spending money to buy people's lives is just a pretense. The purpose is just to ease the fear in everyone's hearts and induce them to impulsively go on stage to sign the blood contract. By then, it will be too late to go back on their words even if they regain their wits. He paused for a moment and stared at Yifeng. Yifeng, you are indeed not simple. Speaking of which, are you really only 20 years old? A person's overall strength is not only in terms of force, but also in terms of intelligence, execution, and ability to attract people's hearts. On the other hand, the comprehensive power that Yifeng displayed clearly did not belong to a 20-year-old young man. It would seem that fugitive should really be handed over to you. Even a man made of iron has to rest. Therefore, after fighting so many rounds, ye see I still brought up the matter of a mid-game break and walked into a sealed room. There are a total of 196 outer court disciples present, and so far, 88 people have signed the blood contract and are substitutes for the inner court disciples. Yifeng squeezed his stiff arm, took a deep breath, and smiled. He counted the 88 blood contracts and stored them in his magic crystal ring. 88 blood contracts, 88 candidates. The demon fox smiled and nodded. The result is unexpected, but Yifeng, have you thought of a question? As the demon fox spoke, she reverted back to her original appearance as a disguised outer disciple and walked in front of Yifeng. She was the first one Yi Zifeng arranged, and also the safest one. She didn't have to worry about Yi Zifeng leaking information afterwards, as well as affecting his reputation as a real person. Oh. Demon Fox, you're thinking about it. Of all the inner disciples I've recruited, many of them are people who have spent money to buy their own lives. Gu Shenwei wouldn't approve of such people even if they weren't sent to the spirit martial sect for their value, am I right? Right. The demon fox was slightly startled, but she quickly replied. Yifeng raised his eyes and stared at the man, and smiled. Then, what do you think? I asked Gu Shenwei to suggest that this mission was extremely dangerous, and what considerations did he have? If I did this, could it be that I'd smash my own foot with a rock? The demon fox felt a little puzzled, but after a moment, she revealed a look of understanding. Could it be that you want to? Yifeng's expression gradually turned serious. That's right. Through Gu Shenwei's methods, I can roughly observe which people are afraid of death and which are worth taking in as my disciple. I've made a certain record with my soul talent. The demon fox's beautiful eyes were wide open as she and Hanyu looked at each other. Yifeng saw that they did not believe him and chuckled. He threw a black booklet into Hanyu's hands. It's all here. Take a look for yourself. Hanyu was startled for a moment before she hurriedly opened the booklet and started reading. On the booklet, there was a row of densely packed names. This was what Yifeng had just recorded, and behind the names of all of them, there was the indication of whether they had spent the money or not, as well as the rating of their martial power. It can't be. The demon fox and Hanyu were both stunned for a moment. They were flipping through the pages, obviously not expecting Yifeng to be this meticulous. There are already close to 16 people. They are definitely qualified to be accepted as a disciple, Leaves concluded with a smile. Hanyu's face was full of joy as she blurted out, "That's great. It seems that the matter of summoning 30 disciples can be completed with a high quality." Yifeng had to increase his power as soon as possible so that she could return to the Black Tortoise continent and seek revenge. Yeah, if this trend continues, we'll be able to complete the mission. But the prerequisite is that the mission will be completed without a hitch, Yifeng smiled. What do you mean? Hanyu and Demon Fox looked at each other, puzzled. A ray of light flashed across Yifeng's brows as he looked towards the door. Suddenly, a loud sound exploded outside the room that was used as a resting place. It was as if a heavy hammer had hit the ground, smashing everyone's heart. Where's Yifeng? Let him come out and fight me. Yi Zifeng glanced at Hanyu with a smile, his eyes were slightly complicated. Look, the one who smashed the stage, isn't he already here? As the sound of his voice faded, Yifeng's expression suddenly turned serious. He opened the door, pointed his feet into the air and jumped onto the stage. What greeted his eyes was a big man, about 8 feet tall, with veins popping out on his muscles and an intimidating aura engulfing everything around him. He was holding an iron ball in his big hand that was chained by iron chains, producing a crisp whoosh sound. On the ground, there was a deep hole that was shaped like a ball. It was obvious that the loud noise was caused by the metal ball falling to the ground. "Who are you? State your name." Zifeng's expression was stern as he looked at the person in front of him. The big bloke stared at Zifeng and laughed coldly. "Come to my territory and don't know who I am. Hongquan, the strongest person among the outer disciples is me." "Oh, the strongest outer disciple." Zifeng's eyes lit up slightly, and looked at Yi Zichen closely. When he turned around, he noticed the reactions of the other outer sect disciples. They were all shocked and didn't move, as if they were frozen in place. "It can't be. That strongest person, Hongquan, has been missing all this time. Why did he suddenly appear today, with someone else acting on his behalf?" "Yeah, he cultivated on his own and was able to reach the 7th level of the martial disciple realm. I'm afraid even spiritual master Yi is not his match. Sigh. I'm afraid that Yi Zifeng will have to admit defeat this time. Otherwise, if he suffers Hongquan's injuries, he might have to lie in bed for more than a month." Zifeng looked deeply at Hongquan, but it was unknown what he was thinking. 7th level of the martial disciple realm. I heard that you are at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm and become a spiritual master. With this little bit of strength, you still dare to stand in the celestial sect of wonders as a spiritual master, and you even dare to come to my territory and take away the outer disciples? He paused for a moment, his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Staring at Zifeng, he continued. "Alright, I'll defeat you, Zifeng. Let's see how strong you are. You can't even protect yourself, let alone bringing your own disciples to the spiritual martial sect. Following you is simply courting death." His voice was controlled, his eyes were like a king's. As the head of the snake, Hongquan had a strong presence. There was a faint smile at the corner of Zifeng's mouth as he looked at his opponent with interest. "So that's how it is. I didn't show myself before, but now that I've fought till now, exhausted, you've jumped out and decided to fight me to the death." Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain. "That's because." Zifeng interrupted him and said with a sneer, "Alright, I won't ask. Who sent you here?" It has to be said that Hongquan's words were a bit stiff. Others might not feel it, but when Zifeng heard it, he realized that it was someone else who taught him. He paused for a moment, his eyes gradually sharpening. "If you want to fight, fine, hurry up and come up. I, Zifeng, will accompany you to the end. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same." Hongquan Kai had only spoken a few words with Zifeng, but he had already been holding back the anger in his heart. He immediately shouted and jumped onto the stage. The heavy sound of metal clanging resounded in everyone's ears, making them feel terrified. If he was hit by that steel ball, it would definitely be a fatal blow. The demon fox froze for a moment. She worriedly looked at Zifeng and muttered to herself, Sigh, at this time, if only Spirit Shadow could help to light up Leaves Peak. Now that I think about it, she has been gone for so long, why hasn't she come back yet? If Ghastly Shadow existed and challenged someone above his level, it could be said that there was no problem at all. Whether it was recovery or attack power, Ghastly Shadow could greatly increase Zifeng's strength. However, right now, what Zifeng needed to consider was not simply winning over Hongquan. After all, Zifeng would meet other challengers after Hongquan. In order to have a good time and neglect the general situation, one might lose everything. The wind whistled, the dust stirred. The demon fox suddenly raised her beautiful eyes and looked towards the arena. Zifeng, what's the use of saying beautiful words? Today, I, Hongquan, will teach you how to be a person. Hong Lingtong snorted coldly and began to spin the iron chain in his hand. The ball flew high into the sky and shot towards Yi Zichen like a bolt of lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482. Chapter 482. At the moment when Hong Quan attacked, the speed of his profound Qi's flow had reached its limit, the power of abundance, the dazzling light. The metal ball was like a meteor as it flew through the sky, leaving a trail of burning flames. It quickly flew towards where Zifeng was. Zifeng's face was expressionless as he retreated several steps. Bang! He saw that the metal ball, which was flying towards him, coincidentally landed 3 feet in front of Zifeng. In an instant, it created a deep crater in the ground. Zifeng, what do you think? It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. Cut the crap. Let's talk about it when you really win. Yiwen smiled. He waved his Ice Emperor's sword and sent out many rays of light, which then formed a thin layer of ice on the chain. I won't cry until I see the coffin. Hong Quan let out a cold laugh as he suddenly swung his arm in a big circle. The iron chain carried the metal ball into the air and smashed at Zifeng's location once again. Boom star. The heavy ball fell to the ground, creating another huge crater. At the same time, Zifeng lightly pressed his feet on the air, and suddenly, he flew up high, escaping Hong Quan's attack that he was determined to take. You! The corners of Hong Lingtom's mouth twitched. He sternly shouted and the iron chain in his hand began to swing with great force, blowing straight towards Yiwen. A moment later, the metal ball started attacking Yi Zichen from behind. However, Zifeng did the same thing. At the same time that he dodged the iron ball's attack, he waved the Ice Emperor's sword, pointed it at the iron chain, and waved it once more. Zifeng, how long are you going to run away for? Hong Quan frowned and glared at Yi Zifeng in annoyance. Do you dare to take my attack head-on, Dot? He exerted great strength, transmitting the energy back and forth on the chain. Although he felt that it was not smooth at all, he did not think too much about it. The iron ball bounced up from the ground with a scarlet radiance and whizzed towards Liu's direction. Its speed was twice as fast as before. One used his full strength while the other dodged in all directions. After repeating this process several times, when the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not wait any longer. A few outspoken people directly said, Zifeng, as a real person, you are going around randomly. Are you going to fight or not? That's right. If we don't even dare to fight face to face, how will we be able to convince you in the future? Gu Xinwei stared closely at Zifeng's movements, not relaxing in the slightest. No, you are wrong. After a long while, he added, that outer sect disciple called Hong Quan is about to lose. Big brother Hong is about to lose. Bro, can't you see what's going on in the battle? Didn't you notice that big brother Hong is lying on the ground and pressing down on Zifeng? In other words, Zifeng and brother Hong are one whole level lower than each other, and he's already exhausted from the long battle, so he doesn't have any way to deal with it. It's just a matter of time before he loses. Gu Xinwei chuckled, raising his smooth and exquisite fingers that were like unpolished jade. His figure was still hidden in the darkness, hiding in a dark corner. Then all of you, take a look carefully. The part between Hong's metal ball and the metal chain. Let's see, what else can we find? The few people that were closer to Gu Xinwei smiled and looked at each other. Soon after, they quickly followed Gu Xinwei's instructions and sized him up. What you see in front of you is a thick layer of ice. Their laughter gradually died down on the spot. A smart person had come to a realization and understood what was going on. Could it be that the sword Zifeng brandished just now was not for parrying, but for slowly increasing the burden on Hong Quan so that he would unknowingly break himself without being able to do anything? Destroy yourself without attacking, the crowd said playfully. After pondering for a moment, they suddenly turned their heads, wanting to ask Gu Xinwei. However, the other party had long since moved on to another place, and their whereabouts were nowhere to be seen. 1,000 miles of dike, destroyed by an ant's nest. Moreover, the gap between the 6th stage and the 7th stage of the martial disciple realm was not that wide in the first place. As a result, Hong Quan's feelings became more and more off. Every time he waved the metal ball, he felt as if it had become heavier. As time passed, this strange feeling became stronger. Zifeng, damn you, ... His attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, because every time he waved the iron ball, he would use a lot more force than before, and the force would inevitably not be evenly matched. After dozens of times, he began to breathe heavily, and his face gradually turned blue. What, are you running out of strength? Yuan looked at his opponent and smiled. I suggest you step down from the stage now. At the very least, I can save your face if you do this. Bastard! The corners of Hong Quan's mouth trembled in anger and he began to twitch non-stop. As matters stood, he was naturally able to see Zifeng's intentions in battle. He was simply trying to drag him down alive. Who said I don't have any strength? Watch this move. He gritted his teeth and activated his Zhenqi. Waves of golden light emerged from his body and poured into the iron chains. The iron ball flew in an arc towards Liu's direction. If you have the ability, don't dodge, Zifeng. Most people were happy to watch the show from the side as they laughed. They thought that Zifeng was going to do the same thing as before. Alright, this time, I shall grant your wish. However, Zifeng just smiled and stood where he was. He didn't move and just let the metal ball fly towards him. Hey, are you crazy? If you were to receive this metal ball head-on, even a person at the 8th level of the martial disciple stage would not be able to block it. Isn't that so? If you don't want to die, then quickly retreat. Amongst the onlookers, there were a lot of people who had already signed a blood contract with Zifeng. They naturally didn't want anything to happen to Zifeng. From their point of view, Zifeng's future was their own future. After all, they were still looking forward to the day that Zifeng turned them into inner disciples. How could they just die like that? Zifeng chuckled, but did not move his body. With a slight flip of his wrist, a stern look appeared in his eyes. He swung the Ice Emperor's sword towards the iron ball in the distance, releasing a dazzling brilliance. The flying iron ball suddenly stopped in the air. Zifeng, you finally decided to put away the net, huh? Gu Xinwei faintly smiled, appearing from another corner and whispering. The iron ball that was falling down from the sky was once again enveloped by the ice and formed a thin layer of ice, connecting with the ice layer on the metal ball. That's it. Zifeng's expression was cold. This sword was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The metal ball continued to attack until it was a foot away from Zifeng. Then, it stopped and rolled on the ground. What? How could this be? Han Lingtong was stunned as he looked at the steel ball in shock. His reaction was quite fast, and just as he was about to tighten the iron chains. However, Zifeng laughed coldly for a moment. Who cares? As the sound of his voice faded, he walked along the chains and put the Ice Emperor's sword back into the ring. He also took out his sword and pointed it at Hong Quan's throat. He was used to Zifeng running all over the place. Zifeng's fierce attacks had him at a loss for what to do for a moment. After all, this was an attack that was powered by an electric suit. In terms of speed, it was much faster than before. Han Lingtong's expression was extremely ugly. He pulled on the iron chain a few times and was about to shake Zifeng off his feet. However, the chain was now strangely stiff and could not be swung. His face turned red and he couldn't wave the iron ball anymore. Too late. Zifeng threw away his sword and punched heavily. It was already imprinted on Hong Quan's face. With just one hit, he had lost weight and become a star. Zifeng, damn you, you dared to hit me? Hong Quan looked deeply at Zifeng. He relied on his status as an outer sect disciple to beat up others. You can do it if you want to, but I can't. How can there be such a cheap way to do it in this world? Zifeng chuckled, raised his fist, and punched him in the face. Hong Quan suffered 2 heavy punches, and his face immediately became bruised and swollen, and blood flowed like a torrent. You? silence, absolute silence. Many of the people present had been bullied by Hong Lingtong on a daily basis. At that moment, when they saw the feeling of Yi Zichen's fists hitting flesh, they actually felt slightly satisfied in their hearts. The 2 punches from before were considered a form of greeting gift. Now, quickly tell me, which real person sent you here to destroy the scene? Yi Feng's expression was stern as he stared at Hong Lingtong. Pfft, don't think you can get anything out of me. It's just that you, Yi Feng, have gotten the upper hand for a while, don't be too arrogant. Hong Quan looked at Yi Feng in annoyance. Yi Feng smiled and looked into his eyes. Actually, even without you saying anything, I can roughly guess which one it is. It's Taoist Master Bailey, Taoist Master Su, Taoist Master Liu. Oh, from your reaction, it should be Taoist Master Liu. Hong Lingtong was shocked. He looked at the other party in shock. Wait, I didn't say a word. For example, the shaking of your left foot and the rotation of your eyeball can determine whether your words are real or fake. What? Hong Lingtong looked at Yi Feng in disbelief, his mouth twitching. In the face of Yi Feng, she could neither answer him nor refuse to answer him. When Gu Xinwei heard this, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes contained a complex expression. He looked at Yi Feng with interest and muttered, "Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, you know quite a lot of things. I am really looking forward to the moment when you will come to the spiritual martial sect." Yuan looked at Hong Quan with a calm smile, and pressed his hand on his chest. Oh yeah, I suddenly remembered something. Hong Lingtong smiled bitterly and raised his head. Is there anything else? Don't talk about the leaf tip. Remember to call me Spiritual Master Yi. As the sound of his voice faded, Yi Feng smiled and raised his fist. On the flat ground, a scream that was even worse than a pig being slaughtered sounded out all of a sudden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483. Chapter 483. Is there anyone else who wants to mess with us? Yi Feng smiled and looked at the crowd below the stage. He raised his foot and stomped on Hong Quan's chest, immobilizing him like a dead fish. Ah! Hong Lingtong's face was filled with incomparable pain. He clenched his 5 fingers, and blood began to seep out from his fists. As the strongest outer sect disciple, he had already been beaten into a pig head. Those who were ready to make a move subconsciously took a step back, not daring to go up on stage and shout again. With Spiritual Master Liu's caution, I'm afraid that it wasn't just everyone who came to ruin my match, so there's no need to be polite. All of you come up on stage, since there's still time until the Spirit Martial Sect incident begins. I, Yi Feng, will accompany you to the end. The coldness in Yi Feng's eyes gradually became more apparent. Below the stage, some people pretended to be panicking, but they were actually discussing in whispers. What do we do now? Yi Feng took the initiative to tell us to go and mess with him. Sai, this Hong Quan is still known as the strongest outer court disciple. Isn't it too useless? He can't even exhaust Yi Feng's physical strength. What's even worse is that this Yi Feng is not going to kill Hong Quan. We can't use this as an excuse to kill him. One must know that in their eyes, even if Hong Quan, as the vanguard, were to lose in the end, it would at least consume a large portion of Yi Feng's energy. However, during the process of Yi Feng defeating Hong Quan, he had spent almost no effort. After a roundabout way, with a single light strike, the outcome of the battle was decided. This way, who would dare to come up? Thus, Liu Xinrun's plan to exhaust Yi Feng's physical strength in a battle of attrition failed. Yi Feng looked around at the crowd, and saw that the people who were ready to make a move had finally let go of their fists. Since there's no one who is trying to smash us, then. He smiled and said, let's continue. The next person who wants to become an inner disciple, state your name. For the entire day, all the outer sect disciples with the slightest bit of courage had exchanged blows with Yi Feng and signed a blood contract with him. Yi Feng had not only completed the mission, but he had also earned himself the title of Spiritual Master Yi. Spiritual Master Yi, I signed the blood contract the earliest. You have to pick me. My whole family is counting on me to become an inner disciple and bring glory to our ancestors. Why did you choose him? He's only a pauper. Choose me, Spiritual Master Yi. If I become an inner disciple, I will give you a big red packet. Idiot, can you speak clearly about the matter of the red packet? It's not good for your brain, so pick me, Taoist Master Yi. Yuan smiled as he looked at all this, but did not give a clear answer. Everyone, go back first. I believe that tomorrow, I will discuss with the spiritual martial sect members and the High Master to finalize the list of those who will come to the spiritual martial school. Therefore, everyone should go back today and wait for Jiayin. Then. Alright, everyone, don't make things difficult for Taoist Master Yi. If he dissolves, then everyone dissolves. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Yifeng and the others were left in the huge arena. Yifeng, 168 people have signed the blood contract. Among them, there are a total of 31 people. Hanya's beautiful eyes lit up as she took out the emblem written on the leaf-tip booklet and made a count. Oh, very good. Including some of the people who are determined to join the spiritual martial force and the teachers, about 20 of us will be enough. Yifeng smiled calmly, so this time, we have actually passed the mission. That's great. Han Yu and the demon fox looked at each other and chuckled. Their hearts were filled with an indescribable satisfaction. The Celestial Sect of Wonders only sent 30 people to the sect, and Yifeng had only just become a master of the sect. Whether it was in prestige or contacts, he was not comparable to some of the seniors, so it was rare for him to be able to recruit so many disciples for the first time. Completing a quest? Are you kidding me? A sound that was as deep as a bell rang out in Yifeng's ears. Oh. Yifeng smiled and turned around. I was wondering who it was. So it was young Master Gu. Why did you stay? Why don't you come with me to the Heavenly Water Wine and have a taste of the Spirit Feast's craftsmanship? There's no need. Gu Shenwei sneered slightly. I came here because I have proper business to discuss with you. Let me ask you, what kind of stuff are you recruiting? They're all outer sect disciples, and many of them only came to pay for their lives. For people of this quality, you would dare ask for one from me for 1,300 gold coins? No, young Master Gu, you've misunderstood. The demon fox then explained the matter of spending money to buy her life to Gu Shenwei. She told him that the 31 people selected by Yifeng had already been screened and could confirm that it was not the case of spending money to buy her life. Gu Shenwei, however, didn't comment. He continued to look deeply at Yifeng. He had already guessed this, and his main purpose was to push down the price. Gu Shenwei laughed coldly, so what? Even if they weren't trash who spent money to buy their lives, how could others be any better? For example, Hong Quan, who is at the 7th level of the martial disciple realm, is clearly a very good example. He doesn't have the talent and strength that a 7th level of the martial disciple realm should have, but being defeated by a 6th level martial disciple like this is just a joke. Yifeng chuckled as he stared at the other party. It's exactly because their strength is limited and they are outer sect disciples. That's why they only charged you 1,300 gold coins in exchange for other people from the sect or disciples of the High Master. Think about it, can you afford to pay for the pacification after death? You? Gu Shenwei's expression changed slightly. He frowned slightly and said, What do you mean? Even now, you're still discussing the dangers of this mission with me. The light in Yifeng's eyes gradually sharpened. Young Master Gu, you are a wise man, but you also know that this mission is basically useless to ordinary martial arts students. Do you think the 30 elite core disciples of the Celestial Sect will be sent as cannon fodder to the Spirit Martial Sect? It is precisely because of this that I got this opportunity to recruit outer disciples and send them to the Spirit Martial Sect. Even if Yifeng and the other disciples he had recruited were all killed in the incident at the spirit martial sect, it would be a very normal thing. So, no one in the real world would take a job like this. So that's how it is. You do understand your own situation. Gu Xinwei's face was calm, and he looked deeply at Liu's end. A person who compares himself to a chess piece should clearly know where he is on the board. Yifeng, on the other hand, paused for a moment and continued to stare straight at Gu Xinwei, unwilling to let go. In other words, the Celestial Sect of Wonders intends to deal with the spiritual martial force with the smallest loss. Your sect also hopes to exchange the smallest loss for more talents to complete the mission. You can understand it that way. The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a faint smile. Then it's settled. We can also make a blood contract. If I succeed in completing the mission for the Spirit Martial Sect, then I won't be paying the 26,000 gold coins share of the 20 people. Gu Xinwei paced back and forth a few steps, thinking over Yifeng's suggestion. If he could successfully capture that fugitive, then he had indeed achieved his goal. The matter of gold coins was not a problem at all. You can, then, if you fail. Yifeng's expression gradually turned solemn, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If I fail, no matter if I live or die, all of the magical equipment and sets I have on me will belong to you. This, Gu Xinwei's expression shook, his expression changing slightly. Yifeng's current lightning set and Ice Emperor sword were definitely not some ordinary objects. They couldn't be counted as priceless. At least if they were converted into gold coins, they could be sold for at least 20,000 gold coins. Who knew, if there were any other treasures in Yifeng's magic crystal ring, adding up, the total value would be over 26,000 gold coins. There was no suspense about it. Thus, when Gu Xinwei heard the other party say such words, he was clearly a bit hesitant. So that's how it is. Good, Yifeng, now that you understand me, I can promise you that. To Gu Xinwei, this was a bet where both sides would win. As a result, he had no reason to refuse at all. Many thanks. Yuan cupped his hands with a smile and bowed. There's no need to be happy. Yifeng, listen carefully. Tomorrow night, after you and the High Scholar have finished discussing the final list, I will bring you to the Spiritual Martial Sect's territory. At that time, someone will tell you all the details of the fugitive. Gu Xinwei made up his mind and immediately signed the blood contract with Yifeng. Also, regarding these 26,000 gold coins, you can use my pass to go to the Spirit Jade Inn and find the second shopkeeper. Someone will come out to exchange for your gold coins. It seems that you have quite a high position in the Spirit Martial Sect. You can take out that many gold coins just because you want to? Yifeng's expression was filled with surprise as he asked in a tempting manner. Gu Xinwei faintly smiled but didn't answer. Then, he took out a piece of paper and scattered the spiritual qi around it. After a while, he finished it and handed it to Yifeng. Here, take it. Yifeng was stunned and his expression became complicated. Initially, he was not sure if the other party was able to take out that much money. If he had known earlier that the other party was that straightforward, he would have raised the price to double the original price. Yifeng, what are you still thinking about? Gu Xinwei saw that he didn't respond, so he couldn't help but ask. Yi Zichen smiled in relief, then came back to his senses. Nothing, I understand. Talking too much will easily hurt your feelings. Tomorrow night, I will bring the selected disciples to head to the Spiritual Martial Sect with you. That's good. Gu Xinwei lightly smiled and nodded. Then, I'll come back tomorrow night. Yifeng, you clearly don't even know who a fugitive is. How did you establish a blood contract just like that? You're a bit too impulsive, aren't you? Han Yu sighed. Worry flashed across the eyes of the demon fox. That's right. If we fail, it would be the same as starting over from the beginning. Yifeng looked at the two girls and smiled. It's all right. Guiying told me some basic information about the spiritual martial force. After a moment of silence, the expressions of the two women changed. Spirit Shadow, she's back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484. Chapter 484. Yuan smiled, nodded, and slowly spread out his right arm. Ghastly Shadow, it's about time. Come out. His blood strings slowly condensed into the form of Ghastly Shadow. All right. As the sound of his voice faded, an appearance of a spiritual Qi monster slowly took shape in the air. This was indeed the shadow of a ghost. This. Han Yu and the demon fox looked at each other, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise. When did this happen? Zifeng, Guiying came back. Why didn't you tell us? If they knew that Spirit Shadow would return, they wouldn't have needed to worry about Zifeng. Zifeng smiled. If I tell you guys, I'm afraid that with Gu Xinwei's mind, he will be able to find some clues. He thinks that I've already found some information about the spirit martial sect, which will increase the difficulty. Besides, this isn't the main point I need to pay attention to right now. Oh. Han Yu and Demon Fox furrowed their brows, looking slightly bewitched. Zifeng paused for a moment and turned around to look at the spirit beast. The expression in his eyes gradually turned solemn. All right, Spirit Shadow, quickly tell us everything you saw in the spiritual martial force. Guiying had an exhausted look on his face. His voice was low and deep. Sigh, Zifeng, I really do not know what you are thinking. I have clearly told you, among the fugitives we are chasing, there is one whose strength is equivalent to a master, and he is extremely intelligent and cruel. Who knows if you, Zifeng, will be allocated such a fugitive? She spent half a day in the secret basement of the spirit martial sect, listening to the two guards from the prison. After talking for a long time, she finally got some information that Zifeng needed. In her opinion, all the information that she had spent so much effort to find had been wasted. I know what you mean. Guiying, I'm afraid that you originally wanted to advise me to give up, right? Zifeng smiled with a serious expression. Guiying was slightly stunned, but he bitterly smiled and said, Isn't that so? Right now, everything is uncertain, why bother making such a fierce bet with other people? How about, you take advantage of the fact that you haven't started yet? No. Zifeng had a stern expression on his face, while a faint smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Actually, I just heard from you that with the existence of this fugitive, I have made this bet. In this way, I can let Gu Xinwei know of my awareness, because my goal is to pursue this fugitive. 26,000 gold coins. It was just a pretense of tacit understanding between Zifeng and Gu Xinwei. What Zifeng really wanted to tell Gu Xinwei and the spirit martial sect was his realization. What did you say? You want to hunt that fugitive? Zifeng, did you hear that? Regardless of whether that fugitive is smart or not, his strength is equivalent to a high scholar. The corner of Han Yu's mouth twitched as her bright eyes flashed with a strange light. The demon fox frowned deeply. That's right, have you, Zifeng, gone mad? Others can't avoid him in time, yet you're actively chasing after him. Yuan laughed, and looked into the distance, towards the direction Gu Xinwei had left in. Spirit Shadow, don't say a word. Tell us the reward for pursuing this fugitive as well. This. Guiying hesitated for a moment before replying, Alright, the spirit martial sect has already sent word that whoever captures the master-level fugitive will be able to help to break through the barrier of the heavenly Dao City and send that person to the Star City. They will also have an Earth-rank alchemist as well and send him to the best academy to help him in his studies. That's great. The demon fox and Han Yu clicked their tongues, staring blankly for a moment, feeling somewhat perplexed for a moment. Generally speaking, if one was below the martial spirit stage, it would be difficult to break through the heavenly law city's spirit formation, and thus, it would not be able to lead to an even wider world outside. And if Yifeng were to succeed in this mission and successfully capture this fugitive, then his future would definitely reach a new high. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. However, the prerequisite for those words was that Yifeng had to fight for this opportunity. Otherwise, he would not even qualify to encounter danger. Oh right, Starfall City. This name, why does it feel like I've heard it before? The demon fox pondered for a moment and then pondered for a long time. Suddenly, her bright eyes lit up as she gazed at the tip of the leaf. I remember. I heard your sister mention that this place belongs to your Yi family. Where is your family? Spirit Jade Inn, 20 miles away. Within the underground stone chamber, the lamps were brightly lit. He was dressed in white, and his clothes were as white as snow. Gu Xinwei paced back and forth a few steps, his brows knitted tightly. Starfall City, Earth-grade pill refiner, Yifeng, you knew what the reward was and that's why you risked your life to display your strength. Do you want me to give you the most troublesome fugitive? He muttered a few words to himself before suddenly raising his head to look at the two guards. When the two of you were standing guard, did you notice anything strange? No. Young Master Gu, don't worry. Besides, the spiritual martial forces territory is so deep underground. Who would dare to investigate it? Who would dare to enter? The guard was right about those words. The stronghold set up by the spiritual martial force could not be easily summarized with the word underground. It was very far away from the ground. If he did not enter from the iron gate, it would be difficult for even Gu Xinwei himself to enter. Oh! Gu Xinwei inadvertently glanced at the top of the stone room. It seemed like there was something loose somewhere. Young Master Gu, could it be that you've discovered something strange? Gu Xinwei continued to stare at the loose soil for a moment. He pursed his lips, creased his brows, and said, Don't relax, I've told you over and over again. There are many ways to search for information in this world. The best way is to shut your mouths and not let others hear it in any way, understand? Gu Xinwei's expression became more and more fierce. The two guards glanced at each other shakily and nodded. Before this, the two of them had been unable to endure the silence for a long time and had started to chat with each other. Understood, young Master Gu. I think I was overthinking it. Maybe someone else came to investigate. When Yifeng, made a breakthrough and was in a critical moment, where could he possibly have the leisure to do so? Gu Xinwei pondered for a moment before letting out a long sigh of relief. He raised his head with a smile. This couldn't be blamed on Gu Xinwei. After all, he hadn't known Yifeng for long and didn't know that there was still an existence like Gui Ying in his body. It was not impossible to fight in a two-way battle. Whatever, there's no need to think so much. No matter what, people from other places like Copper Fire City and Towering Wind City have much weaker chances of completing the mission than Yifeng. It seems like I'll leave that fugitive to you, Yifeng. Wang Rui's courtyard, guest hall. What? Yifeng has already recruited around 30 people so quickly and is setting the list of candidates? Wang Rui tightly stared at Old Man Sua and Spiritual Master Liu. Upon hearing this, he was greatly astonished. From beginning to end, Yifeng had only been a real person for a short while, yet he already had such a great executive and charisma. It was simply unimaginable. After all, some people had been around for 3 years, but they were still so bland that they didn't have much influence. Taoist Master Liu forced a smile and his face sank. Yes, he also said that he had 20 people on his side, so Master Wang can choose to join the team with 10 true disciples or Master Wang's disciples. If you are dissatisfied with him, you can join them a bit more, and once Master Wang has decided that there are no problems with the list, he will bring these disciples along with Gu Xinwei to the spiritual martial school tomorrow night to discuss the matter of hunting the fugitives. Speaking of depression, it was still Master Lu who was the most depressed. He had wanted to let Hong Quan ruin Yifeng's fight, but who would have thought that Hong Quan had just received the news that Hong Quan was bedridden and heavily injured. Therefore, his plan to humiliate Yifeng once again failed. Wang Rui rubbed his throbbing temples and couldn't help but ask. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. At a time like this, shouldn't we give priority to the safety of the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders? So, should we add a few more aquatic products to this list, or should we join some talented individuals? Unanimously outside. When Sage Suo and Taoist Master Lu heard this, they smiled and looked at each other. Master Wang, how long have we known each other? The matter of the demon fox back then, we were actually ordered by you. We are still not clear about what kind of person you are. Yes, Master Wang, there's no need to test us any further. This incident in the spiritual martial sect is a good opportunity to get away from us. We can't miss out on this opportunity to get rid of Yifeng. You all. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Rui's face gradually turned cold. Alright, since you two are supporting me, then that's for the best. I'll send a message with the spirit paper and have Yifeng follow Gu Xinnu to the spiritual martial sect. The remaining 10 people will follow me one after another. Master Wang is wise. Sage Suo and Sage Lu clasped their hands together. Wang Rui immediately took out a piece of spirit paper and quickly wrote down these words. After a while, he sneered and continued. Yifeng thought that they would fight with 30 people, that they would mix in real people, and there's even Elder Zhao, who is very familiar with him, and very soon, he will find out. I'm afraid we have to prepare our hearts. We need to get rid of the 10 disciples sent by Master Wang and fight against them with 20 people. Moreover, there is no real person, only the existence of one master. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were deep and profound as he looked towards the direction of the Gate of Heavenly Secrets. In the distance, Gu Xinwei was walking towards him with a meaningful look in his eyes. Who is it? Gu Ying followed Yifeng's words and couldn't help but to ask. Master Heartless, Xin Ju Xin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485. Chapter 485. Spiritual Martial Sect, Underground Palace, footsteps rang out. Hearing this, everyone in the room woke up from their state of drowsiness. They're coming. Just like us, they should be the last group of people coming. The person at the front, isn't that Yifeng? I saw him during the pill battling assembly a while ago. I remember that he is from Legacy City. No matter what, he can still come here. The Spirit Martial Sect probably did not invite anyone from Legacy City. The pill assembly? How long ago was that? Please open your eyes wide and look carefully. His blue robe represents the Celestial Sect of Wonders. After a moment of silence, everyone's expressions changed. Celestial Sect of Wonders. Hearing the two words Celestial Sect of Wonders, everyone looked at Yifeng with contempt and looked at him with admiration. Good boy, when did this happen? He actually entered the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Yifeng smiled and said to himself. So that's how it is. Disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the Copper Fire City, and the Towering Wind City. This time, the Spiritual Martial Sect has hired so many helpers from outside the sect in order to pursue the fugitive. It seems like they have made a serious move, but... Gu Ying pondered for a moment and slowly said, Yifeng, I don't care what the Spiritual Martial Sect thinks. Listen, I still have the same words. You must not accept the fugitive mission. Yi Cheng laughed lightly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You? Gu Ying helplessly sighed. He knew that his advice would have little effect. Sigh. It's up to you. At worst, you can just take the mission and stay idle, lose the bet, and stay alive. If you're lucky, there'll be a day when you rise again. With that, she stopped talking to Yifeng and started to observe her surroundings. There were countless torches in all directions, and in the center of the hall was a huge round table. Looking at it, there were almost 100 people sitting on it. As most of the outer sect disciples had never seen the outside world before, they came to a new place and found it to be the mysterious spirit martial sect. They looked around curiously. As for Wang Rui's 10 aquatic disciples, they were weak and were abandoned existences. Their faces were filled with gloom, as if they had already stepped into a coffin. As for the only master in command, Qin Zimo, she was walking at the back of the group with an absent-minded look on her face. Am I seeing things? These people are the 30 elite troops sent by the Celestial Sect of Wonders. From the looks of it, the Celestial Sect of Wonders has been declining recently. After the initial admiration, the attitude of the people of the other cities towards the Celestial Sect of Wonders had changed. They were shaking their heads and shaking their heads. Gu Xinwei and Yifeng stood side by side, their expressions indifferent. No one knew what they were thinking about. As the voices of the people in the other cities were loud, every word fell into their ears. Gu Xinwei smiled faintly and said, I heard other people talking about the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Now, how do you feel? Yi Xi shrugged her shoulders with a smile. Her indifferent face was filled with determination. Compared to all these meaningless things, I just want to know what the objective of my mission is. Oh, you are not affected at all. Gu Xinwei observed carefully. The expression on Yifeng's face seemed to confirm the other person's qualification. At this moment, the others couldn't sit still any longer. Hey, everyone's here. How much longer do we have to wait? Isn't that so? Emissary of the Spirit Martial Sect, please send a message. We are here to help you chase down the fugitives, not to suffer the consequences. Yeah, hurry up and assign the missions. After we finish them earlier, we'll still be waiting for the rewards. Gu Xinwei chuckled before turning his head back. Everyone, don't be impatient. We are currently deciding to match everyone with a corresponding fugitive. Hearing the two words Yifeng's expression changed a little. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. Apart from Gu Xinwei, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the spiritual martial force. Unless, in this sealed space, the people from the spirit martial sect were using some kind of method to observe their reaction. After a while, Gu Xinwei raised his slender finger and pointed at the huge table in the center of the hall. He smiled and said, How tired everyone is standing, sit. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other before sizing up the huge table. There were about 100 seats, and adding up, there were about 90 people. Forget it, we'll just wait here as well. I'll listen to the envoy and sit for a while. Humph, a member of the Copper Fire City, you are too easy to talk about. Honestly speaking, I, Hai Dongchen, will wait for at most another 1 hour. If I wait any longer, I can only think that the sincerity of the spirit martial sect is not enough. A young man from the towering Wind City, Hai Dongchen, could not help but frown. Gu Xinwei looked at the people taking their seats one by one, and lightly smiled. Rest assured, you will soon know the sincerity of the spiritual martial sect. After a while, he laughed and clapped his hands. Ghost servants, listen up. Hand over everything. What? When Han Yu heard these words, her beautiful eyes revealed extreme astonishment. Yifeng's expression changed slightly and he smiled. He gave her a look and told her to shut up. Fortunately, there were many people who were surprised to hear the word ghost servant. Thus, Han Yu's cry was not overly suspected. As his voice faded, from behind the curtain of the hall, a row of young ghost servants carrying swords slowly walked towards the center of the hall with blank expressions on their faces. In their eyes, there was no life. This? What the hell is this? Are they all dead? Oh my god, a messenger from the spirit martial sect, what is going on? How could there be such an evil thing in the heavenly Dao City? The expressions of everyone changed drastically. Upon seeing this, they all stood up. Gu Shenwei laughed, but at this moment, his laughter contained a hint of coldness. Everyone, don't be afraid. As long as you don't do any dangerous actions, these ghost servants will not harm you. Please calm down. Are you kidding me? Spirit Martial Sect's envoy, are you saying that we should completely ignore him? A man in a white shirt was extremely nervous, and his face was filled with confusion. He stood up and took a step back. Just as he was about to take out a weapon from his spatial treasure. However, almost in an instant, a silver light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it was shining brilliantly. A ghost servant's sword had already pointed at his throat. Go back, he said, his voice cold and husky, as if he had no human voice. You? The young ghost servant guided the man in white robes. The man's face was filled with fear, but he could only helplessly sit back down. I should have said before. Don't make any dangerous moves. Everyone, don't worry. Our spiritual martial sect is here to request everyone's help. As long as you cooperate, we will not harm you. Gu Shenwei's voice was surprisingly faint. His words emphasized the word cooperation. He paused for a moment and continued, of course I know that some masters can easily kill these ghost servants. However, please think carefully. Is it necessary to openly offend the spirit martial sect for such a small matter? Silence, absolute silence. The true essence power that Qin Zhu had hidden within his heart gradually dissipated upon hearing these words. Gu Shenwei smiled lightly as he watched this. He paused for a moment, then continued with a serious expression, okay, have you all calmed down? Next, these ghost servants will place the black bracelets on your tables. Please wear it. What will happen if I wear this bracelet? Someone swallowed his saliva as the corner of his mouth twitched. He could not help but ask. Gu Shenwei faintly smiled, it's very simple. If you wear this bracelet, you will be able to obtain a matching fugitive's name and an urgent message from the spiritual martial sect. This bracelet, I didn't expect it to be so powerful, it even has this function. Hai Dongqian was stunned for a moment before he weighed it in his hand and looked around. Whatever, forget it. I've even seen some ghost servants wearing a bracelet. What's there to be afraid of? He made up his mind, gritted his teeth and put it on. He saw a row of small words jump on the bracelet and let out a faint glow. He quickly read out, Towering Wine City's Hai Dongqian, the difficulty of the fugitive you match is determined to be level 4. The fugitive's name is. The people around Hai Dongqian quickly covered his mouth. Alright, stop reading the rest. Hai Dongqian thought that he was too engrossed in it and scratched his head in embarrassment. The names of the fugitives only needed the people in the piercing wind city to know them. There was no need to tell the people in other places, as it would lead to any unforeseen circumstances. With Hai Dongqian taking the lead, the people of Copper Fire City did not want to fall behind. Soon, someone volunteered himself and put on the bracelet. What do you think, the fugitives that we've been assigned to, what do they look like? In Copper Fire City, a group of people gathered around the person who wore the bracelet. The boy on the bracelet said, Fiery Copper City's Hua Tianli, the difficulty of the fugitive you matched is deemed as level 5. From there, the story spread to 2, 2, 3. The tense mood of the crowd was replaced by an indescribable feeling of strangeness. They whispered in each other's ears as they excitedly put on the bracelets. However, in contrast to other people's joyful atmosphere, in the next moment, a few outer sect disciples who wore bracelets all looked at Zifeng, their faces were unusually ugly. Spiritual Master Yi, it's over, Zifeng took a deep breath and put on the bracelet. Sure enough, a line of small words suddenly appeared on the bracelet. Zifeng of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The difficulty of the fugitive you guys matched is determined to be level 9. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486. Chapter 486. The 9th level of difficulty. Sigh. It was over. What luck! To think that it would be so difficult to get one. The 10 men that Wang Rui had sent. It hadn't started yet. They were already on the verge of retreating. This caused their originally gloomy mood to turn gloomy. The snow was getting heavier. Someone looked deeply at the black bracelet. He couldn't hold it in. He even spoke directly. The envoy of the spirit martial sect. Give us another fugitive. Such a difficult opponent. We are definitely not going to be able to catch him. That's right. Let's change it. Otherwise, we might have lost our lives. Gu Shunwei chuckled. Within his grayish-white eyes, chilling and piercing through the bones. He did not immediately state his opinion. Yi Zichen swept his gaze over everyone. Observed the expressions and behavior of everyone. In her bright eyes, a sliver of disappointment gradually appeared on his face. She seemed to be waiting for something. Hello. Give me a response. Could it be that the spirit martial sect planned to? Are you just going to watch us die? Or should he say, you want to use that ghost servant? To threaten us? An outer court disciple scolded while shouting. Gu Xinwei smiled faintly. Yi Zichen looked at him with interest. Do you think? I really will be afraid. However, when he finally turned around. Afraid. That ghost servant, the corner of his mouth twitched. As he looked at the terrifying appearance of the ghost servant. He was originally arrogant. Immediately, it was reduced by more than half. His last words. It sounded even more like a mosquito. Unable to distinguish between hearing and hearing. Now, go back on your word, it's already too late. Yi Feng suddenly said. He said solemnly. What? The group of celestial sect of wonders disciples. In his heart, he was astonished. The expression in Yi Feng's eyes. It gradually became more serious. I found out the fugitive's name and information. Do you think? Spirit martial sect. Is it even possible for you to give us new fugitives? Furthermore. One more thing. This black bracelet we're wearing. I'm afraid. There must have already been some restrictions placed. The actions of the spirit martial sect had always been mysterious. He was a prisoner in the celestial prison. He was not an ordinary prisoner held in the yamen. It was an existence that could not be known to the world. The bracelet has been placed under a restriction. You must be joking. Someone forced a smile. However, his face was still stiff. The people from the other teams. For example, Hai Dongchen. After hearing what Yi Feng said, Yi Zichen immediately frowned. Doubt arose in his heart. He was stunned for a moment. He wanted to take off the black bracelet. Huff. However, Hai Dongchen was an 8-foot man. His entire body was filled with muscles. It was as powerful as an ox. Yet, he couldn't take off the bracelet. Not good. After the bracelet was put on, you won't be able to take it off. It can't be. When the rest of the people heard this, they felt a shiver run down their spines. His expression froze. He quickly copied Hai Dongchen's actions. He tried to take off the bracelet with all his might. However, no one succeeded. Compared to taking off the bracelet blindly, everyone, you should listen to this first. Let's talk about the rules. Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his head calmly. He looked deeply at the other party, young Master Gu. Gu Shenwei's expression changed when he heard this. The disappointed expression on his face had originally been replaced with a disappointed one. A bright smile gradually appeared on his face. A long time later, he actually clapped with a smile on his face. That's right. It was just as Zifeng said. On this black bracelet. In order to prevent everyone from leaking the news, he had indeed set up a restriction. Before you complete your mission, there's no way to take it off. If you manage to take it off, what will happen? Hai Dongqian frowned. He mused for a moment before asking. Of course. Immediately. Gu Shenwei smiled and said. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Oh my God. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. He had intended to take off his bracelet. In an instant, all of his movements froze on the spot. Immobile. Gu Shenwei was slightly slow. Yi Zichen continued to speak with a smile. The existence of the black bracelet. That can give you the information you need. At the same time, you can also monitor what you're doing. In case anyone divulges information about the pursuit of a fugitive, the bracelet will inject lethal poison into your blood. After a moment of silence, a low roar resounded through the entire space. This? Who allowed you to do this? The people from the spiritual martial sect. Can it be that I can do as I please? A young man in a yellow shirt, Lu Qiao, was standing in the center of the city. Young and vigorous. Blood and qi surged. Naturally, he would not give in. He stood up on the spot. Under the agitation of his emotions, he drew his sword from his waist. He pointed in Gu Shenwei's direction. Lu Qiao fiercely declared, "We have so many people." Gu Shenwei was alone. Why be afraid of him? As long as we work together against him. Of course I can. His voice had not completely faded. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat. The line of sight in his eyes. It gradually started to become blurry. He definitely can. He had just repeated, he felt dizzy and unsteady. He was on the verge of falling to the ground. Land bridge. What happened to you? Hai Dongqian's eyes suddenly widened. She rushed to his side. He immediately pulled Lu Qiao up. Gu Shenwei. Answer me. Just what is going on? Gu Shenwei's expression was cold. He chuckled and said, You're still asking me what's going on? Go and see his bracelet. Hai Dongqian was stunned for a moment. Yi Zichen quickly looked over. As expected. From the side of the bridge's bracelet, streaks of viscous black blood appeared. It was obviously the result of the poison seeping out of the bracelet. Everything. It was just as Gu Shenwei had said. Hai Dongqian's face did not look good. With the previous example of the land bridge, there was no one else. He dared to directly attack Gu Shenwei. Because he had to weigh the pros and cons. Which one was more important? Defying the wishes of the spirit martial sect. The result is already very clear. The smile on Gu Shenwei's face. Calm as water. Also, I have to clarify one thing. What the spirit martial sect was doing now. It was all for the sake of secrecy. I'm not trying to be your enemy. Even though his methods were quite vile. However, in doing so, I also hope that you can improve the efficiency of your actions. Find the fugitive as soon as possible. I hope all of you will accept my request. Understand it. He hesitated for a moment. He continued, after all. We use power. There wasn't much time left to completely seal off the entire heavenly lost city. Only 10 days were left. 10 days later. This fugitive is likely to leave the city. At that time, he would be sent to the outside world. Look for it again. However, this will be difficult. Yifeng thought about it carefully for a moment. Yi Zichen nodded with a smile. Yes. Gu Nian knew. I will now summarize the rules for the pursuit of fugitives, without disclosing information about the fugitives. Within 10 days. Relying on the team to complete the quest. On the side of the spirit martial sect. The bracelet will be undone. Let everyone go back. In addition, if the chase was successful, survivors will also be rewarded handsomely. My understanding should be correct, right? That's right. Gu Xinwei paused for a moment. Yi Zichen smiled. Yifeng smiled calmly. He paced back and forth a few steps. Then, if he could sign the blood contract, I guarantee that your spiritual martial sect will fulfill the promise. Then I, Yifeng, will. Leading the Celestial Sect of Wonders team. We have officially entered the state where we are chasing fugitives. As far as he was concerned, words have no basis. In black and white, on the normal blood contract. That was more convincing. Yifeng. What kind of joke are you playing? Are you sure? I have to accept this mission. A few people behind him, including Han Yu and Gu Ying, they all wanted to persuade him. Now, do you have any other choices? Yifeng chuckled. Yi Zichen waved his hand. He stared at Gu Xinwei, unwilling to let go. All right. Gu Xinwei smiled happily. He didn't expect that the situation would be so dire. Receiving a party with the highest difficulty. Instead, he did not cower. Yifeng. This was indeed straightforward. No problem. The conclusion of a blood contract means the conclusion of a blood contract. I, Gu Xinwei, can make an exception. After all, I said, the spiritual martial sex methods were quite vicious. But it's always about results. As long as you have the guts to try, the spirit martial sect will become your most reliable backing. When necessary, you can also call me over to help. The two of them had already agreed on this. So, it was left to Yifeng. He took out a blood pact. And I started to write something on it. Looking at Yi Zifeng's technique, it was as if he was an expert. Even Gu Xinwei couldn't help but frown. Yi Zichen looked at him with a bit of surprise. After both sides have signed the contract, Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. All right. Then there's no problem. A glint flashed across his eyes. He threw the blood contract into his magic crystal ring. The cold moon listened angrily. He bit his lower lip. On her delicate skin, flashes of red light appeared. What do you mean there's no problem? What are you going to do in the future? Such a fugitive. Do you have a clue how to catch him? Yifeng chuckled. His eyes turned cold. He lowered his voice and said, if you don't have the slightest clue, do you think that Gu Xinwei? Why would they place such a task in front of them? Leave it to me. Read the fugitive's information again. Let me hear it. As he spoke, he held the bracelet on his left arm. He passed it to Han Yu. You? All right then. Han Yu was slightly stunned. Yi Zichen looked at Yifeng in confusion. No one knew where his confidence came from. However, at this moment, She could only do as he said. He read in a low voice. Zifeng of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The fugitive you matched. Difficulty, level 9, the fugitive's name was Qin Xiao. He was an expert in illusory formations. The pinnacle of the fighter realm. Countless numbers of people had been killed. No matter age. No distinction of any sex. It had once been a joint attack by several masters of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. He had just been captured and sent to prison. And it's also the mastermind behind the escape of the Celestial Prison this time. Han Yu read for a moment. The more he thought about it, the less hope he had. He could not help but shake his head. It's not easy. Zifeng. This man was so powerful. He was the one who planned the escape from the prison. Slippery as a loach. How are we supposed to catch him? When Spirit Shadow had returned earlier, mentioned. This person's strength was equivalent to a master teacher. The more the better. A vicious and merciless evaluation. Now, it seemed. It was likely true. Zifeng smiled. He spoke in a low voice. Han Yue. You know. Gu Shenwei hadn't known me for many days. I don't know much about you. And this time, the disciples that he had brought with him were the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Too weak. In this case. What do you think is the reason Gu Shenwei still assigned to us? In addition. Do you think that Qin Xiao? Why did the high scholar from the Celestial Sect of Wonders join hands? It was suppressed. You mean? Could it be that? Han Yu was startled upon hearing this. He seemed to have thought of something. That's right. It's a very simple principle. Yifeng's expression turned serious. With a solemn expression, he said, that Qin Xiao. Between the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Celestial Sect of Wonders, there was an inextricable relationship. It was even possible that he used to be a member of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487. Chapter 487. Although Zifeng lowered his voice. However, there were still people with sharp ears. Hearing his words, did you hear what Spiritual Master Yi said? The fugitive. It was very possible that it's someone from the Celestial Sect of Wonders. That's right. That would be much easier. We have some knowledge about the martial arts of the Xianmen. Maybe it really was possible. There is a glimmer of hope. The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders who had already given up all hope. It was because of Yifeng's words. A trace of excitement was ignited in his heart. Gu Ying, upon hearing this. He also smiled. Zifeng. Great. Finally, they were able to capture a fugitive. We have a clue. Between her and Zifeng. Has been through a lot of things. He had been planning on getting away from Zifeng. Now, he was gradually accepting the status quo. That's right. If this was true, that's good then. Zifeng replied in a low voice. Gu Ying was startled. Shocked, he said, what? Could it be? That's right. Of course it's just. Zifeng sighed, I lied to them. At this moment, the most urgent problem to solve not how to catch the fugitive. Instead, it was about how to make the people around Zifeng. He dared to attack. If they didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence. That was even, there's no value in being used. Gu Shenwei faintly smiled. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd. All right. He had said everything that needed to be done. Does anyone have any other questions? The words came out. 4. The silence was terrible. Only the sound of the ghost servant's rodent teeth remained. In such a large space, sigh. Star. Regarding the matter of the hunt for 10 days, if there's no problem. Wait a minute. I still have questions. Yifeng raised his hand high. He looked at Gu Xinwei's position with a serious expression. Oh. What do you want to ask? Yifeng. Gu Xinwei looked at Yifeng with interest. Yi Zichen nodded. To indicate that he could speak. Because, generally speaking, normal people would be intimidated by the presence of ghost servants. Very few people. To be able to do so in this kind of tense situation. Asking a question. What I want to ask is, if there was a team. If you accidentally catch a fugitive from another team. Then, the reward. Whose should it be? Gu Xinwei was stunned for a moment. Yi Zichen smiled meaningfully and said, to prevent strife. It was still set to. Equally divided. Many thanks. Yifeng was silent for a moment. Then he smiled and raised his head. Any other questions? If not. His fingers were like spring onions. He pointed to the door and said, all right then. The ghost servant. See the guests out. As the sound of his voice faded, silver light flashed in the eyes of the ghost servants. He put the swords back into the sheath one by one. The joints of the fingers were extremely stiff. Stand in 2 rows. It let out a strange ZZ sound. They stood in 2 rows. He raised his arm slightly. They seemed to be really seeing everyone off. Upon seeing such a strange scene, everyone really wished they could escape from this damned place immediately. Let's go. Hurry up. That's right. In this gloomy place. I really can't stay a moment longer. They exchanged glances. He hurriedly ran outside. During this process, Gu Xinwei's voice kept echoing. I hope everyone is thinking for themselves. Do not divulge any information about the spiritual martial force. It's good for everyone. 10 days later. I hope it's still here. We can once again see everyone. He faced the back of the crowd. Yi Zichen closed his eyes. His gaze was incredibly deep. The door opened. The light was bright after an unknown period of time. Hello. The ghost servant. We can put the black cloth over our eyes. Take it off. Ghost servant. Are you deaf? Did you hear it or not? Lingfeng City's High Dongqian was an impatient person. He couldn't hold it in. In that case, then I will have to do it myself. He saw that the other party didn't reply for a long time. He covered his eyes with a piece of black cloth. He took it away. However, behind them, where was the shadow of the ghost servant? A cool breeze blew. It came from the sky. Blow on everyone's heart. Piercing cold. So that's how it is, to prevent us from memorizing the road. Therefore, in addition, he added a random teleportation array. To confuse our senses. Yifeng seemed to understand something and nodded. Han Yu was slightly stunned. Her clear eyes held a trace of disbelief. He whispered, "It can't be." After walking for such a long time, he was still blindfolded. Could it be that and it's going to be a way to get to the bottom of things? Memorize all of them. Yiwen smiled as if he understood something. No comment. An organization has to keep a secret. One cannot rely solely on the efforts of those in power. It would also require a subordinate. Possess considerable quality. Apparently, the spirit martial sect had a lot of people possessing this kind of overall strength. And then he took off the black cloth from his eyes. His expression gradually turned solemn. Let's not talk about this first. Look around. In front of Zifeng's eyes, smoke rose in spirals out of the roof. Looking around, what came into view was a remote village. Hai Dongchen and his group of friends from the piercing wind city stood behind him. He took a few more steps forward, standing on a small hill. Oh my God, what kind of place was this? Heavenly Dao City. Is there such a place? Maybe there is. Look at how remote this place is. As usual, it's not like we can come here. That's right. Dongchen, you give me a suggestion. We are now. Where should we go? Everyone whispered to each other. In his expression, there was an indescribable fear in his heart. Ha ha. Don't worry. This level 4 mission of ours, in every sense of the word, it is indeed quite simple. He paused for a moment. He pointed at the black bracelet. Look. On the bracelet has given us our path to the enemy. Now, just follow this route. Chase after him. Ha! So good. This goal. It seems like it's not far from here. As he spoke, his eyes had suddenly doubled in size. His originally calm voice rang out. It began to show an indescribable excitement. Oh. I saw it too. Perfect. The fugitive was really not far from here. It seems like a pie has fallen from the sky. The rest of the people in the piercing wind city. He looked down at his bracelet. He was surprised and happy as well. The difficulty of each level. According to the spirit martial sect's experience in finding criminals, a prisoner of the 4th level of difficulty. Although it was said that it was relatively easy to capture. However, that they could be so lucky. In such a short time. Find out where he's staying. He was extremely lucky. After all, if a person really did hide away, it was quite troublesome to search for him. Then what are we waiting for? Everyone, get ready. Together with me, we'll rush in and capture him. Hai Dongchen laughed heartily. Yi Zichen shouted. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Wait a moment. We'll go with him. All of you." Hai Dongchen and the other people of the piercing wind city. He had only taken a few steps. He then stopped on the spot. Yi Zichen turned his head with suspicion. Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen with a deep look. You are yours. We belong to us. Each of them. Well, we shouldn't meddle in other people's business. A young man from the piercing wind city. He directly blurted out. Hai Dongchen was the leader among them. Yi Zichen also frowned. That's right. What do you want Yifeng to do? Could it be? Look at your level 9 missions. He wasn't sure if he would be able to succeed. So, if you want to take advantage of us, let's split our rewards evenly. It was a rare good thing that had happened to him. How could he be willing to share it with an outsider? To damage one's own interests. Yifeng shook his head. A group of fugitives escaped from prison. Not necessarily alone. Maybe you're with a fugitive. There were also fugitives of the 9th rank. If he met such an expert. Aren't you afraid? So, the group will be wiped out. Yifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. It was as if he was narrating the simplest and most ordinary of matters. You're scaring us. Yifeng's words. It was like a bucket of cold water. He then looked at Hai Dongchen and the others' heads. He poured it all over her. It's not a scare. It's just advice. Yifeng stared into the other person's eyes. When Hai Dongchen heard this, he was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Zichen sneered. Oof. I was almost tricked by you. The people from your celestial sect of wonders. He hadn't even spoken yet. It's your turn. As he spoke. Inadvertently. However, there was someone behind him. He abruptly pulled on his clothes. He couldn't help but frown. He was annoyed that the other party had interrupted him. After a few more tries, he was finally unable to hold back any longer. He turned around angrily. He glared at the man. He whispered, "Oldly, why did you pull me along?" "Brother Dongchen. I heard that Zifeng." He had already become a true disciple of Celestial Sect of Wonders. Right now in their team. Apart from Master Qin. The only person alive. That's him. The man who was called Oldly. Yi Zichen smiled wryly. He moved closer to Hai Dongchen's ear. It can't be. You told me. Wasn't he an exchange student? When did it start? He actually became an existence on the level of a real person. This is my fault. It was also just a moment ago that when he was sitting with the people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, I heard them talk about it. At first, Hai Dongchen didn't pay much attention to it. After listening to Old Li's speech, from head to toe, as if he had been struck by a giant bell. In his mind, buzz. Old Li had practiced martial arts with him for so many years. He had never lied to anyone before. His words? Of course. Could it be? You mean? I should have called him instead. Taoist Master Yi. Old Li helplessly sighed, I shouldn't have. It was necessary. We have to train hard. Didn't he also want to find an opportunity to open the path in the future? So he could enter the Celestial Gate. I can't afford to offend anyone. The pursuit of fugitives. Reward received is a short-term benefit. And the future of the Celestial Sect of Wonders is a long-term benefit. Hai Dongchen took a deep breath. He sighed. He hesitated for a moment. His expression was extremely ugly. Fine. Yi. Spiritual Master Yi. You just said. If you want to follow me. All right. Then follow me. Of course. Please don't take any action against our prey. Hearing Hai Dongchen call him Master Yi instead. Needless to say, Yifeng also knew that. Just what kind of change had happened in his heart? Relax. Yifeng slightly nodded. A smile appeared on his face. I know what I'm doing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488. Chapter 488. Look, Yi. Spiritual Master Yi, according to the prompt, the location of that fugitive should be in this small village. Hai Dongchen looked at the bracelet he was wearing, then raised his head and pointed ahead. As he looked around, he saw rows upon rows of people's houses. Smoke was coming out of the houses, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Ugh, I know. Yifeng's reply was simple and clear. Taoist Master Yi, what are you doing? Yifeng looked at the scenery in front of him meaningfully. He squatted down and touched the soil on the ground. Then, he started to wander around the edge of the field and observed the surrounding topography. After a while, he even walked to the back of a withered tree and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Old Li chuckled and said, "Brother Dongqian, don't bother with Taoist Master Yi. Let him take it easy." Alright. After that, Hai Dongqian no longer cared about Yi Zifeng and looked towards where Hua Tianli was. Hey, it's one thing for spiritual Master Yi and the others to follow us. Hua Tianli, why are you people from Copper Fire City here? A trace of displeasure appeared on Hai Dongqian's face. Don't worry, we will come over to take a look at the situation and we will absolutely not make a move to steal your prey. Hua Tianli forced out a smile before cupping his hands and bowing. You'd better not play any tricks on me. Otherwise, I will definitely let you guys taste my power. Hai Dongqian unhappily glared at them. Then, he turned around and changed his expression. Taoist Master Yi, it's about time. Why don't you give us an idea or let us finish the mission ourselves, he said amiably with a hint of hope in his eyes. If he had the chance to complete the mission by himself, he still hoped that he would be able to obtain this reward. Yifeng squinted and walked a few more steps before suddenly stopping. No, wait a moment. What? He said with a stern expression, someone has set up a special formation to capture the enemy. If you enter now, you will only alert the enemy. A formation has been set up here. Hai Dongqian and the rest of the people behind him exchanged glances, and looked at Yifeng in astonishment. As he spoke, he followed Yifeng's footsteps and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. He carefully probed the spiritual qi and felt the fluctuations of the surrounding spirit patterns. He then looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Where did I set up the formation? It can't be. Taoist Master Yi, why is it that I can't feel even the slightest fluctuation of formation spirit patterns? Just because you don't feel anything doesn't mean that the formation doesn't exist. Yifeng's expression was slightly serious as he pointed at a withered tree at the side of the road. The core of the formation is hidden in this hollow tree. If you don't believe me, you can open it. He paused for a moment before continuing, but that way, it will be easier to alert them. I advise you not to do so. Yifeng's words could not be verified. Because, no matter who it was, no one wanted to take responsibility for the enemy's escape. If Hai Dongqian didn't listen to Yifeng's words, then he would have charged in just by relying on his courage. But now, when he heard these words, he felt a knot in his heart. He had raised his strength several times, but he had always hesitated. What should I do? I've chased them all the way here, and they're just looking at the fugitives in front of me, and they're not going to capture me? Of course not. Yifeng muttered to himself for a moment and pondered carefully. Then, he raised his head and said solemnly, You can use your own methods to hunt them down, but before that, give us some time to surround them from behind. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly became sharp. When Hai Dongqian heard this, his eyes lit up. He looked at Yi Zifeng meaningfully. So that's the case. I understand what you mean. You are planning on using a coordinated approach to attack from both sides. With our feint and your ambush, we will capture the fugitive in one fell swoop. He hesitated for a moment and said with concentration, That's right. This method is not bad. Then, how long will it take? As a way to drive the enemy away and enter the cage, Hai Dongqian and the rest were naturally of value. Yifeng thought for a while and immediately replied, In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, let's make some preparations and you will begin to move. All right. Hai Dongqian laughed heartily. He had always felt that Yifeng had some unique qualities up his sleeves. Now that he had received his reminder, he admired his decisive style of action even more. That's great. Thanks to Spiritual Master Yi's kind reminder this time. If it really is a success, then sharing the reward equally is only natural. Now, he had finally thought things through. After all, if they had not been carefully observed by Yifeng, if they had approached him like this, he might really have had the problem of alerting the enemy. He would have wasted this opportunity and allowed the enemy to escape. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Honestly speaking, the reward for a fugitive of the 4th rank was not enough to move him. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that there was a special formation at the outer edge of the village, perhaps Hai Dongqian and the others would have really given it a try. Let's not talk about this for now. I have another idea on my side. Old Li chuckled and answered on Hai Dongqian's behalf, Taoist Master Yi, don't be polite. If you have anything to say, just say it. Hai Dongqian helplessly looked at Old Li, but he couldn't say anything. He could only look at Yifeng with a puzzled expression, as if he was lost in thought. Yifeng nodded with a serious expression. A light flashed across his eyes. Your towering Wind City has around 30 people. Can you exchange them with our celestial sect of wonders? This way, it would also be convenient for us to exchange information with each other on spirit paper. Hearing Yifeng's suggestion, Hai Dongqian didn't particularly reject it. After all, Yifeng was talking about an exchange, and not just sending someone to Yifeng. Therefore, to the two, the conditions were equal. Yifeng's words did not seem like he was going to take advantage of them. Okay, no problem. Since we are working together and attacking from both sides, we should have someone to meet up with. Hai Dongqian muttered to himself for a moment, then looked behind him and pointed, Lu Chao, you should go and help them, . Brother Dongqian, Lu Chao was the person who had provoked Gu Xinwei earlier and was poisoned by the black bracelet in the end, the person who had almost fainted. If I tell you to go, then go. Don't give me any ink. A complicated expression appeared on Lu Chao's face. It was clear that he had yet to recover from the corrosion from the black bracelet poison. Taoist Master Yi, I'll send Lu Chao to you, no problem. If that's not possible, why don't I change it? Hai Dongqian said. Yifeng smiled, don't worry, little brother Lu Chao, the poison in his body has disappeared quite quickly. My requirements are very low, as long as it does not affect his walking and running, it will be fine. He stopped for a moment, turned around, and looked at Hanyu. Hanyu, go join them, . A look of disbelief flashed through Hanyu's eyes. However, she carefully thought about it, due to the Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow's special status, they couldn't become disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. As for the others, they weren't familiar with Yifeng, so some things couldn't be said explicitly. So, she had unknowingly become the inevitable candidate to interact with Yifeng. To have such a beauty join our ranks, this time, it is going to be a great change. Hai Dongqian's eyes lit up. When he saw that the person Yifeng wanted to trade with was Hanyu, a smile immediately appeared on his handsome face. Hanyu, I'll give you this stack of spirit papers. There's a pill inside the stack of paper. If you encounter any danger, take it as soon as you can, understand? Yifeng stared at Hanyu and lowered his voice as he spoke the last half sentence. Okay. Hanyu's expression was slightly doubtful as he received the spirit paper. Her words were firm, but in her heart, she was still a bit uncertain. She didn't know what kind of situation Yifeng was in due to the danger he was talking about. Then that's enough. Yifeng cupped his fists together and growled, Hai Dongqian, I will set out to flank you all. You guys should calculate the time. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, we will officially begin the hunt. Time seemed to flash by in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the village, by the side of a small pond, the four warriors sat around the pool. Ding, ding. Waves of clear and melodious sounds rang in the ears of these people. Not good. Someone has come with ill intentions. A group of over 20 cultivators. I'm afraid, 99% of them have come to hunt us down. That's right, there are so many of them, it seems that the Spirit Martial sect is serious now. Brother Feng, let's escape quickly. The man called Big Brother Feng gradually frowned. He raised his head and glared at the two of them unhappily. What are you all in such a rush to run away for, to reincarnate? The words that the Qin Palace had previously given us were all thrown to your ears. If you knew earlier, when we escaped the prison, if it wasn't for the fact that your technique was useful, you wouldn't have been cumbersome. Hearing the two words Qin Shi Hall, the expressions of the two youths opposite him almost simultaneously changed. Sorry, we were too excited. They pursed their lips in embarrassment and looked at each other helplessly. Feng Mo paused for a moment, and then said with a serious face, Okay, I don't blame you guys, who told you guys to be young, but now 3 things, quickly use your respective cultivation techniques to quickly find out, first, the strength of the people, whether they can match us, second, whether there is anyone blocking the exit, planning to coordinate with us, and third, that. What's the third one? The two teenagers were stunned for a moment before asking almost in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489. Chapter 489. Thirdly, if anything strange happens, we must notify the Qin Palace as soon as possible. Feng Mo scanned the other 3 with a solemn expression before turning his gaze towards the distance. If you understand, then don't just stand there. Hurry up and do it. Yes. The 3 youths obediently complied, then they hurriedly got up. Yifeng, hey, did you hear that? The demon fox frowned. There was a trace of anger in her expression. Yifeng muttered to himself and closed his eyes. He was using his soul talent to check for any unusual movements in his surroundings. Yifeng. Seeing that Qi Zimo still did not give him any response, the demon fox's pretty face had a sullen expression. She immediately stopped and shouted in a stern voice. Demon fox, what is it? Also, speak a bit softly, perhaps others will hear it. Yifeng slightly frowned and opened his starry eyes. Why are you asking me? Why aren't you obediently guarding the exit and coming into this village? The demon fox's heart trembled. She frowned and looked at Yifeng with a rebuking expression. The safety of Yifeng was related to the demon fox's life. Naturally, she was very concerned about it. And now, Yifeng had actually abandoned the group and entered the village by himself. How could she not be worried? The reason I came in was, of course, to ensure the capture of the fugitive. Yifeng smiled calmly. You have to know, it's a double-sided pincer attack. Anyone with a little bit of brains can think of it. So, the key is, there is a change in the pincer attack. A look of doubt flashed across the demon fox's eyes. Change? Don't tell me that you and I can think of something? Yifeng smiled. It's not just the two of us. Isn't there him here? His gaze then fell upon Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao was stunned by these words. He was half a day old and could not recover in time. He pointed at himself, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment before he forced out a smile. Brother Yi. Is there something wrong with you? As a martial arts cultivator, my level is very low and I am only at the 3rd level of martial disciple. I am afraid that I will not be of much use. Don't worry, it's not like I'm asking you to fight. You just need to keep in touch with Hai Dongqian from beginning to end. In addition, leave the contents of each spirit paper to me to answer, no problem? Yifeng smiled for a moment, and the light in his eyes slowly faded. His expression also became serious. You? Lu Qiao was stunned for a moment. He looked deeply into Yifeng's hawk-like eyes and took a step back in panic. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. After all, he wasn't familiar with Yifeng, so he didn't know what the other party would do. Don't be so nervous. It's not like I'm asking you to sell out your friends. However, this way, when chasing the fugitive, you can have more confidence. Isn't it good? He paused for a moment. With an indifferent smile, he stretched out his hand towards the bridge, as if he was asking for something. Okay, take it. Taoist Master Yi, the corner of Lu Chao's mouth twitched. He finally understood. Yi Feng had brought him out by himself. This was probably something that he had thought of from the beginning, coercion. However, the person in front of him, whether it was Yi Feng or the demon fox, they were both not good people. If he didn't give the spirit paper to Yi Feng, who knows what might happen to Lu Chao? Alright then, we'll rely on Taoist Master Yi to make the decision. Lu Chao gave a helpless smile and nodded his head. Due to the poison from the black bracelet earlier, he had been tormented to the point that it was almost suffocating. Right now, the shadow in his heart had not yet disappeared, so how would he dare to make an enemy out of Yi Feng? Moments later, Yi Feng received a stack of spirit paper from Lu Chao, and immediately began writing the first one. The demon fox moved closer, her beautiful face had a look of doubt. Yi Feng, don't mask your words. Let me take a look as well. After Yi Feng finished writing, he ignited a blood-red flame from his hand, completely burning the spirit paper to ashes. There was no time for the demon fox to even look at the calligraphy. Stingy. The demon fox slightly frowned. Her beautiful eyes opened wide as she glared at Yi Feng in annoyance. Yi Feng smiled calmly. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just told him to stay at the entrance for a bit longer. Let me make some preparations. As he spoke, he took out the materials from the magic crystal ring and set up the array. Smoke continuously wafted out. Bastard brat, that Lu Chao, that Yi Feng, he really pisses me off. Haidongqian's steps were smooth and he did not stop for even a moment while he was on the way. What's wrong, brother Dongqian? What happened? Old Li was stunned when he heard that. He exchanged a few glances with the others before deeply looking at Haidongqian without letting go. Take a look at how it's written. Haidongqian let out a long sigh of relief, his fingers tapped on the shimmering spirit paper, making sizzling sounds. Old Li suspiciously looked at Haidongqian as he took the spirit paper and carefully examined it. Haidongqian sighed and explained, Lu Chao said on the spirit paper that he wants us to slow down a little because the road is far and they haven't reached the exit yet. We haven't reached the exit yet. What should we do? We've already rushed in, Old Li blurted out subconsciously. As far as Haidongqian and the rest were concerned, once they began to alert the enemy, there would no longer be a need for them to stop. However, for the time being, they had not even formed a good net. Once the snake ran away, it would be difficult to catch it again. Haidongqian hesitated for a moment, paced a few steps, and gritted his teeth. What else can we do? If our opponent shows up now and drags him down, try to buy as much time as possible. If he doesn't show up now, we have to wait for news from Lu Chao. He was afraid that he would chase after him and force him into a corner. He was afraid that he would slip through the net and escape. After a while, it passed in a flash. Brother Feng, according to your orders, we will do as you say, but. So, tell me, how is it? Feng Yamo stared at the three youths with a profound look. The three Han youngsters were the three brothers. Each of them possessed abilities that were far superior to that of an ordinary person. As the eldest of the three, Han Shuang cupped his hands and seriously said, Let me answer the first question you said before. There were a total of 30 people who chased into the village, and most of them were martial disciples. One of them was a martial disciple, and he should be a low-ranked martial disciple. There's only one low-level martial artist. If they're the only ones here, we can barely fight them. Feng Yamo thought for a moment. Hearing this, his expression didn't change much and was very normal. If the spiritual martial sect had really sent people of this level to capture him, then he wouldn't have to hide like this all the time. Handy shook his head, Big Brother Feng, then let me answer the second question you asked before. Not only them, but I've also used my archenemy cultivation technique to probe the exit. It seems like there are people lying in ambush here, and the number of people should not be less than 20. Oh, there are at least 20 at the exit. With such a large sum of money, the Spirit Martial sect has always been short on people. Since when have they been able to move so many people at once? Feng Mo's eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, his face turned serious as he continued. Then the third question is, after you tell the Qin Palace about the situation, did he explain anything? Qin Shihao, Han Su was the youngest among the 3 brothers of the Han family. At this moment, he deeply frowned and sighed. Hurry up and tell me, what are you hesitating for? Do you think it's time to have some tea? Feng Yimo blared fiercely at Han Su. Han Su stuck out his tongue and had no choice but to reply. The Qin Palace said that after we were released from prison, we could control our own lives. It has nothing to do with him anymore. Out of consideration for the past, he helped us one last time. What, for the last time? The corner of Feng Mo's mouth twitched. His face was full of anger. Han Su, you little bastard. If you dare to spout nonsense, do you believe that I will smash your tongue? Han Su was so scared that her face turned a bit pale. Brother Feng, what I said is absolutely true. That is what the Qin Palace said. You know I'm timid, but even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to joke with you, Brother Feng. As he spoke, his knees were shaking, and he felt unsteady on his feet. This. Feng Mo deeply furrowed his brows. In a flash, he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate and sighed. Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. In that case, how does the Qin Palace plan to help us the last time they speak? Han Su swallowed his saliva and said with a forced smile. He said that before he left, he had already helped us, but... Feng Mo was stunned as he looked at the other party doubtfully. What do you mean? Just as he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly came to his senses. Could it be? I understand. It's a formation, right? Han Li smiled apologetically with an old face. That's right, through this formation, not only can I detect whether or not there are enemies entering, I can also use it to harm the enemy. More importantly, the Qin Palace already taught me how to control this formation just now. Hearing this, Feng Mo's eyes shone brightly. Good, then that's good. This time, the spiritual martial sect has sent so many people to surround and annihilate us. As long as we endure this, it will be enough for us to be carefree for a while. We will do as the Qin Palace has said. I will protect you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490. Chapter 490. Countless amounts of spiritual energy turned into black light. They surrounded Yi Zifeng like a dense net from the sky. Say Ji, how is it? In such a short time, you hastily made an array formation. Is it really useful? Lu Chao silently watched on the side, secretly having a trace of doubt towards Zifeng. Judging from his intuition, such a strange formation was not used to harm the enemy. Since you doubt it, why don't you test its power? Leaftip closed his eyes and said with a smile. This. Lu Chao was startled for a moment, and his face revealed a bitter smile. Or. Forget it. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes with a solemn look on his face. Then don't waste time, hurry up and get ready to move. Okay, I'll go inform Brother Dongchen right now. Lu Chao's heart turned cold. Yifeng shook his head. There's no need. I've already told him about this. What? I've already told him. Lu Chao's expression froze. He looked deeply at Yifeng, and unintentionally, he caught a glimpse of Yifeng's hand. Yifeng's finger emitted blood-red flames, which flickered between bright and dim, along with some sparks and bits of paper. He had just burnt the spirit paper to ashes. Obviously, the information written on it had also reached Hai Dongchen's side. So that's how it is. No wonder Taoist Master Yi wanted to bring me out by himself. You must have thought everything through at that time. Lu Qiao was stunned for a moment. With a bitter smile on his face, he could only sigh. After he was left alone, he had become the plaything of Zifeng and the demon fox. Besides that, there's one more important thing I need to do right now. Yi Si gazed at the bridge. Spiritual Master Yi, what else do you want? Lu Qiao's face was a little ugly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Yifeng said seriously, show me your black bracelet. I need to understand more about the enemy. This way, I can adjust my tactics to the greatest extent. Hearing this, Lu Qiao's expression suddenly changed. No. Yi Si paused for a moment before smiling. Demon Fox, if he's not willing, help me hold him down. A formation is dead, a man is alive. In order to effectively capture the enemy, it is necessary to change the formation according to the local conditions. As for the means involved, the benevolent sees the wise. Haidongchen paced back and forth, his face filled with impatience. At this time, Yifeng and the others still haven't made a sound. Old Li advised sincerely, Brother Dongchen, don't be too anxious. Since we've waited until now, let's treat this as giving Yifeng face. He is still a spiritual master of the celestial sect of wonders, it's not appropriate for him to be hostile. Right at this moment. It's here. The glimmer of light in Haidongchen's arms startled him. He quickly pulled out the spirit paper and carefully examined it. After a moment, his face lit up. That's great, Lu Qiao wrote it on the spirit paper. Yifeng and the others have already reached the exit and are waiting for us to act. Old Li also laughed out loud and stroked his beard. Alright, everyone heard what Brother Dongchen said. What are we waiting for? We need to rush into the village and rush the fugitives towards the exit. Let's go. Haidongchen waved his hand and took the lead. He had been waiting for so long. He had been holding back his anger, and was just worrying that he had nowhere to vent it on. Now that he had the chance, he aggressively rushed towards the village. Seeing Haidongchen so excited, how could the people behind him still be willing to stop? They no longer restrained their killing intent as they charged forward with him. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. They've finally charged into the formation. Big Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. When are we going to make a move? Han Su suddenly raised his head. There was a trace of panic and excitement in his voice. Phonimo laughed coldly, of course, now is the time. Let them take a good look at the formation left behind by the Qin Palace. Understood, Han Su nodded with concentration. As his voice faded, he began to control the formation according to what Qin Shao had taught him. In a small village. Among the groups of people, some were sunbathing while others were growing fields. The atmosphere was quite peaceful. However, because of the arrival of Haidongchen and the others, this atmosphere had been completely broken. Upon seeing Haidongchen, a trace of terror clearly appeared on their slightly honest faces. You? What are you guys doing here? An old man with a white beard and eyebrows walked over slowly while leaning on a walking stick. This village had always been a rarity. Now that the people inside had suddenly seen so many outsiders, they were naturally shocked. They thought something big had happened. Haidongchen did not answer their questions. Instead, he looked around and gradually frowned. He raised his head and looked at the people behind him. How was it? Did you find anything after searching for a while? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No, Brother Dongchen. I don't see anything strange over there. I didn't either. Maybe the message from the black bracelet was wrong. Who knows, they might have already run away. Hearing the words already ran away, Haidongchen's heart skipped a beat. If that was really the case, then he had to blame Yifeng and the others for being too slow. No, we shouldn't run away so quickly. Everyone, don't relax. Keep searching. Be more careful, because the fugitives might be among these commoners. Okay. Everyone replied in unison. As they searched, they looked at the ordinary people with even more unfriendly eyes. Han Yu watched all of this with boredom and stood to the side. Her strength was more than a level higher than Lu Qiao, and she was also a woman. Therefore, Hai Dongqian and the rest didn't do anything to her. As for what she wanted to do, it was up to her. At this moment, she was rapidly writing a message on the spirit paper. Yifeng, we've searched for him and we haven't been able to find him for the time being. It seems like there's been no movements. No, wait. Han Yue, is something the matter? When Yifeng saw this, he quickly asked. Yeah, Yifeng, wait a moment. At the same time, Yifeng combined the information on the black bracelet and analyzed it. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly, not good. Suddenly. When Han Yu raised her head again, she saw Hai Dongqian staring fixedly at a young man, as if he had noticed something amiss. Soon after, Hai Dongqian gave the others a meaningful glance, and the rest of them, seeing the situation, followed him one by one. With large strides, they surrounded the young man in a half circle. He saw that the young man was completely hidden in the shadows. His head was lowered as if he had not noticed anything. He looked a little stiff. Turn around and let me see your face. Hai Dongqian's voice was as deep as a bell, penetrating the youth's heart. Old Li then shouted, hurry up, otherwise, you will be deemed to be in the same group as the fugitive. However, even after hearing the word fugitive, the other side still did not respond. Seeing this scene, Hai Dongqian, Old Li, and the others looked at each other with a meaningful look in their eyes. Hey, did you hear me? I told you to turn around. Hai Dongqian had been angered by Yifeng, so how could he care about anything else? He strode over to the teenager's side, grabbed his shoulder and pulled. However, almost at the same time, Hai Dongqian realized that something was wrong, and his expression changed. From the mouth of the youth in front of him, there was the sound of something being chewed on. His eyes lost focus and his eyes revealed an indescribable aura of death. What was even worse was that in the next moment, the youth suddenly took out a dagger from his bosom and fiercely stabbed at Hai Dongqian's heart. Ghost servant. Hai Dongqian's mouth was slightly agape. In a hurry, he quickly stretched out his hand to block the incoming attack. Shwa! A long scratch appeared on Hai Dongqian's arm as blood droplets fell to the ground. Under the pain, he hurriedly retreated a few steps and this young man was like a shadow that followed closely behind. Fortunately, Hai Dongqian's spirit energy was rich and he had a lot of experience. After being injured, he was able to treat it in time. He did not injure any muscles or bones, and did not hinder his future actions. As a result, after getting a chance to breathe, he waved his palm, forcing the youth to retreat. His other hand reached into his spatial ring, and his snow-white broadsword flew out, fiercely clashing with the youth's dagger and emitting a clanging sound. It was true that the youth had taken more than 7 steps back, but he had still managed to force Hai Dongqian to take 2 steps back. Once you get a distance, you get a gap. The others around Hai Dongqian quickly helped out as several sharp swords simultaneously pierced the youth's chest. Blood rained from the sky as the youth fell to the ground. Brother Dongqian, are you alright? Are you hurt? A group of people quickly surrounded him with concerned expressions. Hai Dongqian was a man with a bit of nerves, but he had always placed a high value on brotherly ties. Thus, among the students in the Piercing Wind City, he had a good relationship with people. Cough cough, I don't care. But what happened just now? How could there be a ghost servant here? Hai Dongqian spat out a mouthful of blood and pushed the crowd away. He looked at the ghost servant lying on the ground with a strange expression as he carefully thought about it. Not good, brother Dongqian, look around, Old Li blurted out. What happened? Hai Dongqian replied with a trace of impatience. Because he hated people who interrupted him while he was thinking. He scanned his surroundings, and his expression immediately changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491. Chapter 491. Waves of eerie wind, deep into the bone marrow in the solemn atmosphere, as far as the eye could see. The ordinary person from before, regardless of his age, had suddenly lowered his head just like the youth from before. His expression was sluggish, as if he had become a ghost servant. In that instant, the entire world was filled with brilliant light, as well as plants and vegetation. So many ghost servants. Oh my God, what is going on? It's obvious that he's only a fugitive of the 4th rank. Old Li's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly took a few steps back until he reached Hai Dongqian. His body staggered, and he almost collided with Hai Dongqian. Hai Dongqian's face was calm as he extended a large hand to help him steady himself. Old Li, things have already come to this. If you're a man, then show some vigor. Don't shrink back. Let Zifeng see a joke for no reason. He paused for a moment before replying seriously. Everyone, listen carefully. The ghost servant is here. That fugitive is definitely not far from here. Follow behind me and fight our way out together. All right. Everyone looked at each other in unison. Although they were still afraid, they nodded their heads deeply. After all, this was not the first time they had met a ghost servant. Hai Dongqian took a deep breath and channeled all his energy. Countless arcs of electricity and flame shot out, striking the ghost servant closest to him. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The ghost servant was struck in the chest and a terrifying bloody hole formed. He howled miserably and fell to the ground. His expression was miserable as he began to roll left and right. Hai Dongqian's expression was cold and detached. He was just about to use his palm and finish him off. Don't kill me. You cultivators, how can you just kill people like you? Do you still have any laws in your eyes? The middle-aged man who was hit by Hai Dongqian's attack seemed to have recovered his consciousness as he cursed. He gasped continuously between his teeth. It was obvious that he was in great pain. You've recovered. What kind of recovery? I've always been like this. The middle-aged man looked at him snappily. When Hai Dongqian heard this, he was stunned. His large hand stopped in the air and did not descend again. Naturally, he would take action against these ghost servants who threatened his life. However, these villagers were innocent, so he couldn't find a reason to do so. Thus, he frowned and finally put down his big hand. However, in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man froze. His eyes were as cold as a knife. He fiercely pointed his finger towards Hai Dongqian's protective armor. It went all the way to his heart. Bastard! Finally, when the middle-aged man's protective Zhenqi layer had been broken, from Hai Dongqian's perspective, he had reacted extremely quickly. Hai Dongqian's saber light flashed and a vigorous energy surged out, striking the middle-aged man in the chest. The latter was straightforward and flew straight out like a bundle of straw, landing heavily on the ground. Pfft! A mouthful of blood flew out from Hai Dongqian's mouth. Mother Fasterus Kerr, he actually injured me. However, just as he sent one of them flying, the other ghost servants by his side surrounded him like a swarm of swarms, surrounding him tightly. A bunch of fellows who seek fault with their own bad intentions. They were kind enough to let you off, but they actually dared to lay their hands on me. Hai Dongqian had just walked through the gates of hell, and naturally got angry from embarrassment. Do it! He is heartless and unjust to me. Surround them and kill them all. The rest of the people naturally obeyed. After exchanging glances with each other, they all rushed forward one after another. They faced these ghost servants without showing any mercy and directly attacked viciously. Even if they didn't kill them, they had the thought of crippling their opponents. Wait a moment, don't do this. After Han Yu finished reading the message sent by Yi Zifeng, her expression changed. She then kicked the head of a ghost servant, appearing in Hai Dongqian's line of sight. What, you want to stop me by yourself? Hai Dongqian raised his head and snorted heavily. He was currently angry. How could he care about Taoist Master Yi's face? Facing Han Yu, he naturally revealed his original attitude. Han Yu laughed coldly. Do you think I wanted to remind you that I was the one who gave him face after Yifeng asked me to do so? Otherwise, at the moment you were all blown to death by the ghost servants, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know how you died. Hai Dongqian was already moving out, and upon hearing Han Yu's words, he was incomparably shocked. As he launched the attacks from the two ghost servants, he leapt high into the air, taking a breather. What do you mean exploding to death? It means literally that a ghost servant could be detonated by someone. Hai Dongqian's expression was sluggish as he looked at the other party in confusion. He thought to himself, how could this woman know so much about ghost servants? When he turned back to look at these ghost servants, he felt a faint trace of fear. You made me feel suspicious. What the hell are you talking about? However, he didn't dare to kill these ghost servants when he heard this. He was afraid that they would self-destruct, so he could only kick these ghost servants away and try his best to keep them as far away from him as possible. Alright, if you don't believe me, then just take it as me. I'm really talking nonsense. Han Yu coldly smiled as she shrugged her shoulders, displaying an indifferent attitude. You? Hai Dongqian frowned and fiercely gritted his teeth as he thought over Han Yu's words. Then, he gradually calmed down. While they were talking, Hai Dongqian flicked his finger twice, and air currents shot out. The two ghost servants, one on the left and one on the right, were pushed away from his side. Han Yu said leisurely, also, Yifeng told me that it is very possible that the fugitive will escape while we are fighting with the ghost servant. He told us to be more vigilant. When Hai Dongqian heard this, he finally understood the real intention of Han Yu's reminder. He also stepped on the ghost servant's shoulder and rushed out of the encirclement. At the same time, Han Yu suddenly raised his head, a glint flashed across his eyes. Look over there, someone just went over there. They're still moving under such circumstances. Who knows, they might even be the so-called fugitives. Then what are you waiting for? Chase after him. Hai Dongqian clicked his tongue and almost blurted out. There's no need to rush, they're heading in the direction of Yifeng, Han Yu said with a smile as she kept all the spirit papers. It can't be. Hai Dongqian was a little confused and asked, but over there, it shouldn't be the exit position. Huff, huff. After all, the three youths of the Han family were still young, and they were gasping for air. They had some strength that could not be expended. What should we do? That woman just now, how come her senses are so sharp? Yeah, we've clearly already used our array formation and transformed so many ghost servants in an attempt to confuse them. I never thought that this woman would actually remain unmoved. Maybe not. I just saw her glance at us. Maybe she didn't think too much about it. Feng Mo's expression was solemn as he shook his head. Hey, you three little brats. Don't think too highly of the situation. There are some things that you would rather believe in than not. When you run away, you should be more careful. Yes, Big Brother Feng, the three of them nodded in unison. Their expressions were solemn. After all, since they were able to escape from the heaven prison of the spirit martial sect, Feng Mo and Qin Shao had an irrevocable role to play. Thus, they naturally bowed to Feng Mo's words. Wait, something's not right. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He looked into the distance, and his eyes narrowed into a line. What's wrong? Didn't you say that Han Yue has already notified you and that the fugitives are rushing towards us? Isn't that a good thing? The demon fox's pretty face revealed an expression of surprise as she stared at the other party without letting go. Of course, that's a good thing. They will definitely pass by here, but the problem is, Yifeng looked deeply at Lu Chao and saw that he was lying on the ground. His clothes were slightly tattered and the corner of his mouth was twitching. It was unknown what he was muttering about, but he seemed to be in low spirits. Do you still remember the information on Lu Chao's black bracelet? Oh, Yifeng, don't tell me you think there's something wrong with that message. The demon fox's big, watery eyes seemed to have understood something. That's right, Yifeng nodded as if he had a deeper meaning. Demon Fox was slightly stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "Let me think. The fugitive Feng Mo specializes in sword arts, and he has 3 disciples at the 7th level of the martial disciple stage." I understand. Are you saying that there is a certain degree of uncertainty because the information about those 3 disciples was not given to you? The ability of these 3 disciples is a doubtful point, but I don't think there's too much of a problem. Yifeng paused for a moment. His expression became serious. Why do you think the information on this black bracelet says that Feng Mo is good at sword techniques, but does not mention anything about how he knows formations? The demon fox was stunned for a moment. Yifeng, I understand, he placed a detection formation here, and a special formation that turns ordinary people into ghost servants. This doesn't actually belong to him, and judging from the standards, it shouldn't even be his disciple's strength. Yifeng nodded his head deeply. That's right. Someone who can set up this kind of array must not be simple. Therefore, I assume that behind his back, there might be a formation master who was a good friend of his, and combined with the description of his information, I even think that he might treat Feng Mo as an abandoned son. As he spoke, the coldness in his eyes gradually became apparent and became much more focused. Hearing this, Demon Fox was stunned. Do you mean that the array grandmaster might be the target of our pursuit, Qin Xiao? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492. Chapter 492. For Qin Xiao, the spirit martial sect described him as cruel and merciless. When facing adversity, he would undoubtedly be a strong ally. However, when facing adversity, he might be a friend that could add insult to injury at any time. However, no matter what. In the end, it was just Yifeng's guess. Then what should we do? If Qin Xiao is helping them, then should we follow the original plan? Ugh, we'll carry out the plan. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then smiled. We don't know Qin Xiao, but the other party doesn't know our background. If it's really Qin Xiao helping, then I've already thought of a way to find him. The country lanes, running like mad. The emaciated bodies of Feng Mo and the rest were obviously due to them having spent too much time in prison. It was easy for them to get tired before their physical condition had recovered to its peak. Finally, after passing through another small bamboo forest, they began to pant heavily. They planned to rest for a while, and their speed also slowed down by quite a bit. Brother Feng is truly wise. Luckily you were able to discover this small country road. If we were to go from here to the exit later, we would definitely be able to run as fast as we can to get rid of these annoying hounds. It was true that there was only one exit, but if they had rushed out from such a small path, others might not have noticed. Even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to catch up in time. Isn't it so? With our ability to make enemies, Big Brother Feng's strength, and the guidance from the Qin Palace, I do not believe that there is anyone who can win against us. Han Chuang let out a loud laugh. He was in an extremely good mood. His expression gradually calmed down, then he asked with suspicion, Big Brother Feng, what's wrong? The other 2 brothers and I have been chatting for a long time. Why have I not seen you speak? Feng Mo furrowed his brows. From the looks of it, he was still a little unsettled. At this moment, he had arrived at a spacious area. He glanced left and right, but there was no one there. Even though it appeared to be a peaceful atmosphere, the unease in his heart did not lessen. Instead, it had faintly increased. Perhaps it's just my imagination. I keep having the feeling that someone is watching us from behind. The 3 brothers of the Han family looked at each other and laughed in unison. Big brother Feng, don't scare us anymore. Who could have discovered such a small path? You must have been a bit too tired and nervous recently, Han Su laughed and advised. Too tired, huh? That's possible. Feng Mo's wrinkled face gradually relaxed. If you overwork yourself, lie down and rest for a while. How about? This place is so dirty, how can I lie down here? Feng Mo answered without even thinking. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly seemed to have realized something. His expression shook, and his body trembled slightly. He turned around to look at the Han family's 3 brothers. That was all of you? Of course not. He saw that their faces were also filled with astonishment. What? Who on earth is that? Feng Mo's expression changed drastically. He quickly looked around. In the empty surroundings, a gentle breeze blew past. However, no matter how one looked at it, there was still no one around. Feng Mo frowned as if he was nodded. He faced the air and shouted. Who? Who exactly are you? Hiding in the shadows? What kind of hero are you? As he spoke, he secretly gathered true essence in his hand, planning to kill the other party as soon as he appeared. He's just a fugitive, why would he need a hero? Yi Feng laughed lightly, and said with a calm expression, Heavenly Formation rank 18, placed in the extreme north. Blood Guardian Spirit, Gravity Tempering Formation. Alright, I'll return the words to you. You are a hero. If you have the ability, don't run away, You even know formations. In an instant, Feng Mo's expression turned aghast. Actually, he had some doubts about the other party's strength. However, the truth was better than eloquence. The surrounding gravity seemed to have a tendency to climb higher. The heavy pressure was like a small mountain pressing down on everyone's heart, causing them to be unable to breathe. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Find out the position of that person, you have to be quick. Feng Mo gently clenched his teeth. Although he could adapt to this degree of gravity, it was still not a long-term solution if he didn't find out who the main culprit was. All right. The 3 youths surnamed Han also knew that the situation was critical. They bitterly searched for the source of the sound, intending to find Yi Feng. However, after a while, Han Shuang could no longer hold on. Big brother Feng, we can't find it. Moreover, I'm almost at the end of my tether. I don't have enough strength. Yes, brother Feng, I can't find that person either, brother Chuang is right. Ever since we escaped from the prison, we have been constantly avoiding the spirit martial sex pursuit, and now, we really don't have any strength left, Han Su said with a heavy sigh. You bunch of useless things, I've really raised you guys for nothing. At the end of the day, I really don't know why the Wind Hall would be so kind to raise your group of trash back then. Feng Mo sighed helplessly and glared at them unhappily. At this time, Yuan smiled for a moment, then raised his head. Alright, I forgot to tell you guys just now. In this place, I have sprinkled a certain amount of poison powder, which will not only speed up the weariness of those who hear it, but also decrease the strength of the martial arts technique after hearing it for a long time. Yi Feng's words were like a thunderclap that exploded in the hearts of Feng Mo and the others. After all, if Yi Feng's reinforcements were to come in and block the way, then the reduced power level would very likely become their cause of failure. Forget it, hurry up and run. Big brother Feng, we shouldn't stay here for too long. That's the only thing we can do. Feng Mo paused for a moment. In his heart, there was still a trace of rationality. He was not completely flustered. Wait, don't act too rashly. Who knows if that person is luring us into his true formation? A true formation, brother Feng. What you're saying is that this formation is only a pretense. Han Chuan was stunned for a moment before he blurted out. Feng Mo nodded his head gravely, that's right. After following the Qin Palace for a while, I think you guys have wasted your time. After all, this kind of thing has happened in the Qin Palace. A true array, a false array. He had already felt that something wasn't right from the start. In his opinion, it was impossible for a formation to span this much, so he believed that there was more than one. Although he spoke brazenly, he admired Zifeng in his heart. After all, if he could really think of this step, then he must have reached a certain level in the Tao of Arrays. Oh, I heard you call him Hall of Qin. Could it be that Hall of Qin is Qin Shao? Zifeng smiled faintly for a moment, then his eyes brightened and he immediately replied. Qin Shao, how did you know this name? Could it be that the spiritual martial force sent you to hunt him down? Feng Yamo was startled when he heard this. The other three revealed similar expressions. So what? Li's answer was simple and straightforward. So that's the case. Let me tell you, I know what you're planning. Do you think that you can get information about the Qin Palace from me if you capture me alive? However, Zifeng only smiled and did not give any more responses. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. If that's the case, then I suggest you save your time. The Qin Palace has done us a great favor. Even if it's suicide, I won't sell him out and reveal even the slightest bit of information to you. Quiet, absolutely quiet. Zifeng smiled and nodded. Oh, I know. Compared to this, let me remind you, there was only one array formation from the beginning, and the poison I talked about was also a part of the array. To be honest, no matter how complicated or simple you think things are, the result is always the same. He paused for a moment, and the coldness in his eyes gradually became apparent. Because, while you were considering the problem, you didn't jump out to see it. It's just as you said in your information, you're only a sword cultivator. You don't know a thing about formations. As soon as his voice fell, strands of green poison were like mosquitoes as they lingered in the air, enveloping Feng Yamo and the others. And what was even worse was that they were still trapped in the shackles of gravity, and could not get out of it. Feng Yamo clearly did not expect that the other party's array would actually have such an effect, causing them so much trouble. Big brother Feng, what should we do? If this goes on, we will definitely be surrounded and attacked. Yes, I've really run into bad luck. Why is it that people can block me on these small paths? Han Su's voice was obviously a bit depressed. The bitterness in Feng Mo's heart was even worse than the other three. After all, he was the one who made the wrong decision, so it was naturally her turn to take responsibility. Don't worry. Zifeng smiled, I can give you a chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493. Chapter 493. Opportunity? Who cares about the opportunity that you have given me? Feng Yamo snorted coldly. The muscles all over his body tensed up like a small mountain. No matter who you are, you have to listen. The moment victory is in your grasp, it is still too early to say, but. As his voice fell, strands of brilliance that was hard to see with the naked eye burst out from the pores on his body. The earth cracked open as he walked slowly, as if he weighed 1,000 kilograms. He was forced to walk step by step towards the outside, under the corrosion of the gravity. Huff! Sighs and gasps could be heard. The pressure Feng Yamo was currently bearing could be easily imagined. Big brother Feng. When Han Shuang and the other two suddenly encountered an enemy attack, they were completely at a loss. Their hearts were already somewhat desperate. However, when they saw Feng Yamo rushing out of the formation, they couldn't help but feel some hope. Big brother Feng, give me a hand and take us out as well. Let go. Feng Yamo stared at the three men lying on the ground and swore. Useless things, you don't even have the ability to make enemies. Right now, you don't even know where they are. What's the use of keeping them for you? Just wait a bit. You guys can go your own way. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Although Feng Mo's steps were slow, the power in his body was constantly being drained. Alright, at this rate, we should be leaving the poison array soon. His thoughts were not bad. According to his current behavior, he was indeed distancing himself from the poison array set up by Yifeng. Spirit Demon Fox looked at them from afar and turned its head. Yifeng. This can't go on. Let me make my move, don't let him escape. About this. According to Yifeng's plan, Feng Yimo would bring the other three along, and Yifeng's reinforcements would arrive in time. And yet, ideas are ideas, 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 ideas. In reality, there was an unexpected development. That's not right. Gravity smoke doesn't differentiate between friend or foe. Once it's put down, you and I will also be affected and we will be unable to move. Yifeng thought for a moment and shook his head. Then what do? We can't just watch him come out of the poison array, can we? Then, all our preparations and hard work have all been in vain. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I'll be in charge of the formation, and you'll be in charge of helping me deal with the enemies. Apart from that, there's another person. Previously, when Lu Chao observed Yifeng's extremely confident expression, he had a faint hint of admiration in his heart. There's one more person. All of a sudden, he felt a change in the atmosphere. Wait, you're not talking about me, right? You want me to make a move? Lu Chao originally thought he could watch another person's play, but he didn't think that he would become one of the participants. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on his face. Not bad, before that fugitive escapes the spell formation, he will still be able to leave behind some of his strength. This depends on how injured he is by you. Lu Chao, don't disappoint us. Yifeng smiled and patted Lu Chao's shoulder. Lu Chao might not give face to Yifeng. However, when Yifeng mentioned the towering Wind City, it made a subtle change in his heart. At the end of the day, Lu Chao and the others had come here to complete this 4th level difficulty fugitive mission. Now, it was a very good opportunity to complete the mission, a chance to become famous in the piercing Wind City. Now, it had fallen right in front of him. But, Lu Chao's heart was still somewhat uncertain, so he pursed his lips. No buts. Don't feel pressured. Stand far away and let him shoot. At the same time, I will help you distract him. Hearing the words cold arrow, Lu Chao's eyes suddenly lit up. He could not find a reason to refuse something that hurt others but did not harm himself, nor could he find a reason to reward others later on. The corner of Li's mouth raised into a faint smile. If there are no problems, then prepare to start. Lu Chao was a little moved by Yifeng's words. He nodded his head deeply and felt a little regretful in his heart. After a while, he seemed to have realized something and his expression changed. Wait a minute, if the other party finds out about this, wouldn't this blame be placed on me? So. An arrow pierced through the air and flew towards Feng Yimo. Then, under the influence of the heavy gravity, it directly landed on the tip of his foot. Feng Mo's expression was obviously sluggish as he lowered his head to look at the arrow. It just so happened to be an inch away from the tip of his foot. His heart broke out in a cold sweat. Come out, you bastard. Not only did you hide yourself, you even shot people in the back. Do you believe that when I catch you, I will skin you alive? Before he finished speaking, Lu Chao's hand that was holding the bow and arrow trembled visibly. As a result, the arrow was accidentally shot towards the sky. However, he didn't expect that the arrow would fly towards Feng Yimo and pierce into his thigh. After a miserable Feng Mo's thigh was bleeding profusely. If this was a normal situation, there would be no way for someone to harm another person with an arrow in the head. However, at this moment, under the effect of the poison array and the gravity smoke, the defensive power of Feng Mo was being reduced again and again. God damn, who the hell are you? Since you have the courage to injure me, just say your name. I will return it 100 times over. He spat out a mouthful of blood and circulated some of his spirit energy to stop the bleeding on his thigh. Return it 100-fold. Unfortunately, your Feng Mo may not have the chance to do so in the future. Yifeng laughed lightly for a moment. Speaking of which, you have thick skin and thick flesh. You are, after all, a peak martial disciple with a cultivation level of around martial disciple. Therefore, this arrow is unable to cause you any effective harm, but since you have brute force, even if you were lucky enough to walk out of the poison formation, do you think you have the strength to fight against me? In terms of poison array effects, it was used to reduce the power of those who entered the array. If it was used alone, the effects wouldn't be that great. However, once the formation and other means were combined. For example, if one were to light up a smoke that could increase gravity within a poison array, the strength of the smoke would definitely be shouldered. Apart from this, Yifeng lit up the gravity smoke for 10 people. This was also the reason why the effect of the gravity suppression was so obvious. He forcefully restrained the warrior, Feng Mo. You bastard. Feng Mo bit his lips tightly, anger burning in his heart. This invisible enemy didn't even reveal his face, causing him to be unable to find a target to vent his anger on. Don't stop, continue shooting at the wind and ink, shoot the arrows. Yifeng's tone was very firm. Without a doubt, Feng Mo's heart tightened. As expected, after a while, another arrow was shot at Feng Mo's foot. It was as if his foot was pinned to the ground. Even though he had the protection of spiritual energy, his injuries were not necessarily serious. However, considering from the point of view of stalling for time, Yifeng's order to attack using an arrow was definitely the best way to trap the enemy. Compared to his previous attitude, Feng Mo's tone was clearly softer. He exhaled a breath of cold air and lowered his hand to pull the arrow out along with the flesh. His face was even paler. Release the arrows. Also, increase the speed. The moment Yifeng said this, it was like a huge rock pressing down on the other party's heart. One must know that at this pace, it was already enough to make Feng Mo feel comfortable. Now, the other party had even said that he would speed up the firing of arrows. This was also the reason why Feng Mo was able to escape in such a short period of time. This time, I'll put some poison on the arrow. Not enough, take out my darts, too. Yifeng continued to squeeze Feng Mo's nerves. To be honest, he really wanted to get out of this damned array quickly and find the mastermind behind this formation to see who was the bastard. Then, he would viciously pin him to the ground and beat him up. Enough. Brother Feng, it's really enough. Don't even mention you, we have already suffered quite a few wounds on your back. What, you guys? Feng Mo was stunned for a moment before he suddenly turned around. As expected, due to Lu Chao's lack of proficiency in archery, he frequently shot arrows towards the Han brothers. Currently, the three of them were more or less covered in colors, and traces of blood seeped out of their clothes. This. Feng Mo frowned, suddenly turned his head and whispered to Han Su. Hey, I know that your relationship with Qin Shao should be pretty good. Your strength is also much higher than your two elder brothers. It's precisely because of this that Qin Shao even taught you the formation to transform into a ghost servant. Do you have any ideas on how to pull a ghost slave over to serve us? If you transform into a ghost slave, I remember that there are a lot of things that can be accomplished. In this critical moment, he could no longer be bothered to address her as Hall of Qin. Instead, he directly said her name, Qin Shao. Of course not. Han Su shook his head deeply and smiled bitterly. The Qin Palace said that transforming into a ghost servant is not a simple matter. The condition is either a dead person or a person with a much weaker level of strength, which would cause them to be suppressed by an absolute level. Moreover, when transforming, it would be within a range of 10 zhang. While speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and a gloomy and cold expression appeared in his eyes. Absolute suppression of levels. So that's how it is. I've thought of a way to get us out of this predicament. What method is this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494. Chapter 494. Hearing that there was a way to escape danger, Han Shuang and Han Di's complexion immediately improved. Brother Su, right now, there is really no good way. A cold glint appeared in Han Su's eyes. Compared to before, it was much stranger. Yeah, since you have to meet the requirements to suppress your level, then there are actually two good targets that are worth a try. In terms of martial arts, the genius Han Su was more than one level higher than his two older brothers. He was also extremely vicious and was highly valued by Qin Shao. Two nice people. Han Shuang and Han Di looked at each other. Their eyes revealed an indescribable doubt. After a long while, Han Shuang's expression suddenly changed. Wait, could it be that you want to? If it was anyone else, Han Shuang would naturally consider the possibility of being betrayed. However, the problem was that Han Su was his own brother. Even though Han Shuang and the others had done all sorts of bad things, they had never thought that their own brothers and sisters would be able to stab them in the back and sell them out. That's right. Brothers, I can only say that I'm sorry when faced with death. You. The two people in front of him instantly became terrified. As the sound of his voice faded, threads of deep green light drilled out from Han Su's palm and quickly flew towards his two brothers' location, shrouding them in a layer of dead silence and darkness. He looked as if he couldn't bear to do this, and at the same time, seemed to be hesitating. Feng Imo unhappily urged, hurry up, if you continue, don't tell me you want to wait for the reinforcements to break free from the ghost servants' encirclement and rush over here. Han Su pursed his lips and gritted his teeth. I know. Then, he heard heart-wrenching screams coming from the dark fog. Help! Help! The miserable cries of the two people for help sounded harsh in Han Su's ears. Stop shouting, it's useless. However, don't worry, in the future, I will definitely avenge you. Han Su lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, probably thinking that his actions were too crazy as the corners of his mouth curled up into a complicated smile. Black light poured out in all directions, glittering to the extreme. The painful screams naturally fell into Yifeng's ears. Oh, looks like he's refining ghost servants. He really can do something to his own people. Attacking one's own people, I'm right. Humans, especially men, are really selfish. The demon fox laughed coldly for a while before looking at Han Su's position with disdain. Yifeng looked at it and started to think about other questions. I just don't know if his method of making ghost servants is the same as Han Yu's. After all, at the end of the day, although he had killed many ghost servants in the Soul Death Town, the problem was that he had never seen Han Yu's appearance when she was refining a ghost servant. Whatever. Let's not worry about that too much first. When we really catch them and call Han Yue over, we'll properly ask her, but... A moment later, Yifeng's eyes revealed a glimmer. Demon Fox. What's wrong, Yifeng? Could it be that it's finally time for me to make a move? The demon fox's expression was joyous and she replied immediately. She was a person that liked to move around a lot. Yifeng made her board to the side, and occasionally helped her manage the formation. This made her feel a bit displeased. Now, when she saw that the opportunity had finally arrived, she naturally would not let it go. That's right, cut down all the trees that cover the sky. I have to give you 30 seconds to count, It can't be, there are so many trees, there's no time for 30 counting. Furthermore, what are you chopping wood for in front of a great enemy? Could it be that you want to rely on the light to kill the ghost servants? The demon fox's face revealed an awkward expression. Previously in the town of Souldeath, he had used the sunlight to kill a large number of ghost servants. After a short period of time, the demon fox seemed to still be fresh in her mind. Thinking about this, it was understandable. Yifeng's face was solemn. Don't ask for the reason, time is tight. Guo Ying, you go help her too. I? Guo Ying's voice was slightly lazy. Previously, when she was doing some work for Yifeng, she did not have much time to recuperate and was extremely exhausted. There's no need for that, I think. For small things like this, it's fine to just leave them to the demon fox. The relationship between the demon fox and spirit shadow had never been good. They didn't even want to do something together. Guo Ying, listen carefully. If you destroy more trees than a demon fox, I will admit your strength. In addition, I will also give you one more spirit nurturing pill to nourish your essence. How about that? Hearing such generous terms, Ghastly Shadow didn't have any thoughts of refusing. She stared at the pill in Yifeng's hand, as if she had regained all her strength. Okay. Yifeng, I hope you keep your word. Yifeng laughed loudly and nodded, of course. Have you ever seen me, Yifeng, deceive others before? Demon Fox. Spirit Shadow. The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched as he felt the disdainful gazes of the two. Alright, don't worry. There's only the pill part, you don't have to worry. He smiled helplessly as he raised his head to look at the two of them and frowned. The black fog that enveloped the two of them actually began to gradually swirl and create a bloody wind that drifted with an incomparably thick bloody smoke, causing one to feel a bone-piercing chill. In the next moment, the black mist began to rapidly spin like a whirlpool. What's going on? Lu Chao's expression was full of shock and amazement. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. When the black fog finally scattered, Han Shuang and Han Di were like wooden chickens as they stood where they were. Their eyes appeared to have lost the expression that a human should have. What replaced them were extremely confused eyes. They suddenly raised their heads, took a step forward and walked in the direction of Han Su. There is no need to doubt. These two people have already become ghost servants that you have seen in the spiritual martial force. What did you say? Lu Chao was overwhelmed with shock as he hastily took a few steps back. How long had it been? The two men who were alive and kicking had become ghost servants under the effect of the formation. Isn't this a little too easy? If that was really the case, then if Feng Mo learned the method to transform into a ghost servant and used it on Yifeng and Lu Chao, wouldn't they all be finished? I understand. No wonder the spirit martial sect wants us to hunt down these fugitives. It is likely that the problem lies in their technique of controlling the ghost servants. If I had to say, this kind of forbidden technique should never have appeared in this world. Lu Chao pursed his lips and cursed. Rather than discussing whether or not he should appear, what should be considered now is how to deal with it. That's true, after all, his own strength was limited. At this time, his brain and physical strength were almost useless. The look in Yifeng's eyes was very serious. Firstly, since that person attacked his own people but didn't attack us, it means that this method of turning into a ghost servant has a range limit. Secondly, since he didn't attack Feng Mo, I think it might have something to do with the level suppression. He paused for a moment and went on earnestly. As such, the method to deal with the ghost servants has come out. Lu Chao's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. What exactly is it? Could it be what your demon fox said, that it's to let the sunlight shine down and use it to kill those ghost servants? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Of course, no. Phew, the job of transforming into a ghost servant has finally been completed. Now, let me try. But Han Su's finger moved slightly, like a thread controlling a puppet, controlling the movements of his two brothers. However, when Han Su saw that his two brothers were being controlled by him, it was as if his heart was overturned. All kinds of feelings were mixed in his heart. Han Su, wake up! Feng Mo's continuous shouts finally pulled Han Su back from his confusion. His eyes were full of ill intent. Don't let me be in a daze at this critical moment. I made it clear earlier that the reinforcements will come soon. The next moment, the two ghost servants followed behind Han Su and pushed him under the effect of the gravity smoke. However, this speed was not fast enough. Feng Yimou frowned. This won't do. We can't go on like this. Can't wait, Han Su, listen. Now the situation is, the exit is blocked, and our realm is falling again. If you're smart, you better control one of the ghost servants and blow up this broken formation. Han Su's expression froze for a second and blurted out. Explosion. Are you joking? Are you saying that I should blow up my elder brother to the point that not even his bones are left? Feng Yimou spoke coldly, nonsense, if we don't, how could we create the chance to escape in an instant? We will always be trapped in this gravity smoke, and become turtles in our urns. Do you really want to die here? Han Su thought for a second. Yes, what happened to the lives of others? It had nothing to do with him. Now that he had reached this point, was he still worried about his brother's death? Han Su gathered his thoughts. The coldness in his expression was even more obvious. He lowered his voice and gave Feng Yimou a meaningful glance. Alright, since it's like this, let's see if I can succeed or not in this instant. I'll take this gamble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495. Chapter 495. Having made up his mind, Han Su's gloomy face twitched a little. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a look of relief had already appeared on his face. And then he waved his finger forward like there was a threat on it. Go! As the sound of his voice faded, a strange hissing sound came from Han Shuang's mouth. His body was extremely stiff, and the divine light was hollow to the extreme. He stepped forward, and just like a puppet, he began to slowly move forward. Good, very good. Han Su, just keep it this way. Feng Mo's eyes lit up as he beamed and nodded his head. After this escape, you will follow me and you will definitely have a chance to shine. As for now, you can drag one of the ghost servants to the edge of the formation and I will give you the best opportunity to give you the order. You will be responsible for detonating him, okay? Hearing this, there was no trace of happiness on Han Su's face. No matter what, even if it was for his life, he was using his own brother. He gritted his teeth. All right. We will do just that. Of the 30 counts, there are still the last 10. Demon Fox, Spirit Shadow, you guys increase your speed. Zifeng's voice was as deep as a bell. He did not say any kind of lenient words, and the words that left his mouth were the conclusion. Zifeng, what are you trying to do? Why are you so tight on time? You should know that before the reinforcements you've notified come, they won't be able to escape. The demon fox turned her head around in annoyance and glared at Zifeng. She did not understand why the other party would fight so hard. Obviously, he only needed to sit down and enjoy the situation. It was during this time when she was slacking that Spirit Shadow had already caught up and overtaken the number of trees the demon fox had cut down. Hee, what are you blanking out for? I have no need for you to worry about it. Your demon fox's mind is too easily disturbed by external factors. Right now, you only need to do what Zifeng told you to do. Guiying laughed softly and replied. You? If you have no idea, Leaf Tip will tell you to go east, and you'll go east, and I'll tell you to go west, and you'll go west. It's better than wasting your chance like this. This was not the first day of conflict between the two. They were always at loggerheads. Whatever it is, let's talk about it later. Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow coldly glanced at each other, and almost simultaneously snorted out in unison. Afterwards, they each turned around and continued to follow Leaf's instructions, cutting down all the surrounding trees. The two of them carried each other. At this moment, they had naturally used all their strength. After a short period of time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Following Yifeng's words, a light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the demon fox duo. Demon fox and spirit shadow's faces both revealed a tired expression. However, at the same time, a satisfied smile hung on their faces. Okay, Yifeng, great success. The demon fox weakly sat on the ground. It wasn't difficult for her to cut down the surrounding wood. The difficult thing was that she had to do it within the short period of time that Yifeng had requested. That's good. Yifeng chuckled and looked around. Suddenly, an intense white light appeared from the bottom of a towering tree. Cracks appeared from the bottom of a towering tree, spreading in all directions. Soon after, one could hear the sound of something being torn apart. The tree that looked like it was 3 times the size of an arm fell down on the ground with a loud bang. And this was only the beginning. Countless trees were all at the bottom, showing cracks in different directions. All of them, without exception, fell backwards after the white light passed by. At this moment, if one were to look down from a high place, they would see that the scene was just like a peacock spreading its tail, giving off a strange sense of beauty. Feng Mo's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he had already thought about it. Once these trees fell, the sunlight that shined down from the sky would lose the cover of the dense leaves and would reach Han Shuang and the others' heads because of this. Sure enough, there was a miserable sound. As the sunlight fell on Han Shan, his entire body seemed to shrink as it began to age. Blood started to seep out from his skin. Not good. This ghost servant is afraid of sunlight. After being stunned for a moment, Feng Mo almost blurted out. What? Hansu also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He was using his brother's life to help him get out of this predicament. However, if, in the end, he didn't even have the slightest use for the ghost servant and allowed the ghost servant to be buried under the sunlight, then that would truly be too tiring. Thus, he noticed that something was wrong. There was no longer time to hesitate. Whatever. What do you want to do? Feng Mo asked in confusion. Hansu's entire body was moving extremely fast. He was originally controlling the invisible thread, but now he swung it heavily. The ghost servant Han Shuang, whose eyes were red from the sunlight, suddenly ran forward without a care for anything else. Instead of just sitting there waiting to die, he might as well give it his all. Hansu didn't wait for Feng Mo to give him the best place to explode. Seeing that the ghost servant was about to reach, Hansu raised his head and said with a stern face, "Explode for me." In an instant, an extremely dense stream of air engulfed the entire arena. Lightning and lightning. Fire dragon spraying. A martial disciple self-destructing. Naturally, it couldn't be compared with a Qi condensation cultivator. The wild and violent power immediately gushed out like a fountain. However, of all the colors, the most eye-catching was still red. Blood filled the sky. Yifeng looked at the scene with a serious expression, but he couldn't help but smile. Good explosion, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He suddenly raised his head and looked off into the distance. And then he said to himself, with a cold sneer, "Xin Xiao, you shouldn't have guessed that I would send people to chop down all those trees to create the sunlight. If you still want to save them, then let me experience it." Generally speaking, a person who could cut down so many trees in such a short time was basically a madman. So sometimes, it's not like a person with a high IQ can make the right judgment. Because there were many things, the opponent might not necessarily play according to common sense. After the demon fox heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Yifeng, he even said that he didn't use the sunlight to kill the ghost servant. I obviously guessed right, then, what you said is true. I'm not wrong. Yifeng smiled slightly. The ghost servant's life was decided the moment Hansu attacked. Even if I don't attack them, Hansu will use them to blow up the array. It's just too bad. He was a step too late. I was able to cut down so many trees. This is also the reason why they were defeated, as well as my provocation towards Qin Xiao. I was a step too late, and this. The demon fox's expression froze for a moment. Her bright eyes lit up with doubt. Zifeng, what do you mean by that? The smoke slowly dispersed. Huff. Han Su breathed out deeply. Because of the aftermath of the explosion, there was not a single piece of good meat left in his body. However, it was due to this explosion that Han Su had been able to use Han Xuan's life in exchange for the gravity smoke to lose its effectiveness. Even the poison formation's might was due to the impact of the air current, causing the formation to be chaotic and useless. Cough, cough. After he regained his senses, he raised his head. His expression shook as he took a step forward. He wanted to charge out of this formation before his opponent could react. However, to his surprise, he could not move at all. He was like a wooden stake nailed to the ground, unable to move from head to toe. How could this be? Han Su looked stunned, unable to say a word. His face was very stiff. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "That's right, Brother Feng, how are you? Can you move? Still, you are out. Mother Fasterus Cur, stop howling. Can't you see that I'm lying on the ground?" Feng Yimo raised his head in annoyance and glared at him. What? Han Su was stunned when he heard this. He lowered his head and coincidentally saw Feng Mo's figure. His mouth also gradually opened. He saw that for some reason, the Feng Yimo in front of his eyes was pressed down by pieces of wood. Compared to Han Su's situation, it was much worse. What happened just now? Didn't I just detonate it? Ghost servant, could it be that this is retribution? Han Su was stunned for a moment and then covered his mouth. At this moment, perhaps only retribution could explain what was happening before them. What retribution? Don't make it so complicated. Zifeng smiled. At this moment, he finally walked out from a corner in the distance and appeared in front of the two of them. You are. Feng Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he inhaled a breath of cold air. A new face. It seems that we have never seen you before among the people who have captured us in the past. Zifeng smiled faintly, but didn't comment. Your explosion has taken care of the poison in a short amount of time. However, did you not realize that you have already fallen into a new formation? What did you say? Han Su and Feng Yimo looked at each other in a daze, and when they looked around, their faces changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496. Chapter 496. New formation. Within 10 feet of them, pieces of wood that had been chopped down floated in the air, and wood chips flew everywhere. Slivers of spiritual energy were like threads as they wrapped around the wood and gathered in one place. That place was the place where Han Su had detonated the ghost servant. What exactly is going on? Han Su took in a deep breath of cold air. His expression was aghast as he shook his head repeatedly. His spirit seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yi Ziyichen gave a faint smile, his expression extremely calm. Haven't you seen? You're now in a new wood attribute array formation. A wood attribute array formation has the strongest defense. Just now, you led a ghost servant to explode. Because of the existence of this new array, you've cancelled out quite a bit of its power. And it's sawdust in the air, not wood. And that's enough to show that there's a problem. I'm not asking you this. Han Su's eyes were filled with unexplainable anxiety. I didn't even hesitate to use my brother's life in exchange for the array. What you mean is, everything I've done, could it be, was in vain? Zifeng stared into his eyes and calmly said, That's right, it's all futile. There was no mercy in his words, and there was no mercy in his words. Han Su was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his knees and sat on the ground in a daze. The corner of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. It sounded a bit scary. In vain. It's all in vain, he said, his voice ringing with the sound of sneers. His mind was in a state of collapse as he lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking about. And on the other side. In that case. Could it be that you've set up two formations from the very beginning? Who exactly are you? Feng Yimo was extremely shocked as he looked at Yifeng in shock. After Qin Shao, there were very few people who would make a move against them on the array formation. A good swimmer, a bad rider, and unspeakable bitterness in his heart. First question, time is not allowed, and I don't know about your background. I have only planted the seed of the formation, and your actual situation will allow me to make the appropriate actions. Yifeng paused for a moment, then continued with a smile. Second question. As for my identity, isn't your Qin palace more intelligent than demons? Alright, you can ask Qin Shao right now. Hearing this, Feng Yimo wanted to make a move. However, after thinking for a moment, his face froze on the spot. Stinky brat, I understand. Not only do you want to trick me, you also want to follow the vines and find the location of the Qin palace. No, I'm just giving you a reasonable suggestion. Yi Xi smiled and waved her hand. Feng Yimo scolded, don't try that. I, Feng Yimo, have made it very clear earlier. No matter what, the Qin palace is a great benefactor to us. We will absolutely not betray him. It should be you. I remember that at that critical moment, you didn't call him Hall of Qin, but called him by his name. Apart from that, there was a clear change in your tone and attitude at that time. Yifeng's words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in Feng Mo's heart. This is because, the corner of Feng Mo's mouth twitched, and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to explain. Yifeng stared at him with burning eyes. Because you're afraid, is he watching your actions? Or, is he afraid that you'll reveal his whereabouts and silence you? Right? That was it. Feng Yimo looked at Yifeng in shock, although he did not admit anything. However, acquiescence was also an intangible response. He could not understand why this young man who looked so much younger than him would have such an aura. He wanted to know if what he said was true or false. Nonsense. Do you know if it's nonsense? Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Remember, I told you very early, I can give you a chance. Of course, it's a chance that Qin Shao won't be able to kill you. Truth be told, he was not the least bit interested in the fate of the fugitive. Even if he were to escape from prison in the future, it would have nothing to do with him. After all, this was something that should be considered by the spiritual martial sect. Feng Mo's lips twitched, obviously moved by Yifeng's words. However, a moment later, he let out a cold laugh. It is simply laughable. For example, you are just a young man, how can you persuade them when someone wants my head? Do you think you can persuade them? Do you think that I do not know the rules for the distribution of rewards in your spiritual martial sect? If we capture more people, we will split it evenly. However, if someone carries the head of a fugitive, then there will be even more rewards. Although he sounded a bit stubborn, his voice was a bit softer. He also understood that he was in dire straits now. Then let me tell you, I'm a spiritual master of the celestial sect of wonders. Is this level enough? Yifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. At first, when Feng Yimo heard Yifeng's words, he felt that it was rather reliable. However, when he said the word Taoist master, he even used a very natural tone. Therefore, he laughed out loud almost immediately. Adept from the celestial sect of wonders, if you want to come up with a reason, you won't come up with a better one. I, Feng Yimo, am also an acquaintance of the celestial sect of wonders, and I've never heard of a person as young as you. Adept from the celestial sect of wonders, you don't come up with a better reason. Sure. What? Feng Mo's laughter suddenly stopped. Yuan's calm tone pierced Feng Mo's heart like a needle. He wiped off the spiritual energy from his crystal ring. After a while, a 5-colored square stamp, absorbing and releasing the surrounding spirit energy, emitted a bright light from Yifeng's palm. This. Feng Mo was dazed for a moment before his face twitched and almost blurted out, "That's impossible, Dut." "How is that impossible? Don't tell me that you think I would have nothing better to do, so that I could carve a square stamp of a real person and put it in my own space ring, and have it for you to see it this time?" Yifeng asked. Feng Mo thought about it and started to believe it. Moreover, upon recalling that he could set up such a powerful formation, Feng Mo could not help but be astonished in his heart. If Yifeng was a real person, then maybe she should rely on him and be more sincere. Maybe she really would have a chance to live. "Are you sure you're from the Celestial Sect of Wonders?" "Absolutely true." His mind raced and he could not help but think deeply. There was really no one like Yifeng, who had come to hunt him down, among 1,000 people. Yifeng saw his expression change, and a glint flashed across his eyes. "What do you think? If you agree to cooperate with me and reveal Qin Zhao's information to me, then I will ensure your safety in front of the other people who are chasing you. In addition, I will also entrust someone to help protect you and escort you back to the Heaven Prison at the Spirit Martial Sect." Ugh! Feng Mo pursed his lips and let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and resigned himself to his fate. "All right then, what do you want to know?" "I will try my best." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed. An indescribable cold smile appeared on the corner of Han Su's mouth. "Oh." Yifeng's eyes flashed and he slightly frowned. Feng Mo blared at him and cursed, "Han Su. Little brat, stop pretending. Why are you laughing? If you want a court death, just go with your 2 brothers. No one will stop you." Han Su slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with endless emptiness, his pupils were sunken in, and he looked quite terrifying. His face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. "You? F asterisk king 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 SH asterisk T. At this time. Not good, get down." Yifeng seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed, as he yelled out. Sure enough, the next moment, Han Su's eyes turned red. No matter if it was his eyes, or his actions, they were all the same as his other big brother, Han Di. They disregarded everything and started running towards Feng Mo. Green veins popped out as blood flowed. A scarlet radiance spread out in all directions. They had completely lost control of themselves. "You all." Feng Mo was shocked. He quickly stood up, channeled all the spiritual qi in his body, and used all his strength to move towards the outside. However, with the help of the gravity smoke and poison formation, his escape range was limited. He was about to be overtaken by Han Su and the other 2. And then they heard 2 loud bangs. The lightning surged and the dust flew in the air. 2 enormous craters appeared on the flat ground, as if 2 meteors had smashed into it. Endless gales raged on the ground. The explosion this time was too sudden. Feng Mo didn't even have time to make proper preparations before he was drowned in the endless stream of air. On a distant stone mountain, a black-clothed person had turned his gaze away. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, her bright eyes lit up. She turned her head with great interest as a faint smile suffused on the corner of her mouth. "Someone from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, huh? If you want to capture me, come and try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 497. Chapter 497. The airflow rolled, the dark clouds pressed down, whether it was the Xianmen at the exit, or Haidongchen and the rest. At this moment, they were all shaken by this earth-shattering explosion. They felt pain in their ears as they raised their heads. "Oh my God, what happened?" Their eyes were filled with astonishment. "What are you all standing around for?" With such a big explosion, I'm afraid some internal strife has broken out among the fugitives. Hurry up and go take a look, don't waste any more time. Hai Dongchen was slightly surprised for a moment, came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Yes, brother Dongchen." The center of the explosion, one zhang away. A misty light appeared in Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng, wake up," the demon fox anxiously said. "Guiying, work harder. Isn't your healing ability quite strong? How come he hasn't recovered yet?" The demon fox had always treated Spirit Shadow with a vile attitude, but right now, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Guiying replied snappily, "What are you so anxious for? Yifeng is very stubborn. With me here, he won't die. What's more, don't you demon foxes hate human men? Why are you so concerned about Yifeng?" The demon fox was stunned and didn't know how to reply. She was very clear that she hated Yifeng from the bottom of her heart. However, every time it was a matter of life and death, she would worry about him. She paused for a moment, and then stuck out her chest proudly. "I'm afraid that if Yifeng dies, he will implicate me in his death under the effect of the puppet pill." "Isn't it the same for you?" Guiying laughed, but did not comment. At this time, with a deep gasp, a trace of blood appeared on Liu's stern face. "Demon fox, ghastly shadow." The smile on the demon fox's face was like a blooming white lotus, brimming with vigor and vitality. "Great! Yifeng, you're finally awake. How are your injuries?" Yifeng nodded slightly, but did not say much to her. Then, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, pushing the demon fox away with his hand, with a solemn expression on his face. "I'm fine, how is Feng Imo?" The demon fox's expression turned slightly sad, she tightly pursed her lips. Upon hearing the words Feng Imo, Lu Chao chuckled, clicked his tongue, and said, "He got lucky and managed to survive. However, it's fortunate that you rushed into the array and saved him in that critical moment. Otherwise, he would have died with Han Su's brat this time." He paused for a while and continued, "Speaking of which, that Han Su is fine. Why can't he think about it? Did he have a mental breakdown?" Earlier, in the nick of time, Yifeng removed the formation and charged in. He brought Feng Imo out with him and allowed him to retrieve his life. As for the price, he had injured himself completely. Yifeng sighed, "It's not a mental breakdown. I'm afraid Han Su is a ghost servant controlled by Qin Shao." What you mean is, Qin Shao controlled Han Su, then let Han Su control other people, then let the ghost servant control the ghost servant. Lu Qiao looked at Yifeng in disbelief, and his face lost all color. "That's right. That Qin Shao is indeed powerful. However, due to time constraints, the Han family's 3 brothers are already dead. Let's not talk about them for now." As Yifeng spoke, he had already noticed Feng Imo, who was not far from him, and his eyes also started to focus. "The person I should be following right now is Feng Imo." Right now, Feng Imo was lying flat on the cold ground, looking on the verge of death. The demon fox looked at Yifeng with suspicion and asked, "What's wrong? What are you going to do with him now?" "I'm afraid the people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Towering Wind City will be here soon. If you want to kill him or cut him to pieces, you have to decide now. If he wanted to catch Qin Shao, the best way would be to find a quiet place and interrogate Feng Imo. However, the current conditions clearly did not allow it. After all, there was no doubt that there would be a lot of people rushing over if they heard such a loud explosion." "Ugh," Yifeng muttered to himself for a moment. Apparently, he was also thinking hard. Even he did not take into account Han Su's last explosion. Therefore, with his current body, he could not carry the wound and run far away. In that case, we can only let Feng Mo die once. What? A good death? Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow both froze as if they didn't hear him clearly. The first thing they did was to ask. Yifeng had just risked his life to save her, but now, why did he send someone to their deaths in the blink of an eye? Yifeng slowly walked to Feng Mo's side and stared at him. His lips curled up into a faint smile. For example, like this. Yifeng, why is it you? Qin Juexin and Hai Dongqian were almost in succession in front of Yifeng. Why can't it be me? Yifeng smiled, shrugged, and asked. You? Wait, you're injured. Could it be that you fought with a fugitive and got caught by us? Hai Dongqian looked deeply at Yi Zifeng, and at the same time, he also saw the difference in Yi Zifeng's body. Exactly. What, just the two of you? There's also Lu Chao. He can capture those who can control ghost servants. Hai Dongqian gazed at Lu Chao, his expression one of disbelief. Lu Chao gave an embarrassed smile, not daring to look at Hai Dongqian as he slightly lowered his head. Yifeng took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Chao. That's right. We should have caught them, but unfortunately, there was a sudden explosion. I didn't have the time to ask them what happened, and they all died on the spot. Anger appeared on Hai Dongqian's face and he sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression slowly became ugly. After all, he had already seen the corpses lying on the ground. They were all badly mutilated. Spiritual Master Yi, you are being a bit too excessive. You have said that you will let us help you, and you intend to have everyone from the Towering Wind City drink in the Northwest Wind. Now that an explosion has occurred, no one from the Towering Wind City will be able to participate in it. Once he said this, the people behind Hai Dongqian all started to size him up with a peculiar look in their eyes. They felt a faint sense of hostility towards him. What Hai Dongqian said was also what they were thinking in their hearts. Who told you that? Remember what I said at that time, I know what I'm doing. You? Of course, your rewards will still be yours. After all, this is your mission, and I will not do anything that goes beyond our principles. If you do not believe me, we can still make a blood contract, and even if the Spirit Martial sect really gives us the rewards, I will still pass it on to you. Yi Feng's expression did not seem fake. Honestly speaking, he didn't care about the reward for being a fugitive. What he truly cared about was Qin Zhao's reward for being a fugitive of the 9th rank. It was a chance to leave the heavenly Dao City and go to the Yi clan. Brother Dongqian, what should we do? Should we listen to his words? Someone beside Hai Dongqian asked in a low voice. Since he gave away his benefits so generously, I don't have any objections. Hai Dongqian also considered this possibility and frowned slightly. Other people help to accomplish the task, and he gets the benefit. No matter who it was, they would feel happy about such a good thing. As for the people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, other than Qin Juexin who was dissatisfied, the rest were basically recruited by Yifeng. To them, Yifeng naturally had to support them wholeheartedly, not to mention, Yifeng had done it all by himself. Logically speaking, Yifeng should be the one deciding how to deal with Yiwen. Taoist Master Yi, don't worry about us. We will do as you say. Hai Dongqian saw that the people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were all so candid and that if he continued to hesitate, he would appear narrow-minded. He laughed loudly. No worries. Since Taoist Master Yi is so generous and is willing to give up this portion of his benefits, we will naturally not say anything more. Truly, we can be at ease. All right. Yi Zifeng paused for a moment and looked at everyone. Then, he continued to say with a smile. Then, according to the rules of the Spirit Martial sect, you people from the Towering Wind City can bring back a relic of the dead as a symbol of completion of your mission. Now, you can go and get it. As the sound of his voice faded, the people of the Piercing Wind City all looked at each other before looking at Hai Dongqian. Hai Dongqian gritted his teeth and immediately replied, "Why are all of you staring at me for? Since Taoist Master Yi has already given his orders, then hurry up and do it." "Yes, Brother Dongqian." After they received Hai Dongqian's confirmation, everyone quickly surrounded him and started to search their storage rings. They carefully inspected them to see if there were any flying swords or other magical equipment. Making a fortune for no reason at all is great, especially since it's a free gift. Come, try out this sword called Fengimo. It looks like it can intimidate people. The pale-faced man chuckled as he held the sword and swung it in front of Fengmo's eyes. However, the man's eyes were still tightly shut, as if he was dead. As everyone was speaking, a hint of unease flashed across Han Yu's brows as she slowly walked towards Zifeng. As the owner of this town, she couldn't tell the difference between a living person and a dead person. Zifeng, could it be? Yi Xiao looked up with a smile. His starry eyes were shining as he smiled at the crowd. Shu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498. Chapter 498. After a short while, Hai Dongqian waved his hand and everyone left in a satisfied manner. After all, there was no reason not to accept a pie dropped by the world if one could easily complete a mission and receive a reward for it. After they left, Old Li pursed his lips, tightly gritted his teeth, took a few steps forward, and pulled Hai Dongqian's short robe. His expression had a hint of doubt. "Brother Dongqian, don't you think something's wrong? The fugitive that Zifeng managed to capture is giving us the reward just like that. This is too weird, isn't it? Even if it's strange, so what?" Hai Dongqian laughed and asked a question back. "What?" Old Li's expression froze. "He's pretending to be ignorant, and we can pretend to be ignorant as well. He clearly left us the land bridge, and that is already a hint to us. If that's the case, then there's no need to go back on his word. Everyone will get their own benefits, and it'll be even better if we meet him in the future." This. Old Li's face stiffened, revealing a look of understanding. He originally thought that Hai Dongqian wasn't thinking deeply enough. Turns out that the person who was truly inconsiderate was him. Sometimes, as long as they took each other's face into consideration, they could come to an understanding. If he continued to pester her, then he would lose all sense of the world and lose all sense of humor. His eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Since Brother Dongqian is thinking about it, then let him do whatever he wants. Some of them stopped when they saw the good news, and left just like that. However, they couldn't be expected to be tactful. In reality, it is not always ideal. Taoist Master Yi, wait a minute, please wait a moment. Hua Tianli snorted coldly as he stared at Zifeng. Zifeng smiled, "Oh, you people from Copper Fire City should have seen enough. Now, do you have any other questions?" A sneer appeared on Hua Tianli's face. "What are you watching for? Without Master Qin and I guarding the exit, I'm afraid that the fugitives would have already escaped. If you want us to leave, that's fine, but you have to tell us all the information you got before you die. It can be considered as the reward that you, Master Yi, should pay. People of Copper Fire City, don't go too far." A few of the mysterious Gate's outer sect disciples couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts and stepped forward from behind Zifeng. "We've gone too far. Then you tell me, do you think Master Qin of the Celestial Sect of Wonders is okay? He doesn't seem to be revealing anything." Hua Tianli sneered. His words purposely brought the name Master Qin to bear. It was very obvious that even a fool could tell that there was a conflict between Zifeng and Qin Juexin. It was a place they could take advantage of. Just as expected, after Qin Juexin heard this, she did not express anything and silently accepted Hua Tianli's harsh treatment of Zifeng. To be honest, she also wanted to know what happened between Zifeng and the fugitives. Did they get any valuable information? The outer sect disciples wanted to curse back at Hua Tianli, but they couldn't do anything as he brought out the mysterious gates master. They held back their anger and had no choice but to give up. Zifeng chuckled and nodded slightly. It doesn't matter. What do you want to know? It's about the fugitives. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Zifeng's answer was as calm as the waves. What? When these words were spoken, not to mention Qin Zhuxian and the others, even Hua Tianli was also overwhelmed with shock. He had originally thought that it would take a lot of effort for Zifeng to spit out the truth. Who would have thought that Zifeng would let go so easily without any resistance? I am a person who does not easily form enmity and do not like to waste time. Since you have asked, I will tell you. Be straightforward. Is there a problem? Zifeng's eyes were full of mystery as he spoke the last sentence. Besides, aren't we pursuing the fugitives together? Comrade. It's for the best if you think this way. Hua Tianli nodded with a slightly numb face. However, an unexplainable chill flowed in his heart. Very good, then let me summarize briefly. Firstly, Qin Xiao, Feng Mo and the others are a group of people who know how to control ghost servants. They are similar to those ghost servants we saw in the spiritual martial sect. Hua Tianli felt a chill in his heart as he was being looked at. He immediately glared at him. Zifeng smiled and stared at the expressions of Hua Tianli and the others. The second point is that the person who silenced Feng Mo and the others is Qin Xiao. What? Qin Xiao was the one who said it. Does that mean he's not far from here? Upon hearing these words, Hua Tianli's face abruptly changed. He and his companions turned around to look at their surroundings, as if someone was staring at them. Zifeng smiled faintly as if he didn't care and didn't answer him. Next, there is a third point. It is not what has happened, but my deduction. You can just treat it as a kind of hypothesis. What exactly is the hypothesis? Don't keep me in suspense. Hua Tianli's expression slightly changed. Now, his heart was anxious as he almost blurted out these words. After all, those who could kill their own men were even more ruthless towards others. Zifeng stared at Hua Tianli, that is, Qin Xiao is very likely going to target you and take your life if you are caught off guard. As soon as these words came out, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Hua Tianli's expression also changed again and again. Impossible, you are saying these words to intimidate us. Our mission is not to kill him. But let me ask you, how did Qin Xiao know that you weren't chasing him? Zifeng laughed coldly and immediately asked a rhetorical question. Hua Tianli was also frozen on the spot. That's right, only they knew what was written on the black bracelet. It was impossible for Qin Xiao to know the specific targets of each team. Also, as I said, this is only a hypothesis. As for whether you believe it or not, it's your own matter and it has nothing to do with me. Of course, you need to know that there are some things that you would rather believe it than not, otherwise, it's not impossible for you to die. Zifeng shrugged after he finished talking, but his expression was very gloomy. If he gave Hua Tianli a conclusion, he would naturally be questioned by the other party and leave it at that. However, what he had given her was just a hypothesis with endless possibilities. That was why he had made her even more suspicious. From a threatening point of view, the results would be even better. The corner of Hua Tianli's mouth twitched for a while. His face revealed a look of understanding. Oh. I understand, Zifeng, you have purposely said the seriousness of the situation. This way, you can persuade us to join your team and work together to deal with that Qin Xiao, isn't it? Good Zifeng, that's a good plan, but do you think that just because you're acting like this, you can forcefully pull us down, to be on the same side with you? It's absolutely impossible. Earlier, he had said Taoist Master Yi, but now that he had said it like this, he no longer had any scruples in his heart. Is it possible? It isn't up to you to decide, but it was decided by your fellow brothers and sisters in Copperfire City. I have to ask you, How could you exceed your authority and make a decision that would affect your family and life? Yifeng laughed coldly and looked at the people behind Hua Tianli. Hua Tianli could rope Qin Juxian and Yifeng could also rope him and his fellow disciples in. Everything would depend on the conditions and people. Big brother Tianli. What Yifeng said seems to make sense. Then tell me, what do we do now? Yeah, I think it's possible what Yifeng said. After all, he is a fugitive from the 9th level of difficulty. He must be ruthless when doing things. Who knows, he might really be targeting our lives. At this moment, Hua Tianli was extremely furious. How could he still listen to the words of others? You bunch of bastards. Up till now, don't you understand the situation? Yifeng wants to pull us from a neutral position into a fire pit. If you want to live, then don't get involved with him. But, big brother Tianli, some people are still a little wobbly. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Are you done yet? Calm down and listen clearly. All we need to do now is to do our best to catch that rank 5 fugitive. If you understand, then follow me and don't get involved with the people from the celestial sect of wonders. Yes. It was the first time that a group of disciples from Copper Fire City had seen Huali get so angry, causing their hearts to tremble. Hua Tianli snorted angrily before coldly glaring at Yifeng. Yifeng's face was expressionless. He then shook his long sleeve and walked towards the outside of the village. Everyone, come with me. After an unknown period of time. Suddenly, someone caught up to Hua Tianli and walked beside him. Big brother Tianli, slow down. What? Do you want to go back and find Yifeng? Do you think it's safe to follow him? If you want to go, then go. I'll come back the next day to collect your corpse. That's not what I meant, big brother Tianli. I was afraid that you would blame me afterwards, so I came over to say that there seemed to be a special smoke coming out from that village, where Yifeng was. A white-masked youngster saw that his expression was not good, so he could only smile apologetically. He could not help but open his mouth and say, Smoke? What's so special about that? Maybe the farmers were the ones cooking. What's there to say about such a small thing? Wait. As the sound of his voice faded, Hua Tianli's expression trembled as though he had thought of something. His expression slightly changed. Most of the people in this village had turned into ghost servants. There were no longer any survivors. The white-masked youngster pursed his lips and continued speaking. Big brother Tianli, when I was in Copper Fire City, I studied the Tao of alchemy as a child. That smoke is not ordinary, maybe this is pill refining smoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499. Chapter 499. There was silence all around, and the sound of a pin dropping. Yifeng and Qin Juxian looked at each other. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Behind the two of them, there was a team of people. Obviously, they had already formed a team and were going to follow them in the future. Nearly 10 people chose to follow Yifeng, but there were even more who chose to cling on to powerful nobles and follow Qin Juxian closely. They stood tall and straight, not moving at all as they displayed their abilities with all their might. After all, the other party was a high master. No matter how one looked at it, following her was much more valuable than Yifeng, who had just become a high master. Humph, a bunch of snobbish people. Who was it that recruited them to be inner disciples? Demon Fox muttered. At this moment, she was already thinking about Yifeng. Yifeng did not express anything. He just smiled and took a step towards Feng Yimou. The actions of these outer court disciples were not enough to affect his attitude. In the future, they would feel regret for being on the team today. And that day might not be too long in coming. Taoist Master Yi. After Qin Ju's heart sank for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. Master Heartless, what do you have to say? Yifeng smiled and turned his head to look at her deeply. Do you know why I, Qinju, did not respond to your actions on the way here? I neither support you nor oppose you. Clearly, I loathe you that much. When Qinju did things, he always had the guts to take responsibility. He always had a straightforward heart. Even if it was repulsive, she would not beat around the bush. She would just say it in front of him. Yifeng thought for a while. Could it be because Master has put more thought into observing Qinzhao's movements? Originally, Qinju Xin had asked without thinking that the other party wouldn't be able to guess it. However, Yifeng only guessed right from the first sentence. You? She suppressed the surprise in her heart and smiled. So that's the case. No wonder that girl Bingqian was so captivated by you, Yifeng. She did not even treasure the good future that I could give her. Now, it seems that you, Yifeng, are indeed quite unique. Although she had seen some clues from the previous battle, she had also felt that Yifeng was different from the others. At that time, she hadn't participated in it herself. It was only now that she had a real change in her opinion of Yifeng. The man in front of him had made a good judgment about the current situation. He might be more observant than Yi Xiao. Then Master Heartless, may I ask if Qin Xiao has appeared? Yi Feng's expression gradually became solemn. Qinju nodded slightly and replied. He should have appeared. I caught the aura of an absolute master, but he is very cunning. He has been wandering around the critical point of my spiritual qi detection. He is slippery like a loach and is very cautious. Yifeng frowned and thought about it deeply, so, it has really come before. However, Qinju paused for a moment before letting out a sigh. Sigh. If this fugitive Feng Imo is still alive, we can follow his lead and use the information he gave us to make a comprehensive judgment of where Qin Xiao is. However, since he is dead now, this clue will be severed because of him, but... She hadn't thought that Qin Xiao would directly activate the array formation and use it to kill her. This resulted in an explosion that cut off all her thoughts. No, Master Qin. Yifeng, Demon Fox, and Lu Qiao looked at each other and laughed. Earlier, there were too many people to reveal, but now we can say that Feng Mo is not dead. What? He didn't die? Qinju's expression froze. For a moment, he was unable to recover his senses. He stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. It can't be. Then, she opened her eyes wide and walked forward. She leaned over and extended 2 fingers to cover Feng Mo's chest. After a long while, her wrinkled brow suddenly raised and a peculiar light flashed in her eyes. This. He didn't breathe, but there seemed to be a strand of spirit energy remaining within his dantian. Could it be that he really did not die? She had seen a lot, yet she had never seen such a person. Moreover, if she didn't check up on him, even an expert like herself wouldn't be able to detect his presence. This was truly strange. As for Yifeng deceiving her, she could understand, so she wouldn't say anything more. After all, if others found out that Feng Mo was still alive, they would definitely make use of this opportunity. Leaves laughed. Her face turned serious. That's right. Feng Mo looks like he is dead. But in fact, he is still alive. This. How did you, Yifeng, do such a sinister thing? Yifeng smiled and was about to explain. However, Qinju was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll wake him up right now. She couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart as she shook her head. If she could capture a 9th-rank fugitive, it would be a great honor for her. After all, she was currently representing the celestial sect of wonders. She could not like Yifeng, but she could not disgrace the celestial sect of wonders. Hold on, Master Heartless. Yifeng stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Qinju Xin. His face was slightly cold. Qinju snappily glanced at him as he furrowed his brows. What do you want to do? As Zifeng spoke, he wiped his crystal ring and took out his mysterious rank pill furnace. He put it on the ground in an orderly manner. If I rashly wake Feng Imo up, I'm afraid that it will attract Qin Zhao's attention. It wouldn't be appropriate to alert him like this. Zifeng said one sentence at a time. As he spoke, he had an aura of an expert that could not be doubted. Furthermore, if Qin Zhao is really as described, he is very likely to make changes and use all the information we know to counter our methods. When Qin Zhuoxin heard this, she pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Although it makes some sense, if you don't wake Feng Imo up, how will you ask him any questions? Zifeng smiled faintly, but didn't comment. His silence naturally caused Qin Zhu's attention to be focused on the pill furnace. What's more, Zifeng, at this critical juncture, what other pills do you want to concoct? It was not only Qin Zhuoxin, even the other disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, as well as Demon Fox, were all puzzled when they saw Zifeng take out the pill furnace. Soul-searching pill. These three words were like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Someone pushed the person in front of him and whispered, "Hey, brother, what's that? Have you heard of the soul search pill? T. I, Yao Chong, have failed in my art of dam making for 2 whole years, and you even asked me about it. Are you trying to embarrass me? Don't even mention Yao Chong. I, Wei Tianfeng, can be considered to be quite good in the Tao of alchemy. I have barely managed to refine any spirit-nurturing pills, golden marrow pills, or swift spirit pills, but I have never heard of what the soul-searching pill is. Generally speaking, not to mention refining this soul-search pill, most people had not even heard of it. The few people behind Qin Zhu took this opportunity to laugh. Spiritual Master Yi, it can't be that you made up the name of the soul-search pill just because you tried to be brave, right? They thought that if they said that, they might be able to make Qin Zhu happy. Shut up, a bunch of ignorant fools. Qin Zhu turned his head coldly and glanced at these people. The latter gave an awkward smile, knowing that he had flattered them in the wrong place. At that moment, he was extremely vexed. Others didn't know what was good for them, but she knew very well. Her expression slightly changed as she said one sentence at a time. Soul-searching pill is a pill that can link a person's memories and is specifically used to interrogate criminals. However, it is extremely difficult to refine it. Even in the Heaven's Path City's spirit martial sect, there should not be many such pills. Sure. Zifeng's answer was simple and straightforward. As he laughed, he started to condense the blood-red flame on his fingertip. Threads of heat passed through the layers of air and landed at the bottom of the pill furnace. A faint smoke from the pill furnace began to fill the air like the chimney of a farmer's house. Even from afar, one could still see it. Qin Zhu was slightly stunned. His expression was slightly complicated as he stared at Yiwen. If I succeed in refining it, Master Heartless, will you change your opinion of me? Yi Zi smiled, raised his head and joked. Speaking of a change in perspective, Qin Zhuoxin actually had a different opinion of Zifeng. However, because of the anger in her heart, she had persisted till now. As for Liu Bingqian, for the matter of Zifeng contradicting him, Qin Zhu did not have a good impression of Zifeng. But, unlike Master Liu and Master Suo, Qin Zhu, cherished geniuses. What Zifeng had done was something that only a few people of the same age could do. It shocked her greatly, but at the same time, it also caused her to feel a little fond of him. If you succeed in refining it and get a hold of Feng Imo, then not only will I change my opinion of you, I will also acknowledge your strength. From now on, I will not waste any more time on matters between you and Bingqian. Zifeng slightly grinned and smiled. Honestly speaking, what would happen between him and Bingqian in the future? Even if Qin Zhu were to continue blabbering on, what could he do? All right, Heartless Master. Then it's a deal. The refining of the soul search pill, the traces of Qin Shao, give me an incense stick of time and I will see the results immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500. Chapter 500. The smoke rose into the sky when Leaves started to refine the pill. Her whole body and spirit seemed to have been refreshed. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Even the faint trace of ridicule on his face had disappeared. Gather fire. After a moment of silence, countless rays of light shot out from the bottom of the mysterious tear pill furnace, illuminating the faces of those around it. Soon after, the flames gathered together, forming a bright spot of light. Master Heartless, please make a move. Help me suppress the spiritual energy ripples so that Qin Shao won't suspect anything. Zifeng had a solemn expression. He didn't even turn his head around and directly made a request. Ridiculous. Zifeng, what kind of status do you have? How can you speak to Master Heartless like that? Xiachen furrowed his brows and stared at his forehead. He had participated in the competition between Zifeng and Liu Bingqian, and he had always resented the ambiguous relationship between Zifeng and Liu Bingqian. Xiachen, step back and do as he says, Qin Zhu said coldly as he glared at Xiachen. But Xiachen was stunned for a moment as he looked at his master in disbelief. She clearly wanted to push out Zifeng just a moment ago. Qin Zhu didn't care about what he thought and turned to face the crowd. A cold expression appeared on his pretty face. Tracking down the fugitive is a matter of pride for the celestial sect of wonders. If they want to question Zifeng, don't worry. Once he fails the pill forging process, you can scold him however you like. As the sound of his voice faded, a hint of coldness could be seen on her charming eyebrows as she immediately took action. If you guys follow me now, let's attack together. Then, streams of dark gray light sprinkled all around them like a thick, transparent cocoon, wrapping their spiritual qi inside. Alright, Xiachen's expression froze. Hearing Qin Zhuoxin's words, he could only sigh and bite the bullet. He braced himself and followed Qin Zhuoxin's lead. Zifeng, the spiritual qi ripples have been suppressed. You can focus on concocting pills. As long as you can concoct soul-searching pills, I can turn a blind eye to your previous actions. Many thanks. Zifeng smiled faintly. Naturally, he did not expect Qin Zhu to help him too much. He only needed the most basic of protection. He concentrated for a moment, and when he opened his eyes, his gaze fell on the pill furnace. Without worries, he could concoct pills with all his might. In the next moment, he constantly extracted herbs from the ring, his expression extremely focused. Not long after, bundles of medicinal herbs were taken out from the ring and placed in front of everyone. Ugh, the ghost grass, smiling face fruit, and the polar aurora vine that were used to refine the soul search pill. The temperature of the furnace was just right. Every time he picked a medicinal ingredient, he would throw it into the furnace without any hesitation. The disciples of the celestial sect of wonders looked at each other in dismay. Hey, look at Taoist Master Yi's side. The herbs are piled up as high as a small mountain. We are here to arrest a fugitive. In the end, we are still here to participate in the pill competition. Isn't that so? It's fine that you brought so many medicinal ingredients. But look carefully, there are many medicinal ingredients here that are quite expensive. What do you mean by not cheap? Is it worth thousands of gold coins? Yao Chong was a little confused and asked doubtfully. Nonsense, from the looks of it, it's more than 10,000 gold coins. Who knows, it might require at least 20,000 gold coins. Wei Tianfeng let out a breath of cold air, his face turning serious as he spoke. Even if he was unable to refine them, at the very least, he could roughly estimate the value of these medicinal herbs. What? More than 20,000 gold coins? I really didn't know that Taoist Master Yi was actually so rich. Everyone widened their eyes as they inwardly exclaimed. In the hearts of most people, a person who had just ascended to the next rank did not have much accumulated knowledge. How could he possibly have so many gold coins to use to buy medicinal herbs? Han Yu smiled as she scanned the people around her. Zifeng, you really have a plan. Obviously, you can only get so much gold by selling off all of them. However, even now, they still don't know about it. 1,300 gold coins for a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. This was the deal between Zifeng and Gu Xinwei, and was also his way of making money. Zifeng smiled and raised his head. Han Yue, stop saying these useless things. You and the demon fox, quickly come and help me. Help you? How can I help you? The demon fox's heart trembled. She laughed and said, we are not Liu Bingqian. We don't have the fire martial spirit, so we can't help you refine pills. What can we do for you? When she mentioned the matter of refining pills, she put on a look of helplessness. That's not necessarily true. Refining the soul search pill requires a large amount of calculations. I can't spend too much time and effort on the fire. Think of a way to control it, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned serious. He withdrew the blood-colored flame in his hand and leaped onto the pill furnace, continuously scattering spiritual energy on the star platform and guiding the medicinal strength of the pill. Wait a moment, When the demon fox heard this, she shivered and felt a chill in her heart. She had never participated in the pill refining process in her entire life. Hurry up. Zifeng didn't say what to do, he only said the conclusion. The demon fox and Han Yu looked at each other, somewhat stunned. The next moment, the fire under the pill furnace suddenly became strong. Whatever, let's start. Han Yu and the demon fox's expressions tightened at the same time. They hurriedly took action and entered a cold and sinister aura. Only then did they manage to control the firepower of the pill furnace to its original level. With this experience, they were no longer restrained and managed to suppress the fire several times. Huff! Because this was their first time concocting pills, they were especially serious about it. They had a certain understanding of Liu Bingqian's pill refining abilities. After an unknown period of time, they were already gradually getting used to controlling the fire, and a look of relief gradually appeared on their faces. Zifeng, how is it? We can control the fire, can we? However, they did not receive any reply to their question. What was even more strange was that the people around him had also fallen into silence. Zifeng, you. The demon fox was puzzled. She raised her head and looked at the top of the pill furnace. Suddenly, her expression changed. The five-colored smoke continuously swirled above the furnace, releasing a strange, dazzling luster. The stars on the surface of the Xian-grade furnace continued to connect and form a line. The rise of air. This was the prerequisite for the completion of the pill. Everyone held their breath. Even Qin Juexin's eyes flickered slightly as she stared at the pill furnace for a moment. Zifeng, can you really concoct such a pill? Zifeng stared at the cauldron. Finally, his expression lit up. He didn't want to be suspenseful, so he lifted the lid without saying a word. A bright ray of light, mixed with a pure black luster, emerged from the pill furnace. It was exactly because the top of the furnace had been opened that the pressure inside and outside the furnace had been different. It was almost at the next moment when the lid had been lifted. An incomparably black pearl with a dark red swirl suddenly flew out of the pill furnace. Dark red luster, Xian-grade pellet, could this be a mysterious rank soul search pill? Wei Tianfeng blurted out in shock. Zifeng didn't care about him. His eyes were filled with a bright light. He quickly jumped up, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the bead. Upon seeing this, the other students did not care about their face anymore as they all surrounded him, taking a few steps forward and watching from the sidelines. How is it, spiritual master Yi? Let go of my hand and let us see the quality of that pill. That's right. Let us see if it's a success or not. Because the soul search pill was incredibly fast, most people could only see the shadow of the pill as it flew through the air. They couldn't even see its full appearance. Thus, it was normal for them to have this question. Yuan nodded with a smile. He did not want to be suspenseful and immediately spread out his hands. Everyone, don't worry. The soul search pill has been successfully refined. It was an extremely colorful, shiny, and pitch-black pill. Even an ignorant person could tell that not only had the soul-searching pill been successfully refined, it had been especially well done. To refine this soul search pill within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I, Yifeng, will do as I say and will not go back on my words. The thunderous voice lingered in the hearts of everyone for a long time like a clap of thunder. Yifeng looked up seriously. Master Heartless, I hope you remember what I said before. Actually, I don't ask you to change your opinion on me, I only hope that this time, we will work closely together in the hunt for Qin Shao. Qinju's expression froze. His gaze slowly shifted from the soul-searching pill to Yifeng. She smiled knowingly and nodded. Okay, Yifeng, you fought for this chance, I can promise you that. Upon seeing this, Xia Chen could not stand to watch. He coldly said, Wait, Master Heartless, whether or not this soul search pill has been successfully refined cannot be judged solely by its appearance. It has to be seen whether or not it is effective. From what I see, that idiot should be you, Xia Chen. Although Qinju didn't really like Yifeng, he was still magnanimous. He wouldn't be vague about what praises he should give. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Since there is someone who suspects so much, I am afraid you are not the only one. As for the effects of the soul-searching pill, He slowly walked a few steps toward Feng Imo. Everyone, you will understand once you see it. After that, he opened her lips with one hand and fed her this soul search pill to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 501. Chapter 501. The crowd of mysterious gate disciples all stared fixedly at Feng Imo, their expressions revealing a trace of indescribable complexity. To them, the soul search was a success. They had caught Qin Shao and obtained a reward. It was, of course, very good. However, in the end, this was still the ideal situation. Who knew what kind of revenge Qin Shao would take against them, causing their lives to be taken? Just as they were thinking about it, suddenly, puff! Feng Imo spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Everyone was startled as they cried out in horror. It can't be. So Feng Imo, really hasn't died yet. Feng Mo's consciousness gradually floated up from the bottomless chaos. He slightly opened his eyes, as if he had just seen the world for the first time, and was filled with confusion. What entered his eyes were countless people looking at him with strange gazes at this moment. You all! Yifeng sneered lightly, blocking the crowd. He stood in front of Yi Zichen and gave him some spiritual qi in order to warm up the wind. Go back to sleep. As the warm wind soaked him in ink, his thoughts became chaotic once again. After a while, he fell into a deep slumber and continued sleeping. Qin Juexin asked with some doubt, What's going on? Didn't you, Yifeng, feed him the soul search pill? How did he come to his senses just now? It doesn't matter. After consuming the soul search pill, it would have gone back and forth between the primal chaos and the clear-headed ones. This way, we can search the soul later in order to achieve the best results. Yifeng smiled. You? Yifeng, how do you know so well? All in all, where did you learn all these skills? Master, you are being too serious. I am just a bit knowledgeable about this. His answer caused Qin Ju to be even more confused. His heart was in his throat as he thought, From her point of view, when it came to experience, birth, and strength, Qinju, was far inferior to Li's by a few blocks. Then why did Zifeng know nothing about it? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. The soul-searching is a great burden for those who have been soul-searched. Fine, let's not talk about this. The soul-searching is a great burden for those who have been soul-searched. Qinju was slightly dazed as he stared at the blade of the leaf. What do you mean? How do you want me to help you? Although she knew about the soul search pill, she wasn't from the spiritual martial force. She had never seen anyone use it before, so it was natural that she was puzzled. It's very simple. Master Qin, please give me your hand. This time, Xie couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Zifeng, you motherfasterous cur. Do you know what you're saying? When Qinju heard this, her face was overwhelmed with shock and a hint of anger appeared on her face. This time, she did not plan to give any face to Zifeng. That's right, Zifeng. I advise you not to push your luck too far. Don't take it as a matter of course to give you face. Her pretty face, after slightly adjusting, once again became serene. Fine, I don't mind, because in the end, it's not impossible for just one person to search the soul. However, if that's the case, then you can only listen to my side of the story and won't have the chance to experience it for yourself. It's a pity, but if this is acceptable to you, then I will start to search the soul. Zifeng smiled lightly for a moment. As he righted Feng Mo, he stood up and extended his hand towards the top of Feng Mo's head. His expression did not have the slightest trace of falsehood, as if he really did not care about Qinju's attitude. Wait! Qinju suddenly yelled in a low voice as she stretched out her sparkling and translucent hands to block in front of Zifeng. Search your soul together, don't try to fool me. Otherwise, I will cripple your arm. Sure, please Master Qin. You must trust my character. Zifeng never lies when he does things. Demon Fox. Spirit Shadow. Hanyue. Alright, since you just managed to refine the soul search pill, Zifeng, I'll believe you this once. With that said, Qinju finally put down his guard and placed his small jade-like hand on Zifeng's big hand. Although she was a bit older than Zifeng in this life, she wasn't too far off. Moreover, since she had a heartless title, her heart was as calm as water. Naturally, she wouldn't act like a young girl, and her face wouldn't reveal any shy expression. Even so, this was the first time the other disciples of the celestial sect of wonders had seen a man holding heartless master's hand. Qinju's heart was as clear as snow, his skin was as smooth as snow, and his bright red lips were as white as snow. He was born to be a beauty, and if not for his cold face and liveliness, he would definitely have been very likable. Then, he began his soul search. Following Zifeng's words, his expression changed drastically and became extremely serious. As he grabbed Qinju's jade-like hand, he struck out with his palm, directly striking the top of Feng Mo's head. Your attacks are so heavy, do you want to? Will we be able to kill him? Seeing Zifeng viciously attacking Feng Mo, Qinju frowned slightly. Just as he asked, he looked at Zifeng. However, she noticed that Zifeng's expression was especially serious. He did not answer her, as if he was waiting for something or observing something. Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. And now, please pay attention to your surroundings. Oh. Qinju glanced at him with a surprised look on his face. All of a sudden, it was almost at the same time that Zifeng finished speaking. The surrounding scenery started to change unceasingly like passing clouds. Not a single one of the celestial sect of wonders disciples could be seen. The village became a manor. Flowers and trees, blooming together. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish had also changed their species. They had undergone a tremendous change as if they were in a foreign land. Qinju looked around at his surroundings and astonishment filled his beautiful eyes. Illusory realm, so this soul search pill actually has the ability to create illusions. I only heard about it before, but I didn't expect that this pill would have such powerful uses. No. Zifeng stood beside her and said, rather than calling this an illusion, it would be more accurate to say that it is a memory fragment belonging to Feng Mo. What? When Qin Juexin heard this, she raised her head and looked around her surroundings. Her eyes slightly narrowed into a line. Sure enough, just as Zifeng had said, there was a common characteristic in the constantly changing scenes around them. Feng Mo himself was within them. So that's how it is. That's great. I didn't think this soul search pill would have such a powerful use. Right now, the most important thing is to find the memory fragment between him and Qin Shao. Following his trail, we will definitely uncover Qin Shao. Previously, when she was searching for traces of Qin Zhao's spirit energy, he had slipped like a loach, and before she could get into his effective range, she had lost him. And now, with the help of Yifeng's soul search pill, her confidence was rekindled. Yifeng looked at her with a serious expression and said, "That's true, but let me remind you, we don't have much time, and after consuming the soul search pill, the pain and pressure that the soul catcher himself would have to endure is hard to imagine. Our actions must be quick, and if he were to die and we don't leave, perhaps we really won't be able to leave this place." Of course. Xinju's answer was simple and straightforward. She paused for a moment and continued, "In that case, I will divide the true essence and attach it to the space around us. At that time, if there is anything wrong, I will inform you and evacuate in time." That would be the best. Yifeng's expression faintly revealed a hint of brightness. From the start, he only had the least bit of expectations for Qinju, as long as he did not cause trouble. He had not expected to get her help at such a critical time and cooperate with her. In other words, the other party's nature was not bad at all. He heaved a sigh of relief. He felt the burden on his shoulders loosen up a little. After a moment, he looked at one of the pictures. He was staring at it with rapt attention. This. The light in his eyes flickered, and his pupils dilated. "What's wrong, Yifeng? Did you discover Qin Shao?" "Sigh, there are too many memory fragments. I'm afraid I can't finish them all in a moment." When Qin Juexin turned around, she coincidentally saw Yi Wen frozen on the spot. She couldn't help but ask. Yifeng frowned continuously and did not say anything for a long time, just silently watching the following scene. In this way, Qinju felt even more puzzled. She immediately turned around and walked 2 steps to Yifeng's side. Then, she lifted her head to look at the scene in front of her. What? Seeing the person in front of him, Qinju's heart was filled with astonishment. No way, Qin Shao is actually a woman. A girl dressed in green. Even in the memories of the wind ink, she had never shown her face, and could only vaguely make out the contours of some of the edges. Even the weapon on her body could not be seen. No, not just these. Yifeng's expression was solemn. He shook his head and pointed at a certain spot in the picture. "Master Heartless, look here. I was just surprised because of this. What's going on?" Qinju's eyes narrowed into a line as he looked in the direction Yifeng was pointing. Gu Shunwei. In the underground stone chamber, at the edge of the huge sphere of light. This was the main hall of the spiritual martial force. Achoo! Gu Shunwei sneezed for no reason and then raised his head. Why does it feel like someone has set their sights on me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6. Chapter 502. Chapter 502. Gu Shunwei. Qin Juexin's expression was overwhelmed with shock. Her bright eyes revealed an indescribable complex expression. What's going on? Gu Shunwei, who entrusted the Celestial Sect of Wonders to hunt down the fugitive, it has something to do with Feng Mo and the rest. She felt a strange coldness in her heart. If there was a problem with the Spirit Martial Sect, then there was no doubt that there was an additional variable in the hunt for Qin Shao. Ugh! Yifeng paced back and forth, and thought for a moment. I can't come to a conclusion about this yet. I will continue to observe and make a judgment. As the sound of his voice faded, the two of them looked at each other, tightly staring at the scene in front of them. Their pupils contracted as memories of the past flashed past their eyes like passing clouds. Yifeng, look over here, there seems to be scenes of Qin Shao appearing as well. Once he realized the seriousness of the situation, Qin Zhu's expression turned solemn. He had already gradually entered a state of seriousness. After a while, unconsciously, their position grew closer and closer, almost to the point where they were side by side. Qin Zhu's heart breathed out, and his chest rose up like a flower. Zifeng inadvertently lowered his head and could smell the fragrance emitted from Qin Zhuoxin's body. So that's how it is. There really is something fishy about Gu Xinwei. As if he understood something, he nodded and said seriously, and Master Qin, what's wrong? Did you find something new? When Qin Zhuoxin heard this, her face filled with joy. She blurted out, no, Master Qin, you're too entranced. You've been stepping on my feet. Yifeng's expression changed slightly, it's already swollen from stepping on it. Ah! Feng Mo's incomparably painful cry resounded in everyone's heart like a pig being slaughtered. Kill me! Hurry up and kill me! Feng Mo repeated this phrase non-stop as his body and bones trembled non-stop. Obviously, due to the effects of the soul search pill, he was currently suffering from a great torture. What should we do now? Heartless Master and Taoist Master are both still soul-searching and haven't recovered. Are we really going to just keep watching Feng Mo's miserable wails and do nothing? That's boring. Right, why don't we search him and see what treasures are left on this fugitive? If there really is anything else, we can report it to Heartless and ask him for credit. What do you think? A red-clothed disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders laughed out loud. He then took a step forward and was about to throw Overlord Mo's sleeve. Suddenly, a delicate shout sounded. Both of you retreat. The demon fox and Han Yu stood to the left and right of Feng Mo as they scolded almost simultaneously. Their expressions were extremely cold. Step back. The red-clothed disciple was startled when he heard this, and immediately began to laugh. You two beautiful girls have really good tempers. It's just that, now that you have lost the protection of Master Yi, who do you think can stand up for you? Even if they did do something to you guys, with the newly ascended Master Yi, could it be that they would be able to harm Master Qin's disciples? As he said that, his eyes turned especially unfriendly, and he started to continuously wander back and forth on the demon fox's body. Am I right, senior brother? Then, he walked to Xie Chen's side and stood there, laughing coldly. However, at this moment, Xie Chen seemed to be attentively staring at Qin Zhu's heart, as if he didn't have the time to pay any attention to him. This red-clothed disciple was Qin Zhuoxin's disciple, Xie Chen's junior brother, Tong Danrong. Oh! The demon fox didn't wait for the others to stand up and coldly snorted. So you're saying that you treat us like the flower vase beside Yifeng? That's what I meant. Tong Danrong smiled and said mockingly, I am telling the truth. Yifeng brought you two along while he was chasing the fugitives. I really don't know what is in his head. The demon fox smiled sweetly, while the smile on her face became increasingly faint. She slowly turned her head and looked at Han Yu. Han Yue, he said we're here to drag you down. So, should you come, or should I? Whatever, you should do it. I'm afraid that I'll dirty my hands. A cold light flashed across Han Yu's charming face, but in the end, it disappeared. Hearing this, Tong Danrong was stunned. He did not understand what was going on. Wait, what do you guys want to do? However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a burning pain on his left cheek, as if it was cracked. When he lowered his hand, everyone looked over and saw a red handprint on his face. What? Tong Donron was stunned by the sudden palm attack. He looked confused. He angrily looked around, only to see that the person closest to him was Xie Chen. Not only did he have no time to bother with him, the other party had no reason to slap him either. His expression was stunned as he quickly raised his head and looked at the two women. However, he was surprised to find that the two of them were still standing at the same place. They hadn't moved at all. Even their standing posture had remained the same as before. If the demon fox and the others were to attack him, at such a distance, how did they manage to do it? This is so King evil, what is going on? Could it be that Zifeng? Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud ah. The right side of his face was slapped once again. A red handprint appeared on her face in an instant. From the looks of it, both sides were in balance. A burning pain. Within moments, his face had swelled up. But he looked around. The people around him were all looking at him with astonished eyes. Other than the two of them, Demon Fox and Han Yu. Bastard, what is it? Pa! Another crisp sound rang out. Tong Donron was hit in the nose and was pushed back several steps. When his back was pushed against a tree, he barely managed to stop. His eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly at the two women. At this moment, he didn't dare to say anything more. The rest of the people looked at the demon fox and then at Tong Donron, feeling extremely puzzled. Even those with a higher level could only see the afterimages of the demon fox's movement and return. They did not see how the demon fox had attacked. How is it? Do you know who is the one holding back now? The demon fox's expression was filled with a bone-piercing cold smile. She walked a few steps towards Tong Donron, who also took a few steps back. It was obvious that he was scared by these three slaps. Demoness. Tong Donron's lips turned cold as he replied in surprise. It has to be said that before leaving the Nine Abyss, the demon fox was already a bit numb to killing people. That was the reason why her smile was so cold. That was the reason why people treated her as a killing intent. If you understand, then step back. Be more honest, don't affect Zifeng's soul search. The demon fox swept her gaze over the crowd, her eyebrows were filled with a hint of anger. At a time when the atmosphere is tense. After a painful cry, a drop of blood slowly fell from Feng Mo's forehead. What's going on? The demon fox and Han Yu were slightly surprised. They looked at each other, and then threw Tong Donron aside. They wanted to go over and see the situation. After all, compared to teaching Tong Donron a lesson, what they truly cared about was Zifeng's safety. In the next moment, an incomparably sharp cyclone gushed out from all the acupoints in Feng Mo's body. In an instant, this black mass of air was like a tide as it blew towards Zifeng and Qin Zhuoxin and completely engulfed them. And then, before the crowd could take a closer look, the smoke rose and then dispersed. Feng Mo was lying on the side, dying. It was obvious that after the soul search, he had carried a heavy burden on his body. On the other side, Zifeng and Qin Zhuoxin slowly opened their eyes. Within their eyes, there was a faint hint of astonishment. The soul search ended. Spiritual Master Yi, did you get any valuable information from the soul search? That's right, where is Qin Xiao? There were many different kinds of questions asked by the crowd. When the demon fox saw this, she unhappily walked forward and pushed away the few people at the front. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't you see that Zifeng has just finished soul searching? Is he tired? Soon after, she faintly smiled and turned her head. Her pretty face was brimming with vigor. How is it, Zifeng? Zifeng and Qin Zhuoxin looked at each other and frowned, but did not relax. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. Even the smile on the demon fox's face gradually froze on the spot. After my soul search, I already have an idea where Qin Xiao is. Hearing this, everyone let out a long breath. In any case, this meant that the soul search for Feng Yimo was useful. That's great. Seiji, that Qin Shao, where is he? And what kind of person is he? He won't be easy to deal with. I would also like to ask about that. Moreover, how strong are the fugitives? In the end, can we deal with them? The questions that came out like a barrage of cannonballs were asked by everyone. Even Tong Danron could not help but come closer to listen to the situation of the fugitive. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Even the slightest mistake could cause a person to be separated between yin and yang. About this, Yifeng swept his gaze across the crowd and stopped on Tong Danron. He felt that something was wrong and was slightly startled. Buzz, however, in merely a moment, he ignored her and looked to the others. As a fugitive of the 9th rank, Qin Shao is naturally not easy to deal with. However, no matter what, he is not invincible. As for our next destination, it is the Forbidden Land of the Mysterious Gate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503. Chapter 503. As soon as he finished his sentence, he heard voices of opposition. The forbidden area of the celestial sect of wonders. Spiritual Master Yi, aren't you just talking too much? Master Qin hasn't even said anything yet, why are you blabbering so much over there? Tong Danron covered his face with both hands. When he spoke, there was a slight leakage in his voice. Oh, if you have the ability, say it again, the demon fox laughed coldly, with a murderous look on her face. So what if I say it again? The current me is still afraid of you. Tong Danron's mouth twitched a little, but he still tried his best to say it. Previously, when his master wasn't around, he was beaten up by the demon fox. However, due to the relationship between their strengths, he wasn't able to fight back. But now, Xin Juxian had returned. In his view, his master would definitely help him get back at them and not let go of Demon Fox and Yifeng. Alright, I'll say it again. Master hasn't even said anything yet. Enough. Xin Ju frowned and shouted. Master, Tong Danron was stunned. He raised his head in a daze. Listen up, Yifeng's meaning is also my meaning. Just obediently listen to what he says and do it. What? Tong Danron was stunned. He hadn't thought that his master, who had been gnashing her teeth in hatred towards Zifeng before, would now become much more distant after the soul search. In fact, his master even wanted him to do as Zifeng said. Do you not understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that we should return to the forbidden land of the mysterious gate and search for Qin Shao. Is there any other problem? No. When Tong Danron heard this, he hastily replied. On his face, there was a trace of obvious regret. If he had known earlier, why would he have thought that he was smart? He thought that suppressing Yifeng would make Qin Ju happy. Now, it was obvious that he had embarked on a different path. One could imagine that Tong Danron would not stand a good chance against Qin Ju in the future. There are still people who want to cause trouble, don't hide it. Now stand in front of me, Qin Ju, and make things clear for me. Her eyes revealed a stern expression as she swept her gaze over the crowd. Her sharp aura was like a sharp blade that cut into their hearts. Is there one? All were silent and did not make a sound. If there are none, then follow me back to the Gate of Wonders and the Forbidden Area. There, you will find the answer you want. Along the way, the demon fox and Leaves were walking side by side. She looked around, lowered her voice, spoke slowly. Yifeng, honestly speaking, is Qin Shao really in the forbidden land of the mysterious gate? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. His eyes lit up. Not necessarily. I can only say that it is very possible that he will go there. The spirit demon fox was startled, and looked at the other party in puzzlement. What do you mean? Could it be that you confirmed something when you searched the soul? Zifeng nodded with a serious look in his eyes. That's right. The soul search didn't take too long, so I couldn't get a clear idea of what was going on. Even so, I was certain of one thing. That is, Qianxiao will go to the forbidden land of the mysterious gate and retrieve something. What is it? It's worth it for him to take the risk. That's unlikely. The demon fox slightly frowned and shook her head. In her opinion, Qianxiao being able to escape the hunt of the spirit martial sect was already something to rejoice about. He would never return to the tiger's den and treat his own life as child's play. When Han Yu saw the two of them whispering to each other, she immediately followed and listened attentively. To be honest, this thing is the reason why he was hunted by the spirit martial sect, a technique book. Cultivation method. The demon fox heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I still think it's something. Don't underestimate it. Zifeng smiled lightly and seriously glanced at the two girls. This is a secret technique related to ghost servants, and it is this very technique that caused Feng Mo and the rest to take the risk with Qianxiao. They did not hesitate to offend the spirit martial sect and became fugitives. Just as he finished speaking, Han Yu, who was listening at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. After a moment of silence, she refuted. Impossible. Han Yu shook her head with a serious expression. Inside the Soul Death Town, the techniques used to control the ghost servants are all imprinted at the bottom of the mountain peak. How can the mysterious gate that you're in have techniques related to the ghost servants? Zifeng let out a long sigh. He naturally understood Han Yu's feelings. After all, the 10,000 Corpses sect was a cultivation method from another world, so it shouldn't be passed down in this world. After a moment of depression, he replied. Let's not talk about the possibility, I'm only talking about what I saw with my own eyes. Since you don't believe me, can you explain to me why Gushan Wei of the spiritual martial school has the ability to control ghosts and servants? This, Han Yu's heart trembled slightly. To be honest, if it wasn't because her movements had been restricted by Zifeng and her power was limited, she really wanted to capture Gushan Wei at all costs and force the truth out of him. Alright, let's not talk too much. Zifeng raised his head and sighed. We need to hurry to the forbidden land of the mysterious gate before the sky turns dark. After all, it's only 10 days of pursuit. We have to hurry. In the forbidden land of Xian, scorching heat waves were rising continuously around the crowd like a volcano erupting. The crowd was stunned as they saw this. Master Qin, are you sure we're going to enter this forbidden area? I remember that other than the guards, outsiders are not allowed to enter. That's right. Besides, it's not easy to make a trip back to the Celestial Gate. How about Master Qin let us go back to recuperate first before coming back? No. Xin Juexin shook her head deeply. Qianxiao may come at any time, so we must first prepare to capture him. As for the authority to enter the forbidden area, all of you don't have to worry. I have already reported it to the sect leader with my spiritual will. No problem. That's right. Everyone, listen to Master Qin. Apart from this, everyone else is not allowed to leave. There is another important point. Zifeng added. He raised his wrist and pointed to the black bracelet. Look, the contents of the bracelet have changed. There has been a change. Everyone's expression slightly changed as they attentively looked at the contents of the black bracelet. Xiachen paused for a moment before reading it out loud. Those who divulge information about the spirit martial sect will be killed immediately. Hearing these words, the disciples who were just about to go back immediately let go of their fists. After all, they were well aware that if they were asked, it would be difficult for them to slip up. If he was sentenced to death just because of a slip of the tongue, it would be a great loss. Damn it, just where exactly is the spirit martial sect? How is it that they even know about us when we arrive at the celestial sect of wonders? Yeah, the worst thing is this black bracelet. I can't take it off and I can't even strip it off. It's really pissing me off. Tong Donrong couldn't vent the anger in his heart. He could only complain about the current situation. Be quiet. Xinju's eyes swept across the noisy crowd. Most of them acted like they were looking at a cat. They kept on darting around, avoiding his gaze. Yifeng, I've brought him here. I've helped you get him into the forbidden area. What you want to do next, it's up to you. Yifeng smiled and nodded, of course. It's just as we agreed before. Now, I will mobilize everyone and prepare the formation in advance. Prepare the formations, Spiritual Master Yi. You are planning to use the array to fight against that so-called formation master, Qin Shao. There's no need for that. I think we should call for more real people. Master, please come guard here. It's impossible to do it by ourselves. Some of them had gloomy expressions. Apparently, they did not think that their team had any big chances of winning. Yifeng sneered, alright, if you're not afraid of death, then go and get more people from the sect to help you guard it. However, at that time, if you reveal any valuable information, you can just wait and die by yourself. That person's face froze. He couldn't help but tremble when he thought about what had just been leaked. Apparently, he had forgotten about it out of habit. Alright, let's return to the Celestial Gate. I believe that everyone must have a lot of feelings for us. Yifeng took a deep breath and walked a few more steps into the forbidden area. He suddenly turned around and faced the crowd with an indescribably solemn expression. I know that everyone has such doubts in their hearts, but please forgive me for not making it too clear for the time being. I will only give everyone the details of what to do in the future, and will not give you an overall summary. Everyone, there's no need to ask others what to do, can you? Everyone looked at each other in unison. They looked at each other, but did not know what was going on in Yifeng's gourd. Yifeng is asking you. Can you? Where's the answer? Xinju could not help but yell out. Yes, of course I can. Hearing this, everyone forced a smile and kept nodding their heads. 10 miles away. He saw a hexagonal pattern of the enemy standing on the sand. It was clearly defined and dazzling. On the desert, a beautiful girl stood against the wind. Her charming face made every man's heart beat faster. Oh. She paused for a moment, her gray eyes flashing with a strange light. Who set up the forbidden area in the Celestial Sect of Wonders? A new formation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504. Chapter 504. Brother Zifeng, their group has returned to our Celestial Sect of Wonders. Is this for real? Yi Shui's beautiful eyes whitened as she casted a glance at Starlight. That's right, their movements are very secretive. Elder Zhao only heard a general idea. Right now, the only thing he can be sure of is that they are in a forbidden area within the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Moreover, they are safe. No matter how well kept it a secret, some people still knew where Yifeng and the others were. It's good that you're fine. Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui looked at each other and simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. The expression on their charming faces gradually slowed down. This time, Yifeng did not let Liu Bingqian and the others go with him. That was why they were so worried. Then, Liu Bingqian hesitated for a moment before replying. Oh, you want to ask about Yifeng's situation? Xing Xian, who was standing to the side, suddenly raised her eyes and smiled. Liu Bingqian was stunned for a moment and then slightly nodded her head with a bashful look on her face. Yes, that's right. My right eyelid has been jumping for the past 2 days. I'm afraid I have a bad premonition. Xing Xian nodded her head deeply. That's enough, there's nothing to be superstitious about. Don't worry, it's easier said than done. As long as he calms down and chooses an opponent that's easier to deal with, ordinary people might not be able to do anything to him. Let's hope so. Liu Bingqian sighed, I'm just afraid that the opponent he chooses is not an ordinary person. As if facing a great enemy. In the forbidden area of the celestial sect of wonders, under Yifeng's tight arrangement, everyone looked solemn. There was almost nothing to talk about. Hurry up, move faster. Qin Zhu's urging voice continuously sounded in the ears of the others. Qin Shao may come at any time. Before that, you must arrange the formation to ensure that the hunt is successful. Since this was the celestial sect of wonders territory, it was relatively easy to obtain some formation materials. Thus, with Qin Zhuexin's message, Fairy Phone brought over all sorts of materials. Yifeng was able to use the array formation. This was the benefit of Yifeng's backing towards the organization. He could obtain a proper excuse to win a large amount of resources. How could this be? Placing this formation makes me feel like my energy is draining faster. So, you also have the same feeling. I thought, I'm the only one. Tong Danrong took a deep breath and felt some lingering fear. At first, he thought Yifeng was just doing it on purpose, but he accepted it. But now, it seemed like he was afraid that Yifeng was plotting something, which undoubtedly made him even more suspicious. Thus, after the crowd followed Yifeng's instructions and did as he said, some of their emotions were accumulated. Finally, some of them could not help but vent it out. Guru Qin, can you explain the reason why we are setting up the formation like this to Taoist Master Yi? At the very least, you should tell us the name of the formation. Yeah, if we do what he says, even if we sell us out, we'll still be in the dark. If this formation has some sort of self-destruct trap, then I won't do it. That's right. If you want us to believe in Taoist Master Yi, you should at least give us a reason to believe in him. The sounds of discussion continuously rose and fell. Be quiet. Yifeng's voice was as deep as a bell as he slowly said. However, the sounds from their surroundings became louder and louder. The nervousness in their hearts had also been ignited. Some of them even spoke out in an evil tone, "What are you being quiet for? If you don't explain yourself now, we won't listen." I'll say it again. Be quiet. With a loud shout from Yifeng, the flying sword in his hand emitted a colorful glow. After that, he saw a large piece of bluestone in front of him. There was a slanted mark on it. Bang! A corner of this rock fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the cut. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror and as smooth as jade. A hint of anger gradually surfaced on Yifeng's face. At this moment, everyone finally calmed down from the chaos and heard Yifeng's words. I remember that before, when I was setting up the formation, I said that I would not tell everyone too many things. At that time, I was able to answer your questions. That was a long time ago. Besides, your words are just wishful thinking. At the very least, you should at least tell us the bare minimum. Seizing the opportunity, Xiachen couldn't help but open his mouth to reply. Yifeng chuckled, the least thing. Alright, then I'll tell you all. There's a spy among you people that Qin Shao inserted himself in. If you want me to say it, and the spy finds out, then you all should know what the result will be. Spy. With that said, everyone was stunned. After Yifeng's reminder, their originally anxious emotions gradually calmed down and they began to think seriously. The information was leaked and the formation was broken. Even if everyone had managed to preserve their lives, if Qin Shao were to take away the cultivation technique manuals from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, if word of this got out, not only would the Celestial Sect of Wonders' reputation be ruined, but their own future would also be greatly affected. Spiritual Master Yi, is the matter of the spy real? There are some things that there is no need to be certain and there is no need to be afraid of 10,000. What I'm afraid of is that everything Zifeng has done is to remove that in case, and so, I hope everyone will believe my judgment. Zifeng slightly cupped his hands as a respectful smile appeared on his skinny face. The crowd had been incited and agitated in the first place, so even though their profound qi was flowing faster, they still didn't feel any pain. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask, "But spiritual Master Yi, since we've returned to the celestial sect of wonders, why don't we find some spiritual masters or high masters to help us? This way, our chances of success are much higher." Qin Ju could no longer bear to continue watching. He opened his mouth and scolded. "A bunch of cowards. Can't you guys be a bit more ambitious?" Yifeng smiled and added on, "Stop Qin Ju's cursing. However, do you all still remember the information on this black bracelet? Whoever divulges the news about the spirit martial sect will be killed instantly, and I'm afraid that the sect leader has also communicated with the upper echelons of the spirit martial sect and tacitly allowed this situation to happen. In addition, it is very important that the spirit martial sect members can use this black bracelet to monitor the actions of each of us. Monitor our movements, this." The barrage of words caused everyone to be stunned. If the black bracelet was used to monitor their movements, then they really couldn't place their hopes on anyone else for the sake of their own lives. Everything was up to them now. Thus, after Yifeng helped to untie their minds, they gradually started to buy things out from Yifeng. "Ugh, spiritual Master Yi, we are, after all, outer sect disciples that you have brought with you. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Since you have said this much, I, Chen Yunsheng, am willing to believe you." "That's right. I, Li Mingyue, am also willing to believe in you." One after another, sounds of agreement rose and fell. Even Tong Danrong, after being glared at by Qin Ju, had no choice but to follow the crowd and swear an oath as well. "I, Tong Danrong, am willing to believe." "Very well, thank you all. Also, as long as you follow my instructions and endure for another half an incense stick of time, this formation can be considered to have been completed." Yifeng looked around at the crowd with a sincere expression on his face. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, and their eyes were filled with relief. After all, no matter how late it was, once the formation was completed, they would have less insurance in their hearts. However, at the moment when Yifeng was done with his preparations, suddenly, a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders who was in charge of patrolling the outskirts of the forbidden area came running back with an anxious expression on his face. "Spiritual Master Yi, there's an urgent matter. A strange person has arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area." "Weird, what do you mean by that?" Yifeng gradually frowned and blurted out. It just so happened that before he could complete the formation, there was suddenly a variable. "Don't mention it. There's a white-clothed youth at the entrance of the forbidden area holding a guqin. I don't know what he's planning to do, but this is too strange. Could it be Qin Xiao?" When everyone heard this, the first reaction that came to their minds was Qin Xiao's. "Yifeng, you should continue strengthening the formation here. I'll go meet that Qin Xiao, but I don't know if he has the guts to barge into the forbidden area of the celestial sect of wonders like this and treat our celestial sect of wonders like nothing." Qin Ju smiled coldly, as if he was a hunter who had finally seen his prey. "No, wait a moment, Master Qin. Don't be rash yet. Before I do that, I think I should confirm something." Yifeng pondered for a moment, then paced back and forth. "Speak quickly if you have something to say. What exactly do you want to confirm?" Qin Ju slightly frowned and stopped in his tracks. He glared at Yifeng with a bit of displeasure. Yiwen poured a bucket of cold water over Yiwen's excitement. In the past, no disciple or real person would dare to speak to him like this. If it weren't for the fact that she was pursuing Qin Xiao, Qin Ju wouldn't have been so confident. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have bothered with Yifeng. "What I want to confirm is very simple." The light in Yifeng's eyes flared up. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep and profound. "Is this white-clothed youth Qin Xiao?" Or is it that she sent him here just to lure the tigers out of the mountain? Ghost servant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505. Chapter 505. You want to lure me away. Qin Zimo was stunned when she heard this. Her delicate eyebrows gradually knitted together. She paced back and forth a few steps, gradually calming down. Ugh. After all, she was the main force on the fugitive's side. If she were to leave, Zifeng's side would definitely suffer. Once there was a gap in the formation, it would be even more likely for it to collapse. That's right. Before we officially come into contact with Qin Shao, please consider carefully. Zifeng's expression was solemn. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Therefore, I hope that Master Qin can use his spiritual will this time to investigate the entrance to the forbidden area." Oh. Qin Zimo's beautiful eyes lit up. Zifeng actually knows the usage of spiritual perception. About this, Zifeng only knows a little about the spiritual will. Zifeng smiled with a sincere expression. Qin Zhu nodded with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, I do know a bit." "Never mind, time is of the essence, so I won't press you. I'll use my spiritual will to thoroughly investigate." At the entrance of the forbidden area, a white-clothed youth sat on the ground. The sound of the zither was sometimes melodious and clear, sometimes soft and elegant, and sometimes cold and noble. Spiritual will. He stopped stroking the strings of the zither for a moment and squeezed out a dry voice from his hoarse throat. "So that's how it is. Just like what I've arranged, among the people who came to hunt me down, there is another existence at the same realm as me. However, is it a martial artist, or a martial spirit?" He slightly raised his head. On his handsome face, there was an otherworldly atmosphere. Unexpectedly, he looked at the formless soul consciousness in the sky. His opponent's strength would undoubtedly affect his next plan. When Qin Zhu saw this, he could not help but be shocked in his heart. If this white-clothed youth was really Qin Shao, then why did he brazenly play at the entrance of the forbidden area? Could it be that he had gone mad? "Who are you? Why are you lingering at the entrance of the forbidden land of the mysterious gate? Tell me your name." Unable to ascertain the other party's identity, Qin Zhu didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if the other party wasn't Qin Shao, it would be a huge joke. Sure. The man in white laughed and said, "I am Yunzhe, a friend of Grandmaster Xianmen. I have an appointment to meet here." "Master? Which one?" Qin Zimo was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows. Then, she thought for a while and continued, "Forget it, no matter which one, I'll tell you the truth. This forbidden area has already been taken. You have no business here. Leave quickly." Hearing this, the white-clothed youth's eyes lit up and he smiled as he replied, "No, since I've agreed to meet him, how can I leave just like that? If my master has reserved a forbidden area, then I'll just wait for someone at the entrance of this forbidden area. Could it be that I can't set foot in this place that is outside of the forbidden area?" Hidden between his words, he was probing the other party's intentions, causing Qin Zhu to consider every word that he might say. "You?" Seeing that the young man in white was sitting down once again, Master Qin gritted his teeth and frowned slightly. The melodious sound of the zither might have been soft, but at this moment, it was slowly approaching Zifeng and the others. "How is it, Master Qin?" When Zifeng saw the gloomy expression on Qin Zhuoxin's face, he couldn't help but ask. "Something is not right. That white-clothed youth did not enter the entrance of the forbidden area. Instead, he just waited outside and played the zither. From the looks of it, he will likely continue to wait." Qin Zhu sighed from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he really is Qin Shao, and wants to waste our patience. When we are relaxed, we can try to find a secret technique. I'm afraid it's more than just. What? The other disciples looked at Zifeng in shock. To be honest, Qin Zhu had assumed that the young man in white was Qin Shao. They were already suspicious of him, let alone mention anything else. Zifeng pondered for a moment, then shook his head, with a complicated expression on his face. His starry eyes were tightly shut, as if he was thinking about something. If he really wants to attack us when we relax, then there's absolutely no need to reveal his current whereabouts. This is more of a disadvantage for him than it is a benefit, so in my opinion, what he's doing now is definitely something else. Let me think. He paused for a moment, then raised his head and listened to the melodious music. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression froze on the spot. Not good, I understand. It's the sound of this zither. Xia Chen couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out, Wait a minute, Zifeng, don't talk about such a mystical matter. You haven't said it yet, just assume that he is Qin Zhao's basis. Just tell us where it is so that everyone can hear it. Zifeng let out a faint sneer, an average person. Who do you think would bring a Guqin to play beside them, especially in the forbidden grounds of the celestial sect of wonders? The answer is very simple. It's a weapon. He coldly glared at Xia Chen. His imposing manner caused the latter's heart to tremble and his mind to go blank. The zither is a weapon. Xia Chen's face paled as he stood on the spot like a log. That's right, luckily when we were chasing after Feng Mo, we understood some of the rules for controlling ghost servants. Zifeng turned around and said with a serious expression. At this moment, Qin Zhuoxin stared deeply at Zifeng without letting go. Zifeng, what do you want to say? There's no need to hide it. Zifeng nodded with a serious expression. In addition to the suppression of power, there is also a need for distance restrictions. If the traditional method is not enough, then you can use a certain medium, and the zither is a very good weapon at concealment. So, I said so much, what are you all still standing there foolishly for? Everyone, quickly cover your ears. All right. At the same time, the group hurriedly acted according to Yifeng's instructions. However, there were a few who didn't believe Yifeng's words at all. The melodious sound of the zither contained a strange power. Therefore, it was as if they had been struck by a giant bell in the time it took for half a beat. They couldn't even think for a long time. They looked at a loss, as if they were dead. The coldness in Yifeng's eyes became colder and colder. He punched the wall fiercely. He has been set up. His goal is not only to control a certain number of ghost servants. He probably wants us to keep our voices down so that it won't be convenient for him to command us from behind. Due to his and Qin Zhuoxin's strength being relatively high, they would not be affected by the zither music. However, the two of them would not be affected, and would not be able to represent the other person's current state. Not long after, there were 3 or 4 disciples who slowly fell down after hearing this. They crawled on the ground with an ugly, ashen face. Qin Zhuoxin glared as her eyebrows shot up one by one. Her face was completely red, down to the roots of her hair. So that's how it is. That white-clothed youth outside is actually Qin Shao. You all just wait here. I'll collect his corpse and break his zither music. Qin Zhu had no reason to let go of someone who dared to provoke his dignity in front of the celestial sect of wonders. Wait a moment. Yifeng's voice suddenly rose. In fact, from the beginning until now, he had always had a question in his mind. In Feng Mo's memory, Qin Shao was a woman. However, the person who had appeared at the entrance of the forbidden ground of the celestial sect of wonders was a man. In that case, he didn't think that dealing with Qin Shao would have any good effects, let alone winning against him. You still have to stop me? If you're afraid that I'll be lured away, I can promise you that I'll use my spiritual will to attack him. Qin Zhu had hardened his heart and was going to teach the Qin Shao a lesson. No. Yi Wen laughed lightly. Why should I stop you? You can do it boldly. However, if you are prepared to be cheated, I advise you not to be rash and try to stall for time. Wait for me to create a chance for you. I'll wait for you to create the opportunity, but. When Qin Zhu heard this, he was shocked and almost vomited blood in front of Yifeng. Since when had he needed someone else to give him a peak martial spirit stage cultivator low level to create a chance for him to escape? Alright, you can say whatever you want. I'll head over now. Qin Zhu's heart looked at him for a moment before closing his beautiful eyes. A wisp of his ice-cold soul consciousness once again flew towards the entrance of the forbidden area. As for Yifeng, he watched as Qin Zhu's soul consciousness flew far away. He continued to draw the last bit of the formation with one hand and released the soul consciousness of another as he flew into the distance. The Celestial Sect of Wonders. Elder Zhao and Gu Yuanwu were casually drinking a pot of spirit wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, his face was brimming with vigor. The two of them did not have much contact with each other and they were even nervous. However, because of Yifeng's existence, they became good friends that they frequently interact with. It could also be considered a joke in the world. Brother Gu, it would be better to keep the matter of the spirit martial sect a secret. This time, Yifeng did not even mention anything about us. I heard that even Liu Bingqian and the others did not tell him anything. It's rare for me to be as free as I am today. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I get to know Brother Zhao, so my heart is filled with depression. I, Gu Yuanwu, unfortunately, haven't had a good relationship with Brother Zhao before. What's the point of talking so much about useless things? Come, let's toast. Right at that moment, the wine cup collided with each other. At the same time, 2 rays of cold soul consciousness surrounded it, releasing a faint light. Could this be? The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions simultaneously changed. Yifeng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506. Chapter 506. 2 seniors, how have you been? The next moment, Yifeng's question appeared in Elder Zhao and Gu Yuanwu's minds at the same time. What? There was a ding sound. The wine cups that had just touched each other in the air froze, as if time had stopped. This. Yifeng, damn you, aren't you doing the top secret mission of the spiritual martial force? Elder Zhao's mouth twitched as he blurted out. Gu Yuanwu also had an uncertain expression on his face. Yes, I heard from the sect leader that you people who were sent to the spiritual martial sect could be in danger of losing your lives if the spiritual martial sect's mission was leaked. He looked around, afraid that others would see him. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Originally, they had been living quite well these past few days. However, if Yifeng were to call them now, there definitely wouldn't be any good news. No worries, I have already confirmed that the spiritual martial force's surveillance is limited to the 5 senses and is unable to detect the soul consciousness. As long as you do not say anything, no one will be able to guess that I can use the soul perception to communicate with the outside world. It was indeed so. In the entire team, other than Yifeng, only Qin Zhu was able to communicate with the outside world. Thus, she was also an important target of the spiritual martial force. As for Yifeng, no one could have thought that he would have something to do with the spiritual will, so the others wouldn't put too much effort into it. This. Gu Yuanwu and Elder Zhao looked at each other, obviously agreeing with Yifeng's words. Okay, Yifeng, let's contact each other first. However, you must not ask us to help you. Otherwise, if the spiritual martial force and the sect leader find out, the two of us will definitely be punished. Yifeng chuckled, then maybe, you guys need to consider whether it's a severe punishment or a serious drop in cultivation level. At the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with a bone-chilling intent. You? In that case, could it be that your side has met with danger? Gu Yuanwu heard Yifeng's tone and felt a bit of tension in his voice. That's right, Yifeng said with a deep voice. The punishment might just be to deduct some resources, but if one's cultivation level fell, it would be a true punishment. Gu Yuanwu's cultivation had already dropped quite a lot. If Yifeng died miserably, it would undoubtedly cause his cultivation level to drop again and again. Then, in the future, he might not even be able to become a teacher, and might even become a real person. You? Gu Yuanwu paused for a moment and frowned as if he had thought of something. Wait, Yifeng, tell us honestly, what is the difficulty level of the fugitives that the spiritual martial sect has assigned to you? A fugitive of the 9th level of difficulty. Yifeng's voice was light and his expression was solemn. As he spoke, he continued to arrange the formation without the slightest hesitation. The surrounding spiritual energy filled the surroundings, naturally enveloping the tip of the leaf. The others couldn't tell which one was the spiritual will of the soul and which one was the spiritual energy that was flowing out from the formation. 9. 9th level of difficulty. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why Yifeng came looking for them. If it was anyone else, they would have probably cried for their parents to save their lives. Elder Zhao and Yifeng were more familiar with each other, so they started to curse without any hesitation. Brat, since the other party is a fugitive from the 9th level of difficulty, you should have come to discuss this with us from the very beginning. It's not too late to help me now. The fugitive has arrived, near the forbidden land of the mysterious gate. Yifeng smiled, so, there is one thing that I hope you two can help me with. Hearing that the fugitive had arrived, both their faces changed at the same time. Their bodies that were filled with alcohol seemed to have been sobered up by the cold wind. What is it? Xinju's spiritual will once again flew out of the forbidden area. However, this time, her spiritual mind was full of cold qi. What great courage you have, Yunzhe. You actually dared to stay and play the zither. Now, I will let you pay the price. As the sound of his voice faded. Once the dark, gloomy, and deathly soul consciousness spread out, its aura was majestic and majestic. 8 malevolent spiritual energy demons separated from the strand of spiritual will and charged toward the direction of Yunzhe. The heavy killing intent was accompanied by a white glimmer of light. It was abnormally quiet. However, Yunzhe only stopped breathing, smiled slightly, and raised his head. He said slowly, "You are indeed an expert of the celestial sect of wonders. When using the soul to chant, your chant is especially exquisite. It's just a pity, it's not enough." The next moment, the zither was struck by a sound. His expression suddenly turned fierce as the speed at which he fiddled with the zither increased. The sound of it reverberated through the forest like a torrential storm. A bright ray of light suddenly shot out from the zither string and struck one of the spiritual qi monsters. The first one. Strands of web-like light instantly wrapped around the monster, tightly entangling it. The third, the fourth. The cage formed by countless rays of light emitted a hissing sound at this moment. It's the 8th one, the last one. Yunzhe was still standing in his original spot as he calmly spoke. His bloodless skin was accentuated by his red clothes, giving him a demonic appearance. The strings of the zither were strumming and radiating light. The 8th soul consciousness, under the vibration of the zither, suddenly burst out, producing a big stream of air. After that, it gradually disappeared. A series of soul attacks from Qin Jueshin were completely neutralized by the other party. What? This? Her expression was aghast, and her bright eyes flashed with a strange light. Although the spiritual sense wasn't the director, she should be able to suppress Qin Shao no matter what. At this time, Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, as I've said, this is not enough. Before Qin Ju could say anything else, Yunzhe suddenly opened his mouth as the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. You? Qin Shao's beautiful face changed slightly. Therefore, it's better for you to personally come. You won't be able to hit me with just the attack of your spiritual will, and my zither notes will constantly affect those lower realm students. If this goes on, you will lose for sure. Although his voice was calm, it was still very calm, and even more so, gave off a calm and tranquil atmosphere. However, his words were full of provocation. Where did this arrogant fellow come from? You want to lure me here? I thought that with my current condition, I really won't be able to treat you. Qin Zhu harumphed angrily in his heart. The soul consciousness that was floating in the air just now, once again gathered together. After a while, they returned to their original form as the 8 spiritual energy demons, staring at Yunzhe like tigers stalking their prey. It was obvious that the size of the spiritual Qi monsters this time was a lot larger than before. It's useless. Yunzhe chuckled. His zither rose up again and shot out beams of light, smashing that spirit beast into pieces. Formless zither, with its own sword soul formation. If you want to use your soul to deal with the sword soul, how could it be effective? That may not be so. A deep male laughter suddenly resounded in Yunzhe's ears. When Yunzhe heard this, his expression froze for a moment. He frowned and raised his head. You are. However, there was no one in front of him. Celestial Sect of Wonders Leaf Tip. Yunzhe's eyes slightly narrowed, forming a slit as he smiled. Zifeng, I've remembered. So that's how it is. I can't see you even after hearing the voice. Did you use a voice transmission spell? Sound transmission array wasn't that rare. However, Zifeng could be considered to be useful in this situation. Also, what you just said might not be true. Could it be that you added something else to break the formation of my formless zither? That's what I meant, Zifeng smiled. Oh. Hearing this, even Yunzhe was somewhat stunned. This was the first time that an ordinary person had heard of the formless zither melody, so how could they still know how to break it? Furthermore, it was impossible for them to create an array formation to restrain him in such a short period of time. However, Zifeng's next sentence dispelled all of his doubts. Don't believe me, let me put it this way. Among the 7 strings of the non-phase zither, the main weight is the 6th string Young Palace. Although it is powerful and injures others and injures oneself, if I'm not wrong, your wrist often bled and injured while cultivating the non-phase zither, right? As a martial ancestor in his previous life, Zifeng was renowned for his martial arts. What, you actually understand the formless zither so well? Yunzhe was stunned when he heard this. His wrist slightly shrunk. The extreme suspicion in his heart gradually began to change. After all, even if someone knew of the existence of the formless zither, they were still definitely a rare existence, not to mention, someone could understand Zifeng's level. This is unprepared. However, Li's mouth remained calm. He was using both his hands and feet right now. He spoke calmly while filling out the incomplete formation on the other side. There was nothing wrong with it. The other mysterious gate disciples were dumbfounded when they saw him talk and do things in such a manner. Zifeng hadn't even completed the formation yet, and he still had the nerve to say that he had something that could break the formless zither formation. Speaking of which, Taoist Master Yi, is this how it usually is? Someone couldn't help but ask the demon fox. Mother Fastris Kerr, the demon fox and Hanyu looked at each other before they burst out into laughter. However, they did not say anything. Thus, the use of a sound transmission array was very obvious. Not only could it be used to communicate with Qin Zhu, the most important use of it was to delay time. After an unknown period of time, Zifeng's expression clearly improved. His starry eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Alright, I'm finally done. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507. Chapter 507. At the edge of the forbidden land of Xian, one after another, transparent light screens started to rise slowly. Each curve began to gather high up in the air, forming a semicircle-shaped light ball that was shining brilliantly. And because of the light screen, it was hard for the sound of the zither to reach Zifeng and the others' ears. Their condition had obviously improved a lot as well. Oh. Yunzhe narrowed his eyes slightly. With a strange glint in his eyes, he said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that you all had specially prepared a formation for me, but..." Yifeng laughed. "Yes, why? The coffin I prepared for you, don't you like it?" His words were full of provocation, but behind his laughter, he was full of confidence. "Coffin? What a joke. Is it mine or yours?" Yunzhe was so angry that he started laughing. The two of them were both relying on the sound transmission array, so they could not see each other. However, they could only secretly clash with each other. There was a trace of contempt on Yunzhe's face as he continued to talk. "Even the spiritual sense of the mysterious gate's High Master was unable to do anything to me. You, Yifeng, still want to defeat me in terms of array Dao. I'll only give you one word, don't even think about it, . It had to be known that Qinzhao's personal description had said that he was proficient in array Dao. The strength of his opponent's array Dao was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. And so, in the next moment, Yunzhe chuckled. His left hand continued to play the zither while his right hand took out a bag of golden powder. He waved his hand in the air. Go! Golden lights were like sand in the sky, drifting about in the air. Displaying the formation dust, not to mention the high price, it was a very rare item in itself. If it weren't for the fact that he was an array master, no one would have bought such a treasure and put it in their storage ring. Strands of sunlight shone down, shining into the golden sand and emitting a strange light. Crack, 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 dot. At this moment, the originally transparent spell formation started to show dense patterns. Yunzhe carefully observed, and then fixed his gaze on a point in the array. So that's how it is. This is a formation used to trap the enemy. Not bad idea. I'm afraid your original plan was to trap me in one place after I entered the formation and then group up to attack me. He paused for a moment and then continued, it's just that, the technical flaws in this formation are a bit too obvious. What flaws? The group of people, through the sound transmission array, heard Yunzhe's explanation. At the same time, they were astonished. For example, this place. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed in his eyes as he jumped up high. Following the trail, he rushed towards the turning point of the golden sand and struck out with his palm. Before the edge of the formation touched him, his eyes flashed and he struck out like lightning, releasing all of the qi at the eye of the formation. This continued for several more times. Eventually, a crack began to appear on the outer edge of the array formation. And this zither music was spread out through this medium. Shameful brat, how could I allow you to be so casual? An ice-cold expression flashed in Qinzhu's heart as a heavy killing intent once again condensed into the form of a divine intent. The 8 ferocious and ferocious spiritual energy demon beasts once again pounced towards where Yunzhe was. Their speed was incomparably fast. Yunzhe reacted surprisingly fast. He stomped on the air and flew to where his guqin was placed. It's no use. I've already said it twice. If you don't come personally, you won't be able to do anything to me with just your spiritual will. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. While he was still in the air, he used spirit energy to move the zither string through the air, drawing out a bright ray of light and chopping down a spirit beast. Then, the light in his eyes sharpened, and he bit his teeth. Suddenly, he flicked his zither, and a powerful sound rang out. Almost at the same time, a ball of unusual light exploded out of the remaining 7 spiritual energy beasts, turning them into transparent existences that seemed to be made of air, and once again disappeared. This, dot. At first, Qin Zhu was just thinking, hoping to use this moment when Yunzhe left his zither to destroy his opponent's weapon. However, in such a short period of time, his opponent was able to break through part of the formation. No matter if it was his agility or his understanding of formations, the person in front of him was extremely powerful. Qin Zhu's charming face turned gloomy, and his chest felt a little stuffy. How about I do it myself? With just my spiritual will, I think that you took a long time to arrange this array formation, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop him. You said this formation is broken? No, Master Qin, you've misunderstood. I hope you can see the surroundings clearly. Yifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. Around. Qin Zhu was skeptical as he opened his eyes. He looked around at his surroundings and was instantly overwhelmed with shock. What entered his eyes was not the trifling formation Yunzhe mentioned earlier, but the formation of enemies. It was grand and imposing. In the midst of the mist, there were sword lights and sword shadows, dazzling people's eyes. The remaining half of the 1,000 broken swords were floating in the air like spirits, slowly forming a natural barrier in front of Yunzhe. Yunzhe also frowned when he saw this. How is that possible? I tested it using the formation dust just now, and why did it become like this in the blink of an eye? He boasted that his array Dao was profound and that he always looked down on others for being too used to it. However, at this moment, there was a clear change in his thoughts. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his head. I understand. Yifeng, you set up a formation in the middle of the formation, and after trapping the enemy, you set up this offensive formation. That's why you used so much time, right? Not long after that, even the formation that trapped the enemies also gradually recovered, cutting off the sound of the zither. It no longer reached Yifeng and the others' ears. Yifeng thought for a moment, and replied with a focused expression, it's not that easy to break through the formation. The essence of the formation is its mother formation, which means, unless you personally experience the attack of the 1,000 swords, otherwise, no matter how long it takes, the enemy formation will recover. He paused for a moment before continuing with a smile, therefore, if you want to enter the forbidden area of the celestial sect of wonders, you will have to fight us to the death with the intent to perish together with us. As the sound of his voice faded. At this moment, Yunzhe no longer had any intentions of underestimating Yifeng. After all, what was important was the truth. Since he had personally witnessed Yifeng's strength, there was no need to be so shocked at his opponent's strength. I have not experienced such a hot-blooded feeling for a long time. When was the last time? It was too long ago and I have already forgotten about it. Yunzhe was slightly stunned before he laughed out loud and nodded his head. His expression gradually darkened. Alright, since you want to risk your life, let's give it a try. Yifeng of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, to the end. Hearing this, Yifeng could not help but laugh. However, right at this moment, mutations suddenly occurred. A disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders shouted in panic, bad news, bad news. Spiritual Master Yi, bad news. Both sides were currently engaged in a huge battle. Even Yifeng shot a look at him in displeasure. What is it? Can't you see that he's busy? A strange look flashed across the beautiful eyes of the demon fox. She stood in front of Yifeng and blocked the front of the Celestial Sect of Wonders disciple. But, this really is a big matter. That disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was gasping for breath with a dejected expression on his face. Obviously, he had something he wanted to say. Enough, right now, Qin Zhao's matter is the most important. Do you understand? Qin Zhu unhappily glared at that disciple. Alright, let's talk later. Let's deal with it now. She had just been humiliated a few times by Qin Zhao and was currently furious. She wished that she could immediately use her real body to rush over and teach him a lesson. No, wait. Yifeng pursed his lips, and turned around to look at the disciple from the Celestial Sect of Wonders who came to report. What's wrong? Tell me clearly. Yifeng asked with a frown. Although his current plan was progressing rather smoothly, he still felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what was wrong with her at the moment. Hearing this, the disciple from the celestial sect of wonders licked his lips and whispered into Yifeng's ear. Taoist Master Yi, the big matter that I was talking about. In the beginning, Han Yu did not feel anything amiss. However, when she suddenly raised her head and saw the black Qi on the back of that disciple from the celestial sect of wonders, her expression changed drastically. Not good. The originally calm gaze of that disciple from the celestial sect of wonders suddenly revealed a deathly aura. That's right, I want you to die. As soon as he said that, a dagger appeared in his arms and stabbed towards Yifeng's chest. Seeing this scene, almost everyone's face changed at the same time. This ghost servant. Such a huge change, such a deathly still atmosphere, could only be explained by ghost servant Feng. When Han Yu and Demon Fox saw this, they hurriedly made their moves. Their palm and claw ruthlessly struck towards the celestial sect of wonders disciple. Two bloody hands had opened up two holes on the back of that mysterious gate disciple, one on the left and the other on the right. They lashed him back and only stopped after walking for a while on the ground. However, this dagger still flew out of his hand and struck at Yi Zifeng. There was a crisp ding. The dagger stabbed into the back of his electric suit before it finally came to a stop. How is it, Yifeng? Are you hurt? The demon fox retracted her claws and hurriedly ran to Yifeng's side. Her bright eyes revealed a trace of worry. Yifeng's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. Don't worry, I'm fine. I was careful in advance, but the problem is, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508. Chapter 508. The key issue is, there are a few more disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who have been bewitched by Qin Shao. Yifeng patted off the dust on his body and carefully looked around the crowd. His eyes contained a deep meaning. The thrill of being almost assassinated had been forgotten in the blink of an eye. It wasn't that his mental strength was too high, but that he didn't have time to panic right now. Spiritual Master Yi, you. Don't tell me you suspect that one of us was controlled by that Qin Shao? Tong Danma frowned and involuntarily said as he swallowed his saliva. It's not a problem, it's a certainty. Yifeng frowned and let out a long sigh. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of indescribable true pressure. Why is the person who came was a man? Why is he called Yunzi? Then, where was Qin Shao? He had controlled a few disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. To what extent? For the time being, Yifeng did not know anything about these things. Everyone, listen carefully. A great battle is approaching. Any part of it that you missed out on could very well become a pawn that Qin Shao used. You all shouldn't want to be stabbed in the back by your own people while you go all out, right? When they heard this, everyone was stunned. A strange atmosphere began to envelop the crowd, causing them to tremble from their nervousness. They looked at each other in shock, and couldn't help but stay a certain distance away from each other. Han Yu hesitated for a moment before moving closer to Yifeng and whispering. Yifeng, I understand what you're thinking, but if you say it out now, it'll make your heart unsteady. It doesn't matter. Moderate anxiety can also increase their combat strength. A strange light flashed through Han Yu's clear eyes. He seemed to not understand what was going on. The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a strange smile. Plus, if I don't force them, they would really think they can spend money to join my team. Thus, when Han Yu thought back to Yifeng saying that he was mentally prepared, she was shocked and revealed a look of understanding. Yiwen smiled, and looked away from the cold moon. Alright, everyone, listen carefully. My next arrangements will allow everyone to separate themselves and no longer have to worry about their own lives. This way, they will also be able to resist Qin Zhao's attack. The only thing that needs to be done is for everyone to do. The look in his eyes gradually became fierce. It is now time to begin, plenipotentiary. Listen to my commands. Centralized to one person is to manage the team efficiently. The group began to have serious expressions on their faces. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and followed Liu's orders. They followed her orders step by step. They would not ask for any more reasons. Han Yu shook her head and smiled. Just as she wanted to take a few steps back, she was called out by Zifeng. "Oh right, Han Yu, there's something that I need you to do. Only you can do it, because if my guess is correct, then in a moment, the other party must make a big move." At the edge of the forbidden land of Xian, Yunze took a deep breath of air and closed his eyes to rest. Occasionally, he would play a melodious tune along with the mountain stream. If others didn't know, they might have mistaken him for a hermit who had lived in the forest for a long time. However, right now, he wasn't touring the mountains and rivers, but was instead fighting. So that's how it is. Parent formation, Zifeng, I have to admit, you've done quite well in the path of the formation. Could it be that it's just not bad at all? Zifeng gave out orders to the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders while communicating with Yunze through the sound transmission array. Even if you, Yunze, truly know the profound way of formations, so what? Can you even compare yourself to Wu Zong? A mere good evaluation is not enough. Whatever you say. Yunze chuckled. As he spoke, he nonchalantly waved his hand, completely destroying Qin Zhu's soul consciousness. Without Qin Zhuoxin's real body, just relying on her spiritual will was unable to suppress Yunze. He had the ability to be arrogant. In the next moment, while Qin Zhuoxin was unable to immediately form a new soul consciousness, Yunze secretly gathered his power and slowly clenched his fist. Formations are not bad, but for you, Zifeng, the time to place a formation is too little. It can also be seen that other than you setting up your own formation core, the other disciples who helped you place the formation core are all novices in the path of formations, right? The light in his eyes became sharper. So it's not your fault, but your teammates. This is why you failed, that. As his voice fell, he immediately evaded Qin Zhuoxin's soul attack and immediately made his move, jumping into the formation. In the layers of mist, 1,000 broken swords emitted dazzling sword glows. Under the rays of the sun, it appeared eerie and eerie. At this moment, as soon as an enemy invasion occurred, these broken swords released whooshing sounds as they closed in on Yunze's location. The first broken sword seemed to be following Yunze's heels as it stabbed straight into the ground. So dangerous, so dangerous. Yunze smiled. His eyes narrowed into a line and he dodged the flying sword attack at the right time. The second round of attack was from 10 flying swords. They all attacked Yunze. However, after his previous experience, Yunze had become much more mature this time around. He smiled and took out some dust from his bosom. Go! The densely packed formation patterns instantly appeared in front of Yunze. He was looking back and forth with concentration, as if searching for something. Got it, his expression changed. A green light appeared, and under the effect of the formation dust, a star appeared before Yunze's eyes. There is indeed a gap. He took a step forward and leaped towards the star in front of him. The flying swords that were chasing him just now suddenly collided with each other, creating a loud clanging sound. Is it over there this time? Yunze's closed eyes suddenly opened and flew towards another star. He stepped on the stars again and again, slowly moving forward. The group of flying swords chased after him, but stopped just as they were about to pierce his chest. It was as if they had been struck by some forbidden spell. Zifeng, your mistake was this. You shouldn't have told me that this formation is a mother formation. Otherwise, at least you two would have delayed it for another hour. But now. Yunze's expression turned cold. He was just about to say something vicious, just wait obediently. Suddenly, the ground under his feet shook. His body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. The flying sword behind him stabbed into the ground from his side. What? He immediately put away his mocking expression and once again scattered the formation dust. He looked carefully and was about to follow the star. However, to his surprise, the stars in front of his eyes had all disappeared. How could this be? Zifeng's deep voice came from afar through the sound transmission formation. He had a feeling of ethereal tranquility. It's a pretty good skill to watch the stars in the formation shift positions to avoid traps. However, don't forget that the stars represent the array itself, and it can be changed. Zifeng, after the formation was completed, changed the formation. You've gone mad. This type of mishap might cause the formation to backfire on you, dead people. Yunzhe's face paled slightly and he almost blurted out. Not necessarily. Zifeng smiled faintly, what's more, it's not like I'm just modifying the array. Even if I'm a novice in array Dao, if I fail at this moment, I'll be the one suffering the backlash from the array. The benefits could be shared, but it was better for the risks to be shared. The only thing Zifeng violated was the right to know. Good. Zifeng, you actually forced me to this stage. Not bad, you can consider it your ability. Yunzhe was so angry that he praised Zifeng a few times. Even his original demeanor seemed to have weakened a lot. It didn't look like he was playing the zither lightly at all. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, Zifeng, to tell you the truth, your luck ends here. Now, I will detonate all of your ghost servants. I want to see whether you can maintain this formation after suffering such an attack. Zifeng was silent for a moment. Then, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Hanyu with a faint smile. Hanyu, did you hear? He said he was going to detonate all the ghost servants. Did you finish what I told you to do? Of course, Hanyu smiled sweetly and heaved a long sigh of relief. On her pretty face, there seemed to be droplets of perspiration that were as clear as pearls. 70 miles away, in a secluded valley. Mother Fasterus Kerr, didn't I say that our target is in this direction? Why is it that we can't find it after so long? Although Hua Tianli had been unable to find any clues, he couldn't help but curse. Brother Tian, don't be too disheartened. That Yunzhe, since it's like what the bracelet said, saying he's in this direction, then he must be right. Hua Tianli slightly raised his head in worry. The problem is, do you see it? The celestial sect of wonders is right in front of us. Moreover, according to my memories, this is probably the celestial sect of wonders forbidden area. As far as the eye could see, the smoke was vast and the Qi was rising in the east. This was also the heavenly Dao City's #1 holy land for cultivation, the celestial sect of wonders. Celestial sect of wonders forbidden area. Sigh, I've unconsciously forgiven them for half a day. How did we get here? Do you think we would meet up with Taoist Master Ye's group? A middle-aged man in green robes stroked his beard as he couldn't help but ask. When Hua Tianli heard this, his body trembled and his brows slightly knitted together. Alright, let's not talk about them anymore. They are probably chasing after Qin Shao, the level 9 fugitive. He might not be in the celestial sect of wonders. We only need to complete our mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509. Chapter 509. Since he said he would detonate the ghost servant, Yunzhe's actions didn't hesitate at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and his eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light. Explode! As his voice faded, the heavenly fire gradually rose from his fingertip. It swept through the empty space far away, and many clouds of air shot up into the sky. However, moments later, It was extremely quiet. There were no sounds of explosions in the forbidden area. Yunze frowned, his eyes full of disbelief. Yes. He quickly calmed his mind, wanting to continuously send his consciousness far away to the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who had become ghost servants. However, this time, the connection of his consciousness was fruitless. Even the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who were previously taken prisoner as ghost servants were no longer under his control. How could this be? The expression on his face was dark and uncertain. He suddenly raised his head. Yifeng, could it be that you've done something? The answer you want is very simple. Those ghost servants have all been subdued by us. Yifeng replied with a faint smile. What? Yunze froze for a moment, then blurted out, that's impossible. Earlier, since he had mentioned the idea of detonating the ghost servant, he naturally had absolute confidence. However, what happened before his eyes was too shocking, and he didn't know what to do. Why is it not possible? If you want to compare yourself to me in the matter of ghost servants, I'm afraid it's too early. Hanyu smiled sweetly, her bright eyes shining. You? And who are you? When Yunze heard a woman's voice suddenly cut in, he could not help but frown and was slightly taken aback. To put it simply, I am the ancestor of these ghost servants. In this town, Hanyu had dealt with ghost servants the most. After many years of infiltration, she was able to distinguish which ones were alive and which were dead. Hanyu naturally knew better than anyone else how to restrain ghost servants. No matter what, she was still the descendant of the Black Tortoise Continent's 10,000 Corpses sect. It was not too much to say that she was the ancestor of ghost servants. However, the speaker has no intention, the listener has no intention. Good, a ghost servant of the ancestor. Yunze pondered for a moment. His face turned red and then blue. Because he was too angry, his voice was even faintly trembling. Do you think you can tease me like this? Listen, so what if I don't have the assistance of the ghost servant? Just relying on the formation, I have a way to defeat you, but... He raised his head and looked at the dark sky, revealing a sinister expression. After tightly clenching his teeth, he lowered his voice and spoke. It was unknown where he was talking. Hall of Qin, wait a little longer. I will be able to snatch that cultivation technique for you soon. As he said this, there was a clear sense of deep fear in his voice, and he was almost trembling. His current appearance was like a completely different person from before. Regarding the displacement of the stars that I mentioned earlier, if you understand the arrangement, then do as I say. Yifeng's expression was solemn as he coldly stared at the crowd. Yes, they answered in unison. Tong Danron's frown gradually deepened. He seemed to be considering something. What, if there's a problem, if you don't want to cooperate, just say it. After this mission is over, those who are of no use can go back and continue to be his outer sect disciples, Yifeng said in a low voice. The others looked at each other when they heard his words. They felt their hearts thud. If anyone else had thought that following Yifeng would be a waste, then it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Yifeng obviously wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Tong Danrong smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, spiritual master, you misunderstood me. I was just thinking, after Yunze appeared for so long, where is Qin Shao? Yifeng looked at him deeply. You do not need to worry about this matter. What you need to do now is to do as I say. Tong Danrong's mouth twitched. This. He shouted coldly with a hint of coldness in his voice, all of you, prick your ears and listen carefully. Regardless of whether you are causing trouble or doing negative work, once you discover something, you will be severely punished. On the other side. The black light beams that filled the sky shone from within the Forbidden Lands array. Under the effects of the formation dust, Yunze's eyes and ears were focused on the surroundings as he meticulously assessed the flaws in this formation. Since the other party is using a transfiguration formation, they should have a fixed array essence. So, where exactly is it? There was a trace of anxiety in his voice. Is it here? Ugh, this time around, I should choose this place. There were several attempts to break through the formation and the strange power of the zither strings. Each time, Zifeng's students felt as if they were struck by a giant bell. They felt as if their throats had turned sweet. As for Qin Juexian's soul remembrance, her soul attack was not her forte. After several exchanges of attacks, her opponent had already passed the best time for surprise attacks. Naturally, the results were not good. There were several times when she suggested taking the initiative to attack in front of Zifeng, but she was always dealt with by Zifeng. Refused, rejected again. Zifeng, you should know that if I were to make a move, that Yunzi guy would be no match for me. As a high master, Qin Juexian had never been suppressed by someone who was lower than her. Naturally, she had to find a place to vent her anger and arrogance. Of course I understand what happened between you and him after the war, he said. Zifeng's expression was calm, but his expression remained the same. But, you also have to know that if you make a move, it's very possible that the real Qin Shao will appear. If that Qin Shao comes out and stabs us a few times from behind and you're not here, you mean to say, you want me to fight against Qin Shao alone? When Qin Juexian heard this, her brows gradually tightened. If Zifeng were to fight Qin Shao alone, no matter how one thought about it, one would never be able to win. Alright, Master Qin, let's not worry about that too much. Rather than thinking about all these things, it would be better to just do as I say and arrange the formation and not let him in. As for you wanting to personally deal with that person, I will create an opportunity for you. He raised his head, his gaze extremely distant as he looked in the direction of the distant entrance. It was unknown just what he was thinking. Alright, I understand. Not long after Qin Juexian spoke, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She raised her head in astonishment and suddenly said, but, say, a chance. With my current appearance, what chance do I have to make a move? A few miles away, in the forbidden area of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The group of people dashed forward, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. Brother Tian, quickly look. This place seems to have traces of carriages passing by. Could it be that Zifeng and the others bought it for themselves on the way back? The forbidden area of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was located in a secluded area. If there were any traces of a carriage being crushed, it would naturally be very clear. One could easily guess what it was. Hua Tianli raised his head to wipe the sweat off his forehead. What the hell? There's no need to report. Wherever Zifeng and the others are, it has nothing to do with us. They will not return to the Celestial Sect of Wonders either. Brother Tian, I've heard that there are some secret arts in the forbidden area of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Tell me, if we just barge in like this, won't we be criticized by others for secretly learning the Celestial Gates techniques? Hua Tianli didn't even turn around. What are you worrying about? I've already told you so many times. Our mission this time is a top-secret mission assigned to us by the Spirit Martial Sect. Even the Celestial Sect of Wonders would not dare to rashly lay their hands on us. He paused for a moment, and after a few steps, he finally stopped on the spot. Alright, I won't say any more. We have arrived. Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions changed at almost the same time. They abruptly raised their heads and looked at the scene before them. The air rose to the east and the mountains stood tall. The rays of light reflected in the forest had a special beauty to them, as if they transcended the mundane world. This was the Celestial Sect of Wonders forbidden area. However, just as they were about to stand up and let out a sigh, mutations suddenly occurred. The golden light that filled the sky was like the sun hanging in the sky, occasionally emitting bright lights. Every time it shot out, it would ignite a small fire. What's going on? Could it be that within this forbidden ground of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, there are still people fighting? When Hua Tianli saw this, he was stunned for a moment. He then chuckled and said, in the end, who has the guts to fight in this territory? I think he doesn't want to continue staying here, but... A clear cry resounded across the valley, resounding across the hearts of Hua Tianli and the rest. He, Yunze, Yifeng, will kill you right here. So what? Let's see if you have anything else to say. Yunze, Yifeng, wait, what he just said. It's Yunze, right? When the group of people from Copper Fire City heard this, they looked at each other in astonishment. Their expressions immediately changed greatly. The target on their black bracelet was indeed Yunze. Brother Tian, what do you think we should do now? A green-gowned woman frowned and could not help but ask. Nonsense, what else can we do? To think that you guys are so calm. You know, Yifeng wants to kill our target right now. Don't tell me that he can give the reward to us, Hua Tianli quickly cursed and continued, let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510. Chapter 510. In the forbidden grounds of the celestial sect of wonders, the valley was quiet. One after another, the sky was torn apart like a river. Yunze's eyes were sharp as he listened in all directions. However, he did not slow down at all. The sound of footsteps could be heard. At this moment, in his heart, there was only the thought of breaking the formation and taking out the cultivation technique, giving it to Qin Shao. The flying swords that occasionally descended from the sky almost always grazed his skin, and barely managed to pierce the ground. Formidable. Yunze let out a long breath, his eyes were cold. I believe that I am only second to the Qin Palace on the path of Array Dao. However, this Yifeng has never heard of his name before. How could he have such strength in Array Dao? Even if the people from the spiritual martial school were skilled in hunting and killing, they might not necessarily understand the ingenuity of the formation. Only someone like Yifeng, who could convince Yunze, would not beat around the bush and directly go against him with the array. Immediately, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile. Ho ho, but that Yifeng is quite interesting. He's even adding a soundproofing device into the formation. Do you think you can sneak attack me just like that? You're underestimating me a bit, aren't you? Yifeng, you. Are you really looking down on that Yunze? No, on the contrary, I respect such a skilled opponent, Yifeng replied with a faint smile. This? Then explain it, you were just shouting and clamoring, and even saying that you killed Yunze. Demon Fox's eyebrows creased as she looked at her opponent in astonishment. A look of doubt flashed across her eyes. In her opinion, Yifeng was not someone who would become arrogant before reaching his goal. You have to know, we haven't captured each other yet, but... Although Yunze's technique in Array Dao was not as good as Yifeng's, with the help of the formless zither, showing off his power in array formation, he was able to forcefully break through the array and fight against Yifeng. Yunze would not lose in a short period of time. Earlier, when Yifeng shouted that he wanted to kill Yunze, he sent out his Jinqi, which could be heard from miles away. However, it was hard for others to hear what he said inside the Jinqi formation. I'm not saying this for Yunze, I'm saying it for... Yifeng's voice was very calm and concise. He smiled and continued, our ally. Allies. When the demon fox and Hanyue heard this, they felt dizzy and looked at each other blankly. What is the concept of an ally? The action of the spiritual martial sect this time was extremely confidential. He couldn't call for any friends to assist him. The existence of the black bracelet, including the agreement between the upper echelons of the celestial sect and the celestial sect of wonders, had fully demonstrated the importance of secrecy. We can consider ourselves lucky. If I'm not wrong, the people from Copper Fire City have followed the trail of Yunze and chased us all the way here. Since they have come, then, don't even think about leaving. Yifeng, could it be that you want to? The cold moon stared intently at the tip of the leaf. Her tender and beautiful red lips opened slightly. Zifeng cast his gaze towards the distance. The smile on his face contained a faint chill. Then, after he took a deep breath, the expression on his face became solemn. Come, keep your spirits up. First, listen to me, Zhang Hai, make up your position in the Heavenly Dipper realm. Don't make me repeat several times, the position of the astral plane in the formation. The second one, the Blue Woodhound, is to make up for his loss of position. The third. After a series of orders, the group did as they were told, but they were all staring at Yi Ci with an expression as if they couldn't grasp what she was saying no matter how hard they looked at it. With such a large movement, even though they didn't know much about formations, they knew that the current formation was going to have to be greatly adjusted. Alright, everyone move faster. Facing the air, treading on the morning light. Hua Tianli was at the forefront of the group of people. He did not stop even for a moment. After a moment, his eyes lit up and he stopped where he was. His eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Something's not right. Brother Tian, what's wrong? The green-robed girl was called Blue Luan, and her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. A trace of suspicion appeared on Hua Tianli's face. Do you still remember what happened just now? You clearly sensed someone fighting, but for what reason? When we arrived in this area, you would not feel anyone's presence at all, as if. It became quiet. This. Lu Luo and the others looked at each other. They looked around in confusion. She could feel that something was wrong, but she didn't realize it until someone actually mentioned it. Brother Tian, you mean? The look in Hua Tianli's eyes became sharper. I think it is very possible that we have unknowingly entered some kind of formation. Formation, it can't be. Lulu's heart tightened and she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What should we do? I know, could it be, Zifeng? What he just said was also on purpose. The corner of Hua Tianli's mouth twitched when he heard this. He let out a long sigh. Who else could it be other than him? It's just that I never thought that he would actually set up a formation of this level. Zifeng's method might not be considered brilliant, but it was an effective method. After all, there were some things that one would rather believe in than not, forcing others to do them. Alright, I won't say any more. It seems like someone has come. A look of seriousness flashed across Hua Tianli's eyes as he lifted his head. The person in front of him opened his sleeve and was chased by the flying sword. He was forced back more than a few steps. It was actually Yunzhe. Puff! Blood spurted out of his mouth. However, despite this, the smile on his face didn't change much. Yunzhe, if you have the guts, then don't try to hide anymore. You've been forced to a dead end. Zifeng's voice came from the sound transmission array. Yunzhe wiped the blood off his face and laughed carefreely. He looked into the distance and said, Zifeng, everyone knows how to boast. How many tricks do you have left? Just use them. Yunzhe. The eyes of Green Lotus and others widened as they heard this. They looked in the direction of Hua Tianli in surprise. They couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts. Brother Tian, he said that he is Yunzhe. The fugitive had arrived too suddenly. Many people were stunned and were unable to react in time. Nonsense, I don't need you to repeat it again. Of course, I heard it. All right. Lulu pressed her lips together and sighed a little. Hua Tianli's expression slightly changed. He ignored Lu Luo's thoughts, wanting to say something but hesitating as he continued to ponder. So that's how it is. I already understand Zifeng's motive. I'm afraid he wants to use our hands to deal with Yunzhe and wait for an opportunity to reap the rewards. After pondering for a moment, Moonflower asked, then what should we do? No matter what, we should think of a solution. We shouldn't have let him take advantage of us. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Perhaps we are already destined to be taken advantage of by him. Although Hua Tianli was extremely unwilling to admit it, he had no other choice. It's fated. Forget it, this matter is not so mysterious. Green Moonflower gave a faint smile and replied. A bitter smile appeared on Hua Tianli's face as he let out a sigh. Because Yunzhe has already attacked. His words caused the hearts of everyone in Copper Fire City to quiver. What? Lulu suddenly raised her head, only to feel a strong gust of wind blowing towards her. The momentum was so strong that it was almost enough to knock her to the ground. It turned out that when Yunzhe saw the appearance of Hua Tianli and the others, he felt shocked. However, at the same time, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. What a good Zifeng! I really don't know where he got this reinforcements from, but he has thought of a way to reduce my strength. However, things might not go as you wish. I can also use them all as my shield. As the sound of his voice faded, he stepped into the sky and ferociously stomped on the ground, leaping into the air. While everyone was still in a state of shock, his large hands had already viciously moved to cover the face of a young man from Copper Fire City. Save me. Before the young man even shouted for long, the two big hands forcefully brought him away from the others. Wise man, Hua Tianli looked anxious as he almost blurted out the words, wanting to grab his hand. However, it was already too late. Yunzhe either chose not to act. Once he attacked, it would be like a thunderbolt, not giving anyone the chance to escape. In the sky, 1,000 broken swords floated in the air and released dazzling golden lights that shone onto the faces of others one after another. However, this time, there was no longer a broken sword that fell from the sky. Everything was quiet and still. Come on Zifeng, attack me again. Yunzhe let out a laugh. He raised his head and looked at the swords that had become motionless. He felt extremely carefree in his heart. Ha, Zifeng, you don't dare to do that, right? After all, you're still afraid of accidentally killing your allies, aren't you? However, at the very next moment, mutations suddenly occurred. A flying sword descended from the sky and landed directly on Dong Wencai's feet. The back of his feet and Yunzhe's feet were almost firmly fixed together. His flesh was badly mangled. When people saw this, they could not help but shake their heads. Zifeng, Yunzhe's expression froze as he raised his head in disbelief. His eyes also widened. In the vast sky, the broken swords circled around for a while, and suddenly, they gathered towards where Yunzhe was. What me, and saying that I don't dare? Zifeng's deep voice contained a trace of an indescribable smile. Alright, Yunzhe, then you can give it a try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511. Chapter 511. A pair of sharp sword lights flashed like a bolt of lightning. One huge bloody hole after another appeared in front of everyone. Terrifying. But both Yunzhe and Dong Wencai from Copper Fire City spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, which then fell to the ground. Zifeng, you F***, you even want to kill your own people. Hua Tianli was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he could not help but curse loudly. So what? So what? What do you mean, so what? Hearing Zifeng's reply, everyone was stunned. Zifeng smiled. His voice was as calm as the waves. Using the smallest price to exchange for the greatest possible reward, this kind of method is understandable. Don't tell me that you all want to hunt down fugitives without any bloodshed and paying any price, in exchange for the rewards of 30 people. What do you think the reward of chasing fugitives is? Actually, he also missed a point, which was that Zifeng did not have any burdens in his heart when he sacrificed the people of Copper Fire City. Dong Wencai frowned. His entire body was in great pain. He was staring straight at the tip of the leaf, his face contorted. Alright. In a fit of anger, he said good 3 times in a row. One must know that he originally had no enmity with Zifeng, but now that he was being cheated like this, he was truly depressed in his heart. Zifeng, consider yourself powerful. If you have the ability, don't let me regain my freedom. Otherwise, I, Dongwen Kai, will definitely kill you. At the same time, it was another broken sword. It fell from the sky like a nail and stabbed into Dongwensai's and Yunzhe's legs, leaving behind a trail of blood. Okay, then I really can't let you go. Zifeng laughed coldly and narrowed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he turned around with an extraordinarily serious expression. Zhang Yuan, listen up. I'm Tian Chong. Fang Dong, listen to me, repair this jade pass. Following his series of instructions, the disciples moved quickly and nimbly. The entire sword formation surrounding the enemy's barrier shook because of the replenishment of the star positions. Even the broken sword that had already pierced Dongwensai's leg started to emit a bright light, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. As the broken sword entered his body, it carried a sharp aura. In his blood, it unceasingly surged and churned the viscous blood in his body. Yunzhe screamed out in pain. How could he have known that Zifeng would be so merciless towards his own people? Not to mention showing mercy, he had even beaten the 2 of them. Zifeng. Seeing this, Hua Tianli almost roared as he opened his mouth to speak. Resentment was brewing in his heart and he could not hold in his anger anymore. Where the hell are you? Why are you hiding yourself like a hero? Get out here right now. He was furious, but because he did not know where Zifeng was, he could only vent his anger on the 2 shaking iron fists. Is it useful to me to vent? Brother Tianli, think about it carefully. If you want to save that Dongwen Kai, the most reliable and closest method is the one in front of us. Isn't it up to you guys to quickly suppress Yunzhe? But, isn't this the same as letting you take advantage of me? However, just as Hua Tianli was about to speak, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange look. This, he thought to himself, this isn't good. It turns out that GCI actually said what she was thinking out of anger. One had to know that they had gathered together to do things together, which was different from Zifeng's way of doing things in the interest of others. They had gathered together because of their friendship with each other. Brother Tian, what were you talking about? At a time like this, you're still considering matters of interest. Isn't that a bit too chilling? Lulu's beautiful eyes moved about as she spoke with an unquestionable firmness. Yeah, Brother Tian, just like Zifeng said, let's attack together and help Wen Kai. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and a ruthless person like Zifeng? This is the dilemma of those in power. Reason and sensibility are sometimes difficult to reconcile. And this was what the leaf was sharp for. Ugh. Hua Tianli pondered for a moment before frowning deeply. He looked at the expectant gazes of the crowd and instantly felt disheartened. He then let out a small sigh. You all. Whatever, I'll attack immediately. It will be difficult to turn back now that things have progressed to this stage. If I lose my reward at that time, don't blame me. Of course not. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. A look of relief appeared on their faces. And so, Hua Tianli took a deep breath. The moment he stopped moving, his head, which had been hanging down, suddenly lifted up. His body moved like lightning, directly rushing toward where Yunzhe was. Do it, all of you do it. I'm not even afraid of my master's soul, am I? I, Yunzhe, am not afraid of you? Seeing this, Yunzhe tossed Dongwen Kai behind him. At the same time, he quickly took a few steps back and wiped the space jade pendant on his body. In an instant, a 7-stringed zither wrapped in gray cloth appeared before everyone. The moment this zither appeared, the disciples of Copper Fire City couldn't help but discuss with each other. Hey look, during the fight, there were quite a lot of people who used swords and sabers. Look, Yunzhe actually took out his zither. Let's see if his brain is working. Who cares if he is smart or not? Now, take his head off and hand it over to the spirit martial sect in exchange for a reward. On the other side, Yiwen stood very far away from the crowd. His eyes were sharp as he carefully observed the surroundings. As expected, this Yunzhe still has a trump card. The demon fox pursed her lips as her bright eyes flashed with a strange light. What trump card? It was clearly you who let him have his freedom and let him take out the treasures one by one. If you killed him with a single strike of your stick, what more could he do? Han Yu looked at Yifeng helplessly. Yifeng, to be honest, sometimes I really don't know what you're thinking. Since you can control the situation to such an extent, why didn't you kill him earlier? It doesn't matter. Yifeng chuckled for a while and then suddenly raised his head. Rather than killing Yunzhe in exchange for the reward of a rank 5 fugitive, I'm more concerned about how many trump cards he has and which of them are from his teacher, Qin Xiao. What? At first, the demon fox didn't think much of it. However, when Yifeng mentioned the word Qin Xiao, she couldn't help but be a bit surprised. You're saying that he isn't suspicious? Yunzhe is Qin Xiao's disciple. That's right. Yifeng nodded with a smile. Yunzhe's achievements in the Tao of Arrays, to be able to reach his current level, is a rare feat in the heavenly Tao City, most likely due to his master Qin Xiao. Before this, through the Soul Search Pill, I learned about some of Qin Xiao's background, and now, I want to make a preliminary assessment of the strength he possesses. In the end, how could he simply let Yunzhe off the hook? His current indulgence was only to obtain more information to make it easier for him to deal with Qin Xiao later on. After a short pause, he raised his head and continued. Alright, Qin Xiao, hurry up and come out. Your beloved disciple is about to die here. Are you really going to remain indifferent? The 7 strings burst forth, the brilliance was dazzling, but the sound of explosions reverberated in the air, deafening everyone. Hua Tianli and the others were panting heavily as they looked at the person who was still standing in the smoke. Their faces were filled with shock. Who is it? Such a powerful person is actually only a fugitive of the 5th rank. That's right. Also, tell me, how did this zither sound wound the enemy? Just like we are now, we can't even get close to his body. Hua Tianli frowned and continued, this. Yifeng, are you just going to watch the show and do nothing but wait for us to die together with him? Yifeng smiled through the sound transmission array and replied, of course not. To be honest, if all of you were to die here, as the representative of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, it would be hard for me to explain myself to the people of Copperfire City. Then why are you still just watching? Lu Luo couldn't help but scold Yifeng when she heard his tone. Yifeng smiled and nodded. How about this, since you all feel that I am not doing anything, I will slowly increase my power to help you guys. He paused for a moment before continuing, first of all, Master Qin, it's your turn to help with the recovery of energy. Qin Juexin smiled sweetly as her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, I've been waiting for a long time for you to say those words. Very well, let's begin. Yiwen smiled lightly. Then, he calmed down and disappeared. And then he felt a stream of spiritual mind slowly rising from the bottom of his heart. Elder Zhao, you haven't fallen asleep after waiting for so long, right? Hearing this, Elder Zhao snappily replied. Yifeng, since you know that I've been waiting for this entire time, why don't you hurry up and let me do it? I see that guy called Yunzhe isn't that powerful a character. Why keep dragging it out? If we don't delay any longer, how could Qin Xiao, the level 9 fugitive, possibly pay attention to this? Let's not talk about this for now. I hope Elder Zhao will pay attention to the movement of the surrounding spiritual will. If anything happens, let me know immediately. Yifeng gradually retracted his gaze and looked at a spot in the distance. His expression was solemn. Because, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that Qinzhao's current location is nearby. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512. Chapter 512. Qinzhao might not be far from here. Is that true? Elder Zhao, please believe what Zifeng said about this possibility. It's best to be prepared for the unexpected. Yi Feng's voice contained a sense of solemnity. Elder Zhao's expression froze for a moment. His heart began to tense up as he released his spiritual will to carefully observe his surroundings. If it was any other martial disciple realm cultivator, Elder Zhao would not believe such a conjecture. However, Yi Feng was different. Elder Zhao pondered for a while before replying with a serious face. Okay, I understand. Rest assured, once the Qinzhao shows any signs of appearing, or if there is any strange change in the surroundings, I will definitely inform you immediately. Thank you, Elder Zhao. After this is done, Zifeng will have to find Elder Zhao and drink a few more cups of spirit wine to express his thanks. Elder Zhao's mouth twitched as he replied snappily, "Who cares about your spirit wine? Just don't cause me any trouble in the future." Be at ease and be at ease, everyone. Yi Wen smiled, but did not comment. All he wanted was to ascend to the peak. One day, he would be able to return to the Black Turtle continent and see Jialan again. For this reason, how could he be willing to accept peace and stability? After a while, he cut off the connection with his soul and slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders followed their own instructions and shuttled back and forth at the core of the formation to repair the formation and increase its power. Everything was slowly brewing and getting back on track. He smiled indifferently and raised his head. Alright, Qinzhao, since the police station has already been set up for you, what kind of move will you make, or perhaps just accept defeat from this point on? In the forbidden area, in the array. While Yunze dodged the broken sword's attack, he fiddled with the gray strings. Every time the zither music reached a high pitch, it would explode, making Hua Tianli and the others extremely embarrassed. They couldn't even get close to him. This was just the beginning of Yunze's nightmare. After Qin Zhu had finished nurturing his strength, Yunze had no choice but to devote most of his energy to dealing with her. However, the balance between attack and defense was broken just like that. Pu. Yunze spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as he was forced to retreat. Just as he stood still, another broken sword flew towards him from the sky. It almost grazed past his face, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Xinju's soul consciousness was like a giant invisible bird flying in the sky. Every time it flew over, it would leave numerous wounds on Yunze's body. In addition to all of this, Yunze was also gradually losing strength because of Hua Tianli's continuous attacks. After an unknown period of time. I can't do it. He shook his head as he looked at the sky, speaking to an unknown person. They already guessed that I would come. They have already planned for this and are waiting for me to enter the trap, the Qin Palace. If this goes on, I will definitely die. The calmness he had before was built on his strong self-confidence. However, his confidence had been completely destroyed by Yi Feng. His mental state had reached the point where he was on the verge of collapse. Naturally, he had become so hysterical. It's useless. You brat, what are you bawling about? There's no one around you. Just obediently die. As his voice fell, a slight tremble suddenly appeared on his sword. The aura that was as cold as ice, like ripples in a pond, spread out towards Yunze. It was as powerful as lightning and extremely powerful. Evidently, Hua Tianli had also mustered all his strength. He had accumulated quite a bit of energy and was waiting for this moment to happen. As he moved, he turned around and shouted. Yi Feng, listen up. This time, you can use me. But you better watch out, I killed this person. When we count the rewards, big head should be counted on our people in Copper Fire City. In Hua Tianli's eyes, even if his opponent could block his sword attack, his next attack would definitely be fatal. You want to kill me? Yunzhe was at the end of his tether as he used all his strength to stand up. Do you think the Qin Palace will just watch as you kill me? Ding! Yunzhe pulled out the dagger from his chest and managed to deflect Hua Tianli's attack slightly. However, he still couldn't avoid being stabbed in the shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. He let out a roar and released the last of the spiritual energy in his body, knocking Hua Tianli away and causing him to back up again and again. Hall of Qin, why haven't you come to my aid yet? I am different from others. I am your disciple in the Tao of Arrays. Are you really going to abandon me? The next time he slowly raised his head and looked towards the horizon. A tiny red crack appeared in front of him. This. His expression suddenly became sluggish and his body trembled as he slowly said, "The Qin Palace. Are you finally here to save me? I knew that you would not refuse to give up on me." His crazed expression, which was accompanied by a trace of a strange smile, made people feel a faint sense of fear. He looked like he was really crazy. Oh. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation through a crystal ball. The result, it's about time to see the result. He frowned and closed his eyes, communicating with his spiritual will. How is Elder Zhao? Is there something strange around him? Don't worry, everything is normal. Elder Zhao's answer did not put Yifeng at ease. Instead, he became even more worried. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Elder Zhao to continue observing. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, only to see someone walking up from behind with an awkward expression. Tong Danrong, what are you doing here? Spiritual Master Yi, if the people from Copper Fire City were to kill this Yunzhe, then our benefits would at least be halved. How about you, Spiritual Master Yi, tell Master Qin to take action. Tong Danrong pursed his lips and said with his head lowered. In front of benefits, his way of addressing Yifeng also returned to what Taoist Master Yi had said. Now that you mention it, you are reminding me, Yifeng smiled. Tong Danrong originally thought that he would bear a grudge against him for offending Yifeng. He also wanted to give this warning a try. He didn't expect it to actually work. Is that so? That's great. Quickly, let Master Qin make his move before that Hua Tianli and snatch the reward. Tong Danrong's face brightened as he spoke with a beaming smile. No. Yifeng chuckled, turned his face back, and spoke through the sound transmission array. Master Qin, there is no need for you to act. Since the guests of Copper Fire City want a reward so badly, give them a share. I think that you will not be happy to have a dead person as a reward, right? Tong Danrong was stunned. He did not expect Yifeng's warning to be a warning to Qin Ju not to make a move. Qin Juexin sneered but did not reply. However, her actions actually stopped there. Just as Yifeng had said, snatching a dead person from the people of Copper Fire City would be too expensive. She had no interest in that. In her position, she was more concerned with names than with benefits. Yifeng, you are quite a virtuous person. Just because of this, the grudge between you and I will be written off. Hua Tianli laughed heartily as he replied. When his laughter finally stopped, his expression gradually turned cold. Brothers, attack! The sword chi got closer and closer. At the same time, Yunzhe raised his head. The crazy smile on his face became more and more obvious. He lay prostrate on the ground with a pious expression on his face, as if he was worshipping a god. This scene was extremely strange. Hall of Qin, you. With that, several sharp swords pierced into Yunzhe's chest. The endless blood flower exploded at the same time. Yunze lowered his head in a daze. The expression on his face was distorted by pain. This. He took a deep breath and staggered. It shouldn't be like this. No, Hall of Qin, why are you, to just watch me do this? Upon hearing his voice, Hua Tianli felt that it was a bit noisy, so he shouted in a stern voice. Cut the crap, return to the scabbard. Several sharp swords were pulled out from Yunzai's chest at his command. Blood sprayed out in all directions. All of a sudden, Yunzai's gaze froze on the spot, gradually becoming a kind of almost transparent gray. He took a few steps back and his zither was dyed in blood. At the same time his fingers rested on the zither strings, he made a crisp sound. His body gradually softened and fell to the ground. The Qin Palace. As he said this, his eyes slowly closed as his life faded away. What do you mean by not the Qin? That person you're talking about, could it be that he's your lover? Hua Tianli sneered, before spitting out a mouthful of blood as he replied in a bad mood. It had to be known that Yunzai's counterattack had been extremely fierce. Even Yunzai himself was covered in colors. Just a slight movement was enough to cause him to feel pain. The surrounding brothers were injured, and the situation was even worse. Because of this, when he saw Yunzai's life on the line, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. A moment later, Hua Tianli pointed at a person, Dedong. The guy named Yunzai just now had blown up 3 of your fingers. Now I'm giving you a chance to take revenge, give him a stab and cut off his head. The eyes of the man called Dedong lit up. He knew that Hua Tianli was giving him the chance to take revenge. Thank you, Brother Tian, for your kindness. I'll send him to hell now. He laughed evilly and quickly walked in front of Yunzai. I'll let you have your way. Just now, you blew off 3 of my fingers. He did not hesitate at all. He raised the large blade in his left hand and slashed at Yunzai's head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513. Chapter 513. Clang. A crisp sound was heard as the large blade was knocked away by a huge force and flew high into the air. Under the sunlight, it revealed a strange light. What? How did this happen? Hua Tianli and the rest did not take it for granted when they saw the head fall to the ground. Instead, they witnessed the huge blade being knocked up into the sky. Yunzai was like a wild beast as he slowly opened his eyes. It was as if there was no longer any trace of human life in his eyes. Ha ha ha. A strange chuckle came from Yunzai's throat. This sound was like 2 rusty pieces of metal rubbing against each other, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. As for his hand, he held the broken half of the saber and dragged it along the ground step by step. The tip of the blade was sharp, and some of the shards had pierced into his skin. Although the scene before his eyes was still bloody, there was no sign of fear on his face. Instead, there was only excitement. What in the world is going on? Yunzai seemed to have completely changed his appearance. Not only did he seem to have been reborn, he didn't care about the fatal injuries on his subordinates anymore. It was as if he couldn't feel any more pain. Dadong, Dadong. A series of hurried shouts pulled Dadong back to reality from his nervousness. When he came back to his senses, he found out that Yunzai had his eyes on him. His cold, green eyes were like those of a beast staring at its prey. Dadong, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and run. Hua Tianli reacted. At the same time that he took a step forward, he shouted. All right, Brother Tian, I'll run now. Hearing this, Dadong's body trembled and hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, he had only taken a few steps when a gust of wind blew behind him. Suddenly, his movements froze on the spot, like a withered bamboo in the wind, motionless and terrifyingly still. He slowly lowered his head, a bloody hand emerging from his chest. Yunzai's hand. For a moment, he felt the world spinning around him, and his vision went black, as if the whole world had been turned upside down. Big East. Hua Tianli let out a painful cry. The anger in his eyes intensified as he swung his sword at the person behind Dong. He could disregard Dong Wensai's life or death, but he had a good relationship with Dong. There was no time for any mishaps. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sudden advance of Hua Tianli and his men, the bloody hand quickly withdrew from Dong's chest. Yunzhe seemed to sense the threat and retreated again and again, avoiding Hua Tianli's sword attack. With a few steps, he jumped a distance away and started fighting with them again. Ha ha ha! Waves of laughter once again reverberated on the spot, causing one's heart to shiver. In an instant, a man was killed. Ghost servant, ghost servants, ha! Green Moonflower's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her pretty face turned deathly pale. The moment he said this, everyone's heart sank. Everything happened too suddenly, making people unprepared. The feelings that come out of this sudden situation are also the most real. Hua Tianli had no time to care about his manners. He glanced at Dong's corpse and shouted. Mother Fasterus Kerr, who cares about that thing? Kill him quickly. Everyone attack together and take revenge for Dong. In the distance, Yifeng's fist was clenched tightly, and a sense of solemnity was emitted from between his brows. Yifeng, are you all right? She understood that Yifeng had waited for a long time, but Qin Shao did not do anything. In his heart, he was naturally a bit disappointed. Yifeng remained silent as he stared at Yunzhe's actions in the crystal ball. He didn't seem to be relaxed at all. I never thought that Qin Shao would turn his own disciple into a ghost servant long ago. He's really cruel and merciless. Hanyu slightly sighed and continued, so, Yifeng, don't blame yourself too much. This time, blame me. I did not see that Yunzhe was the symbol of a ghost servant, which led to our misjudgment. No. Yifeng looked indifferent as he replied with a smile, to be honest, I am not disappointed. On the contrary, I was a bit excited just now because I have already confirmed one thing. Qin Shao has already made her move, and she is currently in the forbidden land of the mysterious gate. What, she came in person? When the demon fox heard this, she was greatly astonished. As Yifeng spoke, he changed the angle of the crystal ball. He fixed his vision on a small red crack, and pointed his finger towards it. That's right. Look over there, is there a red crack? The eyes of the demon fox and Hanyu were filled with a strange light as they lightly covered their red lips. The existence of this red crack is indeed strange. However, it is really fortunate that you, Yifeng, were able to discover it. Upon hearing these words, even Elder Zhao felt it was strange and couldn't help but open his mouth. In his heart, he secretly admired Yifeng's meticulousness. He could even notice this tiny crack during a battle. If it were an ordinary person, even if they saw it, they would not think too much and just sweep it away. But the problem is, Yifeng, I clearly don't feel any signs of anyone coming here. When I talk about the surroundings, there isn't any change. If there really was someone who forcefully broke through the formation from the outside, then Elder Zhao's spiritual will would be able to sense this. However, the fact was that the surrounding environment was unusually silent. There wasn't the slightest change. Yifeng smiled faintly, Elder Zhao, I'm not doubting your words. It's just that sometimes, I prefer to judge based on the results than on the other party's methods. The result is, Elder Zhao smiled helplessly. After hearing Yifeng's rebuttal, he could only accept it calmly. As an array master and an existence close to martial spirit, Qin Shao was much stronger than Elder Zhao. She could even fool Yifeng, not to mention Elder Zhao. Of course, one red crack isn't enough to explain the problem. There is one more thing I need to make my judgment on. Yifeng's expression was solemn, and a light flashed across his eyes. Oh, what else? Everyone was startled and stared at Yi. He paused for a moment and continued, have you guys noticed that Yunzhe's attack and defense seems to be in disorder, but in reality, he is secretly stepping on the ground, moving towards the forbidden area. Only with our current position can we do this. Besides Qin Xiao himself being near Yun Zhe and controlling his movements, I can't think of any other explanation. There was always a limit to the strength of a human formation and it would not change. And now, Yun Zhe's understanding of formations seemed to have suddenly increased. This was obviously not possible. So, at this point, it's about time to retract the net, Master Qin. Yifeng turned his head and looked at Qin Juexin with a faint smile. Put away the net. When Qin Juexin heard this, she shivered. She did not expect that although Yifeng was young, he had a head up and down fighting style, as if he had been through 100 battles. That's right, the opportunity we mentioned before is now. Master, taking advantage of the fact that Qin Xiao is near the Cloud Lake, please act quickly and subdue everyone you see. I want to see who can escape from my attack. In such a short period of time, he couldn't determine who Qin Xiao was. Would he be among the people of Copper Fire City? So, you don't need to waste time to judge. Because with Qin Xiao's pride, if he wasn't willing to be humiliated, he would definitely resist. Simply judging Qin Xiao's existence through strength would offend and require absolute courage, but it was the most effective method. You're saying that I should go against everyone in Copper Fire City? Yifeng smiled faintly and shook his head. No, if Qin Xiao was among these people, then they would be grateful to you. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. Qin Ju thought about it carefully and finally understood. He laughed. All right, Yifeng. Since you managed to concoct the soul search pill previously, I, Qin Ju, will trust you once. So what? She gritted her teeth as soon as she finished speaking. Under the waves of her strange soul power, she had already started moving. She rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. In the forbidden area. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Yun Zhe's expression was as if he was drunk, extremely insane. He dashed back and forth, occasionally knocking back the disciples of Copper Fire City and occasionally running towards the front. Chase, catch up to him. Hua Tianli shouted, panting heavily. You killed my brother and you still want to run? Even if you die and become a ghost servant, I will chop you into pieces. The trap array Yifeng had set up had consumed a lot of their energy. Brother Tian, wait a moment. Look at the sky. Green Moonflower suddenly became dazed. She gritted her teeth and dashed forward a few steps, grabbing onto Hua Tianli's sleeve. What are you looking at? Don't you see I'm half dead? I don't have the time right now. That's not it, Brother Tian. Something big seems to have happened. You? Even though he said this, Hua Tianli still kept cursing. In the end, he still raised his head. At the same time, his eyes suddenly opened wide. In the distant sky, a floating chunk of black ice suddenly flew over to them at an extremely high speed. In the cold light, there was a heavy killing intent. The ground they passed by was covered in a thick layer of frost. Once the cold and gloomy aura spread out, it was so cold that it could freeze one's bones and make one's hair stand on end. And on this block of ice, there was a beautiful woman. Her eyes were like water, slim and graceful, but her temperament was too cold, making it hard for people to approach her. And she was Qin Juexin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514. Chapter 514. Qin. Master Qin, what are you trying to do? Hua Tianli raised his head in shock as the blood in his body seemed to solidify. The current Qin Juexin was like a heavenly girl, aloof and dignified. And to him, she had absolute strength that could crush him. In front of such a master, he had no intention of resisting. Why did you ask me? Her light laughter was enough to make people's hair stand on end. I just want to invite all of you to have a good night's sleep since you're all tired. What do you think? Qin Ju's heart was filled with killing intent. His voice was unusually cold. Hua Tianli was stunned. Before he could reply, he saw Qin Zhu turn his hand and a sharp sword pierce through the ice. 1,000-year ice prison. These 4 short words were filled with boundless power. The next moment, the huge piece of ice started spinning rapidly in the sky. Under the rays of the sun, the cascading ice shined brilliantly on everyone's faces. Countless ice dragons glowed resplendently, their bodies cold and penetrating. In such a large area, they moved back and forth. Those who were weaker had their bodies frozen as soon as their feet touched the ice, as if they were rooted to the ground. They kept moving up, from their feet to their chest and then to the top of their heads, turning into ice sculptures. A tinge of fear appeared in Green Moonflower's eyes. As she ran, she shouted, "Master Qin, could it be that you intend to do such a thing to us? Are you planning to fall out with our Copper Fire City?" Qin Zhuoxi let out a cold laugh, but didn't deny it. "Whatever you want, dot." She raised her hand, and the icy qi that filled the sky, as if having a guide, flew towards the location of the blue lawn like a sharp arrow. After a short while, the cold qi entered her body and froze her completely. It was as if the difference between the strength of a teacher and those students was like a huge gap. Even if they showed mercy, it wasn't something they could endure. Previously, she had used her soul consciousness to attack Yunzhe, so she wasn't the head of the unit. Now that she had personally arrived, her strength had more than doubled from before. Heavens! Run away! How can a cultivator of our level be a match for Grandmaster Xian Men? The rest of the people did not dare to confront him head-on as they ran out of the cave with their lives on the line. They didn't even have time to complain and curse. However, in reality, even running away was a waste. With so many ice dragons attacking them, there was no chance for them to escape. The ice dragon passed through the area and froze into ice. Under its thick layer of frost, it was extremely hard. Ice sculptures on the ground. Even Hua Tianli raised his sword to block the ice dragon. He took a dozen steps back and held on for a while. However, his power was limited, so when he was really angry, he couldn't change the fact that he was frozen. As a result, the only person standing on the stage was Yunzhe. At this moment, he stood in place, motionless. He stared at Qin Zhuoxian like a wooden chicken. He, as expected, Yifeng guessed right, dot. Qin Zhu's bright eyes shone as he looked away from the ice sculptures and back at Yunzhe. As long as you freeze everyone within a kilometer radius, no one will be able to control the actions of a ghost servant like you. Even if you are going to freeze someone else, you shouldn't come here randomly. You should have a sequence to make sure that the person is right. Without controlling the ghost servants, it was clear that they would not know how to break the formation. Her charming face turned cold as a white light shone out from her hand. "Alright, it's time to send you off." Clumps of cold qi flew towards Yunzhe. At this time, Yunzhe's brows suddenly twitched. It was as though he had swindled a corpse. It was extremely strange. What? Seeing this, Qin Zhu was slightly stunned. She came back to her senses, her face solemn. She no longer had any playful thoughts as she charged straight at Yunzhe, her speed increasing by several times. However, Yunzhe also stood up and took a few steps back. His steps were extremely profound. The broken sword that fell from the sky was easily dodged by him. Qin Zhu was flabbergasted as he stared at his opponent. He actually knew how to break the formation. Astonished, she turned her head to look at the ice sculptures in Copper Fire City. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and no one broke through the ice. Since that's the case, then how did Yunzhe do it? How could this be? At this moment, even Yifeng couldn't help but to ask. He turned around and looked at the beautiful lady behind him. Han Yue. You told me before, is there anything else you missed about the characteristics of ghost servants? This. Han Yue frowned as she paced a few steps, thinking about her memories. I did not miss anything. If a person wants to control a low-level ghost servant to do something as delicate as breaking a formation, it must be within a mile radius. Then if it's a high-level ghost servant, like your previous Zifeng, how about it? Yifeng's face was solemn, his fist slightly clenched as his thoughts raced. Han Yu firmly shook her head. Impossible, I've already said this before. That Yunzhe is only a low-level ghost servant. Moreover, in my opinion, even that Qin Shao doesn't know the refining method of high-grade ghost servant. Yifeng, do you not believe me? It's not that I don't trust you. Yifeng muttered to himself for a while, then turned around and continued staring at the crystal ball beside him, observing the changes on the stage. I'm just ruling out some possibilities. Let me think about it, the one that is closest to the correct answer, about the forbidden area. He rubbed his temples and was about to open his mouth to give the order. Suddenly, a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders hurried over. Yi, spiritual master Yi, bad news, bad news. Han Yu glared at him unhappily. What are you doing, making such a fuss? If it's about the matter of the forbidden area, there's no need to report it. We already know. Things were getting complicated and confusing, so she didn't want to be bothered by anything. As for the demon fox, she was afraid that Zifeng would be assassinated again, so she stared at the approaching person without letting go. She waved her hand and placed it in front of Yi Shiwen, not allowing him to even take half a step forward. It's not about the forbidden area, spiritual master Yi. It's about that cultivation technique. It was stolen. Stolen. The moment he said that, Yifeng and the two ladies widened their eyes. They looked at each other and were extremely shocked in their hearts. Of course, Yifeng understood that Qin Zhao's goal this time was to obtain that cultivation technique. However, he was still in the forbidden area, controlling Yunzhe's movements. Then, how was he going to separate himself from Yunzhe and steal that cultivation technique? Between his brows, there was a hint of seriousness. The demon fox moved closer to Yifeng and asked in a low voice, "What do we do? Do you want me to go over and take a look?" "There's no need." Yifeng pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked towards the disciple that came to report. "Tell me in detail." The location of the technique can be said to be extremely secretive, and there are quite a few mechanisms within. How did you know about the theft? The demon fox and Han Yu were shocked and immediately understood the meaning behind Yifeng's words. He still couldn't believe what this disciple of the celestial sect of wonders had said. Because, if Yifeng hastily went over to confirm the existence of the martial art, then the other party might take this opportunity to follow Yifeng's trail, locate the location, and then make a move. The disciple was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he understood Yifeng's meaning, his face turned ugly. "Taoist Master Yi, forgive me, I didn't plan to lie to you even if I had the guts. Just as I was about to go out and find a place to loosen up, I suddenly heard a sound from a treasure in the forbidden area. There was also a red crack line." "Wait, what did you say?" "There's still a red line." At first, Yifeng did not have much of a reaction, but when he heard that, his face could not help but change color. Han Yu and the demon fox looked at each other. Their expressions changed and their delicate bodies trembled. "That's right, spiritual Master Yi." The disciple from the celestial sect of wonders pursed his lips as an incomparably awkward look appeared on his face. "It's absolutely true. I know this is a bit mysterious and you might not believe it, but I am an honest person. I can say whatever I see. I hope you do not take offense." Yifeng paced back and forth with a serious expression. "All right, I understand. If there is nothing else, you can go now." "All right." After that celestial sect disciple left, Demon Fox and Han Yu immediately came over. "Yifeng, what should we do? It seems like that Qin Shao might have been there before." "Yeah, do you think so? He already stole the hidden treasure cultivation technique, and now he might be looking for an opportunity to leave. If that's the case, then that would be terrible." Their pretty faces were filled with worry, and their beautiful eyes were fixed on Yiwen. If Qin Yun left after learning about the cultivation technique, it would be troublesome if he tried to catch him again in the future. Yuan shook his head with a smile. What's there to be anxious about? The upper echelons of the celestial sect of wonders are smart. They have already moved away the treasures in the treasury. As for the cultivation technique, it is in my hands. After a moment of silence, a burst of surprise followed. What? When did this demonic slave end up in your hands? The two girls' eyes were wide open as they looked at Zifeng in disbelief. Right at that moment, a ball of spiritual energy slowly flowed out from the blood veins on Liu's arms, showing the appearance of a spiritual energy monster. Ghastly Shadow. She and Spirit Shadow didn't like each other, so she could recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Of course. Just now, the two of you were here watching a good show. I was not idle at all. Zifeng, where's the promised reward? The moment those words were spoken, he saw a nurturing spirit pill being thrown high into the air and coincidentally falling into the mouth of the spirit beast. Ka-cha. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515. Chapter 515. When the pill is ready to melt in the mouth, Guiying was satisfied and didn't care about anything else. He started to concentrate on absorbing the spiritual energy in the medicinal pill. Han Yu thought for a moment before opening her mouth with a solemn expression. Zifeng, since you have a ghost servant cultivation technique, why don't you quickly show it to me? When she spoke, there was a trace of excitement in her heart. It has to be said that as the descendant of the 10,000 Corpses sect, she suddenly had a secret book of her original world appear in front of her. She paused for a moment and then said, also, to you, Zifeng, after I've seen this cultivation method, I might have a certain level of understanding towards Qin Zhao's secrets of controlling ghost servants. I can use this as an opening to help you catch Qin Zhao. Zifeng thought for a while and called out softly. He waved his hand. Alright, I can make the decision. Guiying, give her the technique of the ghost servant. After Guiying finished absorbing all the spiritual qi within the pill, he smiled and said, give it to her. Are you sure Zifeng didn't even take a look at it himself before giving it to Han Yue? Since when did you become so close to her? Zifeng frowned and said coldly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Qin Zhao can make a move at any time. I don't need to waste my time on suspecting my own people. It's better to say that the time is too long. You want to try out that martial spirit control cultivation technique again. When his own people heard these words, even though it was Han Yu, they raised their eyebrows slightly. The feelings in their hearts were extremely complicated. Spirit Shadow focused his attention on the words martial spirit control. His heart trembled and he quickly stopped trying to make fun of her. Don't. Just give me the ghost servant cultivation technique, it's not mine anyways. However, Zifeng, can you not mention that cultivation technique to control martial spirits from now on? As she spoke, she couldn't help but shiver all over. It had to be known that she had been tortured by Yifeng's martial arts several times before, but now that he had mentioned it, it was still vivid in her mind, and she could not forget it no matter how hard she tried. Then hurry, Zifeng ordered. The next moment, Guiying sighed and said, the mouth that eats people is too short. At the very least, I did take quite a lot of Yifeng's pills. Thus, she did not refute any further and directly threw the technique into Han Yu's hand. Here, this is the book. Many thanks. A bright glint flashed through Han Yu's beautiful eyes as she hurriedly flipped it open. With her fastest speed, she flipped through the pages, taking in 10 lines at a glance. How is it? All of a sudden, the technique manual that Han Yu was holding was snatched away by Zifeng. He raised it high up and said, don't be too engrossed in it. Think about it, what's the situation now? Zifeng, you. Give it back to me. There was a trace of anger in Han Yu's clear eyes. However, when she raised her head and saw Yifeng's solemn expression, she couldn't help but obediently shut her mouth. Yifeng stared at her. "Hanyue, listen up, now is not the time to compare the two continents, but the time to find Qin Zhao's weakness in controlling the ghost servants. It's not that I don't want to give you face, it's just that I can't give you any face in this kind of emergency." Han Yu pursed her lips and sighed. "But the problem is, this manual only has the second half, not the one in Qin Zhao's possession. Therefore, my calculations are limited." "Then tell me everything you know." She looked at Yifeng's increasingly cold face and felt a chill in her heart. At this moment, she could only express her opinion. "Well, I'll just say it, but in fact, this book is basically about the method of refining ghost servants in the 10,000 Corpses sect. There are many places where it is done. However, I discovered that there is a small change." "Oh, what change?" Hearing this, Yifeng was shocked. He had originally wanted to try and understand the situation, but he had not expected that it would actually have a certain amount of exploration value. "Actually, I discovered that the method of controlling ghost servants seemed to be related to Array Dao in all sorts of ways. To be specific, because I don't understand Array Dao, I can't say it out loud, so I have this feeling." Han Yu bit her red lips as she replied with a serious expression. "Array Dao ha?" Yifeng walked a few steps back and forth with a stern expression. After a long while, a beam of divine light suddenly appeared in his starry eyes. "So that's how it is. I understand. Before, I might have attributed the formation to the formation, and the ghost servants to the ghost servants. The two were separated too widely, and that was why my own judgment was affected. This..." Demon Fox, Han Yu and Gu Ying looked at each other. They didn't know what Yifeng understood. Then, "Yifeng, what do you mean to do now?" After a moment of silence, the Demon Fox finally broke the deadlock and took the lead to speak. Yifeng smiled calmly. "Since there is such a possibility, let me first hypothesize that we should start with the Array Dao and see if there are any problems with the Array Dao." He turned around and took a few more steps, looking at the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. At that moment, they were all standing where they were, trembling a little as if they were nervous and were whispering to each other. Obviously, the news about the stolen ghost servant cultivation technique had spread to every single one of them. Everyone. Hearing Yifeng's words, everyone was shocked and immediately stopped their discussion and revealed a forced smile. One had to know that the number of times they had been criticized before, added up together, was quite a lot. Master Yi, we are all listening. I wonder what orders you have for us." Even Tong Danrong couldn't stand Yifeng now. After all, even that heartless Master Qin Zhuxian did as Yifeng said, let alone a mere disciple like him. Yifeng laughed. "It's nothing, it's just that I wanted to reveal something to you all to refresh your minds. Actually, with the help of the Soul Search Pill, I found out that Qin Xiao was cruel in his actions. Wherever he went, he never left any survivors." "What, this? Taoist Master Yi, you must be joking." "That's right. No matter what, that Qin Xiao might not be able to kill that many disciples in the territory of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. To be honest, they didn't want to believe it. They were scared of it from the bottom of their hearts. However, they also didn't understand Qin Xiao's character. They could only get a ruthless evaluation from the black bracelet and use their imagination. And the deepest fear, which comes from ignorance." Yifeng glanced at everyone. "Of course I'm serious. If you don't want to die in her hands, then you better keep your spirits up right now. Don't act like you're dead. Cheer up." Yes. Under Yifeng's order. The group of Profound Gate disciples looked at each other. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, they finally returned to their original state and became serious. Yifeng took a deep breath. With a stern look in his eyes, he continued to lead the way. "Zhang Yuan, listen up. From now on, you're going to give up on Suxing and take up the Heavenly Wolf's position. Lan Huai, listen up. From now on, you must give up on your Wind Thinker and also take the Heaven-Mending Wolf seat. To give up a certain position, to supplement a certain position. Even an outsider on the path of arrays could clearly feel that Zifeng was going to do something big on the path of arrays. After Zifeng finished with his series of arrangements, he turned around and looked at the Demon Fox duo. Demon Fox, you're going to take the lead this time as well. The spiritual energy of these disciples will be under your guidance. Han Yue, you come as well. Take over the position of Heavenly Wolf. Zifeng, just what are you going to do? Demon Fox and Han Yu were stunned for a moment. They were a bit confused, but under Yifeng's urging, they followed his instructions and did as he said. Everyone had their own role to play in their respective star positions, but at the same time, they did not know what their role was. Thus, even if there was a traitor among them, they did not know what sort of effect the formation that Zifeng had set up would have. They were just the screws of a huge machine. Even though they knew what their purpose was, they did not know what use this machine could be used for. Zifeng looked towards the distance with a faint smile, while his mouth revealed a hint of a meaningful smile. What am I going to do, of course? Immediately use force to force Qin Shao out. Inside the forbidden area, the land was sealed in ice. The coldness that penetrated the bones penetrated deep into the bone marrow, causing one's movements to become sluggish. Even Yunzhe found it hard to avoid being affected by such a large area. After all, he had the ability to dodge, but his own strength wouldn't change. After being attacked by a large area of frost, his movements were no longer agile. Qin Shao. Hurry up and come out. The ghost servant you controlled is about to die. The next one should be you. Qin Zhu had a head full of messy black hair. His face was beautiful yet pale. In order to hunt down the fugitive, she had done her best. Unfortunately, when the broken sword fell from the sky, it was affected by the frost and its falling speed became much slower. As a result, although Yunzhe's movements were slow, the speed of the sword was also slower by quite a bit. Although Yunzhe's movements were slow, the speed of the sword was also slower than before. At this time, Qin Zhu suddenly felt that his surroundings seemed to have changed. Okay. She frowned as she scanned the surroundings. After a period of silence, there was a rumbling sound coming from far away and suddenly, it was heard. What's going on? Just what happened to this formation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516. Chapter 516. As time passed, the sounds coming from the forbidden area became louder and louder. Thunder and lightning descended, the earth trembled. Zifeng, what happened over here? Hurry up and give me a response. Qin Zhu tightly knitted his brows, raised his head and looked into the distance. There was no response, no response. You bastard. You did not even reply to my words. You have really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Seeing that something big was about to happen in this forbidden area, even she was unable to contain herself and wanted to avoid the danger. Master Qin, please calm down. Yifeng's calm voice came from far away through the sound transmission array. Qin Zhu's expression froze. You, count it as you being sensible. Before I get completely angry, hurry up and explain everything to me. Just what are you planning to do? Zifeng laughed blandly. Very simple reason. Since the fugitive is in the forbidden area, I will use the array and destroy the forbidden area. Master Qin, you should come out now before the array has fully started. What? You're going to destroy this place? Qin Zhuoxin was stunned when she heard this as her heart shivered slightly. What kind of joke are you playing? Aren't you being too bold? Zifeng replied solemnly, Master Qin, all the treasures in the forbidden area have been evacuated. There is only wasteland here. Other than a few signboards, there is nothing else of value here. The meaning behind his words was that there was nothing of value left in this forbidden area. Even if it were destroyed, the higher-ups would not blame him. This, Qi Zimo's expression was stern. After a while, he finally managed to accept it. Zifeng's way of doing things was, without a doubt, a bit radical. However, if he had to do it, it might be possible. All right, I understand. You, Zifeng, made a mess yourself. When the time comes, take responsibility yourself. I'll leave now. Once she made up her mind, she immediately flew up to the block of ice, which was as hard as a knife, and let out a thudding sound. However, just as she took a few steps out, she suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. Hold on. If he left, then the people of Copper Fire City who were frozen into ice sculptures would all be finished. Killing a man from Copper Fire City might not be a big problem. However, if a group of Copper Fire City disciples were to die in the territory of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, then this would no longer be a joke. If it's serious, it might even affect the strategic relationship. Wait a minute, Zifeng, have you forgotten about those Copper Fire City disciples that were frozen by me? If you kill them, then you're finished. Oh, it might be because Zifeng has not thought it through properly. Can you please ask Master Qin to protect me for a while? Zifeng's voice was as calm as usual. The corner of Qi Zimo's mouth twitched. Hearing Zifeng's tone, which was as normal as usual, there was no sign of him being inconsiderate at all. In fact, if something were to happen to these disciples, it would not only be over with Zifeng, Qi Zimo herself would also not be in a good mood. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. After all, if she were to find out that these dead people had all fallen into her 1,000-year ice prison when she was still alive, then she might be pushed to the forefront of the world and be held accountable like Zifeng, affecting her reputation. As the sound of his voice faded, a rumbling sound could be heard. A long fissure had formed on the ground, separating Qi Zimo and the disciples of Copper Fire City. The shattered pieces of sand and rocks began to fall down. This is so infuriating. This Zifeng says he wants me to run, but in reality, he wants me to stay and protect those disciples who have been frozen into ice sculptures. She cursed under her breath, not feeling happy at all. However, she could only calm her mind and follow Yi Wen's plan. Forget it. I'll just help him for myself. This Zifeng is really a dangerous person. From now on, I can't get involved with him. In the next moment, a profound aura that was wrapped in profound ice leaked out from both of Qi Zimo's palms and once again covered the bodies of these disciples. It was as if these disciples were covered in ice armor that released a dazzling radiance. However, this was only a few meters away from Qi Zimo's heart. In other places, the land of ice was gradually covered by the loess. Pieces of debris were floating in the air. It was dead silent. Yunzhe stood on the spot with empty eyes and sunken eyes. He looked at the apocalyptic scene with an indifferent expression. Escape. Where do you think you're going? Zifeng's plan to destroy the forbidden area made him unable to escape. There was no way to survive. In this situation, only the protection of a master could give them a chance to escape. Unless Qin Shao personally came to save him, otherwise, Yunzhe's fate would be sealed. There must be no remains left. Resplendent rays of light scattered from the numerous red cracks. An extremely violent force, with great power, rippled through the air. Oh, you want to destroy the Forbidden Land? There's someone bold in the Celestial Sect of Wonders. A slim girl in green with a picturesque appearance was quietly standing on a tall rock while holding a human skin mask in her hand. Some people think of a certain way, but they can't really put it into action. Zifeng's actions had obviously refreshed her. The Hall of Qin, if the other party did so, it would be somewhat unexpected. But luckily, the Hall of Qin is wise and did not set foot in the forbidden area, but instead used the red crack to activate other formations, increasing the distance between them and the ghost servants. The maid was wearing a light blue robe with a long scar extending from her forehead all the way down to her face. However, Hall of Qin, what should we do next? That senior brother Yun won't be able to hold on much longer. The maid pursed her lips and was slightly worried. I can't. I didn't think Yunzhe could hold him off all by himself. As long as he is able to be utilized by me to the fullest before he dies, I will fulfill his goal. Xin Shao coldly smiled and continued, I just don't know if he remembered what I said when he entered my sect. What? Hearing that, the maid was startled, her voice trembling slightly. Looking at Xin Zhao's jade face, she asked, this. However, he has already been refined into a ghost servant and is now in our hands. Hall of Qin, how do you intend to use him? She pursed her lips and felt her mouth become dry. Yeah, he's just one person, it's useless now, but, and you? I? The maid was shocked as she looked at Xin Shao in shock. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva as the fear in her heart reached its peak. Her green eyes were like that of a hungry wolf, ready to swallow someone at any moment. However, the maid had already known Xin Shao for a long time. If he wanted to kill her and make use of her, she would have long made her move. Hall of Qin, could it be that you want to? Xin Shao laughed coldly for a moment. His bright eyes lit up. That's right. I saw the person who set up the formation. Combined with his current actions, he probably wants to force me out. She paused for a moment before continuing, okay, if he wants to force me to come out and capture me, then I can make use of this. Kai Dai, replace me and become Qin Shao. Are you still not coming out? Demon Fox and Hanyu stared at the crystal ball beside Yifeng without a trace of relaxation. Yifeng, tell me, that Qin Shao, why hasn't he appeared yet? Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Sand flew and stones flew. The scene in the forbidden area was like an azure purgatory, causing one to be unable to bear to look directly at it. At this moment, there was only one person in Qin Zhu's heart. He was still amidst the raging winds, barely able to hold on. As for Yunzhe, he had already been blown away by the tornado a long time ago. Yifeng nodded slightly, It seems like my guess from the beginning was a bit wrong. What do you mean? Spirit Shadow was shocked and could not help but ask. In her opinion, the number of times Yifeng made mistakes was very few. I originally thought that Qin Shao was in the forbidden area controlling Yunzhe's actions, but now it seems that Qin Shao might really not be among the Copper Fire City disciples. Instead, he used the red cracks to activate other formations and extend the range of controlling the ghost servants. This. Han Yu's understanding towards ghost servants far surpassed that of others. Now that she heard Yifeng's guess, she also nodded. That's right, it's very possible that it's like this, but. Then what do we do? Since this Qin Shao isn't in the forbidden area, what's the use of destroying it? Aren't we just asking for trouble? The demon fox pondered for a moment before she suddenly asked. No, the destruction of the forbidden area is definitely useful. At the very least, let Qin Shao know of our existence. Compared to this, if she can't find a cultivation technique in the hidden treasures of the forbidden area, guess what she will do? Yifeng chuckled, his expression gradually turning serious. She will. The demon fox's eyes constantly widened, and her beautiful eyes revealed a kind of surprised look. After a long while, she almost blurted out. Trying to find us and fight us. Yi Xi nodded with a faint smile and turned her gaze towards the distance. Yes, she will try to get close to us. At this time. Suddenly, a woman's deep voice came from the border of the forbidden area. Who is the leader of the celestial sect of wonders? Do you dare to come forward? Have a chat with me, Qin Shao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517. Chapter 517. Qin Shao. Sure Potion's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the hearts of the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. Even Yifeng and the others opened their eyes wide and stared into the crystal ball. At the edge of the forbidden area, at the edge of the array formation, he saw a girl in green holding a human skin mask. Ying Luo was flying. Her pretty face was pale and her head was lowered. There was not a trace of blood on her face. She raised her head. Between heaven and earth, she lost her composure in an instant. Let me ask you again, on this territory, who is the mastermind? Abnormal silence, the sound of a needle falling. No way, she's Qin Xiao. I never thought that Qin Xiao would be a beauty as well as a woman. Don't look at a beauty and just stare at her. Otherwise, you won't know how you'll die. Listen to what spiritual Master Yi has to say. The expressions of the disciples from the celestial sect of wonders were aghast as they discussed in low voices. Taoist Master Yi. They began to size up Yifeng's expression. Taoist Master Yi, you're the biggest here. Please make the decision. Qin Xiao, one sentence. However, Yifeng's brows did not relax. His eyes were tightly shut. He seemed to be thinking, yet also seemed to be preparing for a rainy day. The demon fox glared at them in annoyance. Under such a critical situation, you're all going to let Yifeng answer back. What did you do for a long time? Previously, to curry favor with Master Heartless, you all hugged each other's legs. Isn't that quite happy? A scalding sweet potato. Without a doubt, the person who replied Qin Xiao would become the target of their attention. To be targeted by such a vicious fugitive was obviously not a good thing. The group of disciples looked at each other awkwardly, not knowing how to reply. That's a demon fox, shut up. Since Qin Xiao has already come out, there's nothing to hide. When the time comes, someone must stand out and face him. Yifeng thought for a while, then continued. Yifeng of the celestial sect of wonders greets Senior Qin Xiao. Oh. Qin Xiao's eyes narrowed into thin slits. However, she didn't have the time to say anything. There was a loud ding sound. Suddenly, in the sky, a violent stream of air swept towards where Qin Xiao was. Icy air permeated his body and cold light spread in all directions. The all-pervasive frost and ice instantly froze the ground around Qin Xiao, rendering him unable to retreat. The one who took action was Heartless Grandmaster. Through this crystal ball, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders had already seen who was coming. It turned out that after Qin Juxian stopped Yi Wen's formation from destroying the forbidden area, she had heard of Qin Zhao's appearance and immediately rushed over. Whoosh! Whoosh! She saw that Qin Zhu had finally arrived. His voice was cold and his tone was flat. What do you mean, Senior? Yifeng, you better not embarrass our celestial sect of wonders. Since it's a fugitive, don't give her any face. Qin Juxian's expression was extremely dark and cold. She stood on top of a piece of black ice. Her hair, which was slightly disheveled, was obviously caused by Yixi's previous actions. It was precisely because of this that her words didn't sound too bad to Qin Xiao, who didn't know the truth. However, to the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, they sounded a little strange and didn't sound too convincing. Obediently capture him. Qin Juxian coldly looked at his opponent. Like a snake, he moved forward and clenched his fist into a claw, aiming to grab Qin Xiao. Streams of icy cold qi were like ripples in a pond as they emitted a slight tremble. It was this slight tremble that drew a bright ice aura in the air. Starting from Qin Zhao's feet, it started to freeze all the way up. So that's how it is. Worthy of being called a master-level figure of the celestial sect of wonders. Be it in terms of strength, speed, or endurance, they are all outstanding. Seeing this, a faint smile flashed across Qin Zhao's eyes. It's a pity. What's a pity? Can I ask you to stop being so stubborn? As long as it's someone who was hit by my 1,000-year ice prison, I've never seen anyone who's able to escape." Seeing that she was being stubborn, Qi immediately laughed coldly. However, this laughter only lasted for a short period of time before it stopped. "What?" Her beautiful eyes began to move, and they were suffused with an astonished divine light. Xin Xiao, who was standing in front of him just a moment ago, continued to climb upwards along with the frost chi. His entire body, from head to toe, seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. She looked around with a pale face. How is this possible? Is this the supreme teacher for ruthlessness in the celestial sect of wonders? I'm here. Xin Xiao smiled sweetly and stood far away, waving at Qinju's heart. Her expression was extremely calm, but to Qinju it was undoubtedly a provocation. "Bastard, when did you actually escape?" Qinju cursed angrily as he clenched her fist. "Master Heartless. I am here now." A moment later, without the slightest hesitation, she attacked again. "I don't believe it. Master Heartless almost caught me just now. I'm here now. Master Heartless." Every time Qinju managed to trap Xin Xiao, he would disappear like a ghost when the ice energy was climbing upwards. Afterwards, he would disappear into a place quite far away from Qinju. After a few rounds, they all had the same result. Qinju's heart was tightly pressed against his cherry red lips. His eyebrows were knitted, and he couldn't help but feel a little unconvinced. It was indeed hard for a person who had been struck by her 1,000 years of ice prison to escape. But the problem was, perhaps Qin Xiao hadn't been hit by her move at all. "Master Heartless, I've already said this before. I'm telling you to stay calm," Yifeng's voice suddenly sounded through the sound transmission array. But, looking at Qinju's expression, it seemed that he was still unwilling. Yifeng spoke in a calm voice. "In my opinion, you might not be able to catch your opponent even if you chase aimlessly for the rest of your life." Although his words were harsh, to Qinju, it was a different story. After all, people in her position had rarely heard someone criticize her like that. Yifeng was obviously one of the unusual ones. "Yifeng, are you questioning me?" "That's right," Yifeng answered without hiding anything. "You?" However, Qinju thought about it carefully. Yifeng was right, she really didn't have any good methods. She could only rely on her own strength and search for him as fast as she could, rather than considering the reason why she couldn't catch him. "Then, Yifeng, could it be that you're saying that while I'm here, you want me to hand over the commanding authority for this battle to you?" Qinju frowned and replied. No need. Yifeng laughed out loud. The expression in his eyes gradually turned cold. "There's no need to hand it over. I think it's better to leave the matter of the battle to Master. As for me, I just want to have a word with Qin Xiao." Qinju saw that Jiwen did not seize the upper hand, nor did he kick his nose at Qinju's words. Thus, when she heard that Yifeng wanted to talk to Qin Xiao, she gave herself a way out and immediately agreed. "Ugh, alright, then I'll do as you said, Yifeng. I'll give you guys some time. Zhang Yuan, go make up for your loss. Tong Danrong, you go make up for Yifeng's loss. Han Yue." Yifeng held his breath and gave out a series of instructions. "When I speak, everyone should act as fast as possible and make the best use of your precious time, do you understand?" "Yes, understood." Everyone nodded. Although they, as small screws to a large machine like the array, still did not understand Yifeng's true purpose, they were gradually getting used to it. Guiying asked in confusion, "Yifeng, what exactly are they planning to do?" Yifeng chuckled, then replied, Qin Xiao was able to avoid Master Heartless' attack this way through a small-scale teleportation formation. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll activate the formation, it'll be useless later. Then, once again, let me introduce myself. I am Yifeng from the Celestial Sect of Wonders. May I ask what is Senior Qin Zhao's intentions regarding this trip to the Celestial Sect of Wonders? In Yifeng's voice, there was a hint of a smile that was difficult to describe. Ha. You're called Zifeng, right? That's fine, I just want to see what the person who tricked and killed Feng Mo and his other disciples looked like. At this point, Qin Zhao had learned a lot through her own methods. And so she laughed softly for a while and went on. So, Yifeng, can you come out to see me from the center of the array? Or, if you don't mind, I can come by myself. She paused for a moment and continued, however, if I am in a bad mood, this place will be dyed with a little more bright red. The crowd was shocked when they heard this. What do you mean by red? She had come to massacre the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Hearing this, Yifeng smiled, is that so? Since you're so capable, you should pass through this array to come to me. Let's try it out. Oh, no, before that, you still have to think of a way to deal with Heartless. She's not as easy as me. The icy cold expression on Qin Zhao's face gradually condensed at a distant point. There's no need for that. Since all of you refuse a toast and drink a forfeit, I'll just come over and search. She turned around slightly and shook her head from left to right. Suddenly, she looked at a certain place and from the crystal ball, she looked at Zifeng and the others. What? How did she know we were watching her? Everyone was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518. Chapter 518. The group of Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples. He had originally thought that he was secretly observing Qin Zhao. Who would have thought that? One who was observed. On the contrary, it was themselves. This psychological change. How could it not cause their hearts to be filled with shock? At this moment, through the tiny crystal ball, he saw Qin Zhao looking at Yifeng. A faint sneer formed at the corner of his mouth. Yifeng. So that's how it was. You guys are here. She raised her pale eyes. He took a few more steps forward. He continued to say with a smile, you are hiding in the depths of the forbidden area. It had been very comfortable. However, now I know where you are. You still want to escape unscathed, huh? She did not even touch the ground. He flew up into the air. He circled around the edge of the array formation and stepped into the sky. A long time later, her figure flickered. He then disappeared into thin air. He had hidden himself within the formation. If you have the guts, just stay. All of you, accept your deaths. A vast and resounding voice. It kept surging through the huge space. The sound reverberated for a long time. Qin Zhuoxin frowned deeply, closing his eyes. He was furious, he is just a fugitive. Don't be too arrogant. She is paranoid. The rule that he had decided on in his heart. It was hard to make any big changes. And it was because of this that only then would she be able to keep the truth from the bottom of her heart. To despise a fugitive. They looked down on Qin Zhao. Unrelated abilities. It only concerned status. Ha. Master Heartless. If you want me to shut up, then, if you have the ability, just catch up to me. You? Actually, this time. Under the rage in Qin Zhu's heart, several times he had used his spiritual will to make enemies. However, in the end, every time he was about to catch up to Qin Zhao's spiritual energy. In the end, he failed. He was still unable to catch up to his opponent. This was a formation. The mysteries of formations. In a short period of time. Even if it was a master-level existence, it was also very difficult to crack. hearing Qin Zhao's words. Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Yi Zichen looked at Zifeng in fear. This Taoist Master Yi. Taoist Master Yi. What should he do now? Great Master Heartless had no way to catch him. And Qin Zhao, had just said. She's going to come here herself later. From her tone, it seemed like he could really do this. She was so merciless that even her own disciples could be used to their deaths. I'm afraid I'll have to wait. They might really massacre us. Why don't we just... I understand. Zifeng chuckled. He raised his head. To be honest. Do you all want to escape? We, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. They looked at each other. Some of them were afraid of the female disciples. At this moment, he couldn't help but rub his long hair. Unknowingly, the matter came to an end. She had a pair of big, watery eyes. It was as if he had suffered some sort of grievance. Taoist Master Yi. The situation forced him to do so. We are, after all, in the territory of the celestial sect of wonders. If he ran now, presumably, Qin Zhao, he would not go to other parts of the mysterious gate either. We can save our lives. That's right. We all want to live. I hope the Taoist Master Yi can fulfill my wish. Take us with you. There were a few polite disciples. He even knew that he had to greet Zifeng. As for the remaining people, it was a fortuitous change. His face lost all color. He actually turned around and ran. Humph, useless cowards. The demon fox looked at the fleeing figure with disdain. He then turned to look at Zifeng. Sigh. Didn't you want to break her, Qin Zhao's transmission array? Now, you take the initiative to provoke them into running away. What was he trying to do? I really don't understand what's going on in your head. Zifeng chuckled. His expression was flat as he replied, It's all right. When they hit the wall, he will return. I touched a wall. The demon fox was stunned upon hearing this. Yi Zichen, hearing Yi Zifeng's logical explanation, Yi Zichen smiled. Pfft, he laughed out loud. Ha ha. Look at what Zifeng is saying. If they ran, they would run. Even if he was seen by someone. At most, it would only be awkward for a bit. What reason is there to come back? She gave a small laugh. He kept shaking his head. There was an inconceivable feeling in his expression. Until a long time later. Her laughter. However, it came to an abrupt halt. What? Not long after. The person who had just escaped. Without a single exception. They all came back the same way. As for Zifeng, from beginning to end, they were all standing still on the spot. Not a word. He didn't even try to persuade her otherwise. Zifeng, what exactly did you do? The eyes of the demon fox shone. He could not help but ask. Zifeng smiled. He gazed into the eyes of the demon fox. I just answered you. When they hit a wall, naturally, they would return. And this sentence, it means literally. I touched a wall. To bump into a wall. What could it be? You are in the enemy trap array. And we're all included in it. Shut up all the way out. To become part of the cage. The demon fox pursed her red lips tightly. There was a trace of shock in his expression. Of course. Zifeng replied. Simple and concise. This as soon as he said this. The demon fox and Han Yu could not help but turn pale at the same time. This sort of fight to the death. It would be fine if he was alone. However, Zifeng. He had obviously dragged a group of people into this situation. His face. It was too thick. As the sound of his voice faded, Zifeng looked up. Looking at the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who were frowning in distress. All right, everyone. Cheer up. In the current situation, you should all understand by now. There was no doubt about it. Then, he would immediately return to his original state. Like I said, before she came all the way here, it had broken her small teleportation circle. This way, you might be able to keep it. A chance for survival. After an unknown period of time. That's great, we've finally succeeded. As the crowd of mysterious gate disciples spoke in unison, her face was filled with joy. Within the grand formation of the forbidden region, suddenly, a strange light appeared. The light flickered on and off, just like an oil lamp in the dark night. From the edge of the great formation, project into it. The light fell upon the formation. Unknowingly, he had already carefully observed his surroundings. It was actually possible to vaguely see it. To identify a human form. This. Could it be? Is she Qin Shao? That's great, no wonder that Taoist Yi told us to use such a formation. So there was actually such a use for it. If he succeeded this time. Spiritual Master Yi, you have done a great service. All right. Let's not talk about it anymore. I can't win now. He didn't know yet. He continued to maintain the formation. Do not relax even a little. Zifeng's voice was solemn. The voice resounded in everyone's ears. A slim figure. He moved as if he were flying. Elegant as the wind. Qin Shao. He dashed several tens of steps. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Yi Zichen was stunned. He turned his head to look at her in shock. However, behind her, there was already no Qin Zhu chasing after them. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. However, there wasn't much of a problem with that. After all, such a big place. To lose a person. It was still possible. Something doesn't feel right. She frowned deeply. Her eyes were incomparably cold. His mind was abnormally calm. Ugh, she knew that there seemed to be some slight change in her surroundings. However, what exactly was this change? In an instant, she couldn't answer him. The current her. He hadn't expected this. Zifeng had the intention of destroying his teleportation array. Until suddenly, between heaven and earth, a faint light fell on her body. This. Not good. Her expression was clearly startled for a moment. In the shortest case, he finally understood the situation he was in. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared. Suddenly, it covered her body. And then, she gritted her teeth. He quickly turned around. Side by side, he rolled over savagely. In the next moment, a giant finger. The wind was unstoppable. He faced the direction where Qin Shao had been standing. It was pushed down heavily. What is it? The giant finger in front of him. This was actually the real form that the ghostly shadow had condensed. Used at this moment. Even though in terms of power, he could defeat the enemy. Under the situation where he was dealing with an expert. Slightly insufficient. However, this majestic aura, the strength of a Saint Realm martial spirit, it was definitely not a cover. Boom! It was just a light smirk. He then blasted Qin Xiao far away from his original path. She stopped in her tracks. Furthermore, it was precisely because of the existence of that faint light. Qin Xiao had no way of dodging it. The teleportation formation couldn't be used. In a short period of time, Qin Xiao had a plan. It was a fortuitous change. His heart was greatly astonished. She had not expected this to happen. There were so many of them. He was still resisting right now. Logically speaking, in her original opinion, maintaining the existence of the Great Formation, he would need the help of a lot of people. However, the scene before his eyes, it was exactly as she had imagined. Very different. This Zifeng, he truly had some skill. No one knew what sort of method he had used. That's why we are able to persuade so many people to stay. She frowned slightly. Just as he took a step back, he waved his palm. It blocked the ghost's attack. However, at this moment, from behind her, Qin Zhu was taking advantage of this opportunity. He immediately rushed over. They flew over from the horizon. His speed was incomparably fast. Qin Zhu stood on top of it. Yi Zichen sneered. Had ha. Qin Xiao. Weren't you very arrogant just now? I think you're right now. Where do you think you're going? As the sound of his voice faded, she leaped into the air. The black ice beneath his feet was completely red. It continued to spin at high speed. The sky was filled with icicles. It was like a snowflake drifting about. He looked around. They flew over. All of them surrounded Qin Zhao's position. The sky was dark. Far away in the forbidden grounds of the celestial sect of wonders. 3 miles away, on a high ground, Gu Shenwei stood atop a rainbow cloud. His expression was extremely indifferent. He rushed over from afar. He slowly raised his head. He looked at the position of the celestial sect of wonders. In her starry eyes, it was a look that was hard to fathom. It was anger. It was a surprise. It was joy. All sorts of emotions. It was unknown. Qin Xiao. Have you finally shown yourself? I'll be right over. I'll have a good reunion with you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519. Chapter 519. Countless drops of cold rain and hail scattered through the air, creating many icicles. Hua! Despite Qin Zhao's nimble reaction, he dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed. However, due to Qin Zhu's wrath, an icy wind blew past her shoulder, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Puff! A mouthful of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth. Weren't you very happy to escape just now? Alright, let's try this move again. Qin Zhu laughed sinisterly in his heart. He once again extended his body, turned his hand into a claw, and clawed at Qin Zhao's location. Good, this is great. Seeing this, the demon fox was overjoyed. Zifeng, it seems that your method of banning Qin Zhao's small-scale teleportation formation is very effective, but... Han Yu looked at the scene and smiled in satisfaction. That's right. This time, High Scholar Heartless was merciless. He could not tolerate that Qin Xiao playing any tricks. The situation has been reversed. Previously, Zifeng had actually said that he would give Qin Zhuoxin a chance to face the enemy. And now, he had kept his promise. Ugh, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Zifeng frowned deeply. To be honest, the feeling Qin Xiao gave me is getting weirder and weirder. However, I was afraid it would affect everyone's morale, so I didn't say it. Strange. A look of doubt flashed across the demon fox in Han Yu's face. Under such a favorable situation, Zifeng actually said something like that. He didn't know what exactly he had discovered. Zifeng, tell me in detail what exactly happened. Zifeng raised his head and looked at them solemnly. What makes me feel strange is the delay. Under the stunned expressions of the two girls, Zifeng paused for a moment and continued. If Qin Xiao was really too smart, then honestly speaking, every time she tried to calculate her array Dao, it would take her a little too long. If Qin Xiao was really too smart, then honestly speaking, every time she tried to calculate her array Dao, it would take a bit too long, and every time she tried to counter Senior Heartless, she would usually take half a second to react. What? This? The demon fox was stunned for a moment as she looked at Zifeng in disbelief. In fact, no wonder. As a member of the martial ancestor realm in his previous life, Zifeng was naturally very familiar with what happened to cultivators. If it was anyone else, who would care about what happened in just half a second? Zifeng, stop beating around the bush and just say it. What exactly do you want to clarify? She swallowed and stared at Zifeng. I have a guess in my heart. That Qin Xiao might not be her, but a ghost servant controlled by Qin Xiao. Zifeng glanced at the two girls. His voice was calm, but it had an indescribable charm to it, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. The two girls' eyes kept widening as they shook their heads. Just as they were about to speak, Zifeng interrupted them. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. I said that this is just a guess. Before it is verified, it is only a guess. I just feel that it is necessary to guard against the possibility of such a thing happening. This? Zifeng, then how do you want to guard against it? The demon fox knitted her brows and looked at Zifeng in confusion. Zifeng smiled, and his expression turned serious. It's very simple. Demon Fox, if the other party is planning on hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to ambush me and snatch away my cultivation technique, then I can make the best of it. Yi Zichen stared at the serious expression on Zifeng's face and just stared at the demon fox without letting go. Even though it was a demon fox, it was still slightly startled and quietened down. What should we do? Tell me, why are you suddenly silent? Oh. So that's how it is. Han Yu thought for a while, clearly understanding what was going on. She chuckled and looked at the demon fox as well. The spectator sees clearly, the spectator is enthralled. What, the two of you, why are you looking at me like that? Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, the demon fox couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Suddenly, as if she had understood something, she blurted out, could it be, Zifeng, you want to? Yuan swept his gaze into the distance, and a trace of an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. That's right, Demon Fox, you take my place and become Li's head. Cough cough, cough cough. A large mouthful of blood flowed down the side of Qin Zhao's mouth and flowed down his collar. However, she could not stop at all. Because, after a short moment, a sharp whistling sound of the wind once again sounded out beside her ears. That was Qin Zhuoxian's attack on her. What are you running for? If you accept your fate, then obediently die. This will save you the pain of having your flesh and blood. Qin Zhu's voice was as cold as a knife. He laughed and said, Huff. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and forced himself to raise his head. There was a pained expression on his face. It was obvious that all the injuries she had suffered, big and small, from the beginning to the end made her feel as if she was barely able to move. Be obedient and accept your death. As Qin Zhu said this, the ice auras that enveloped half of the arena began to gather in Qin Zhao's location at the same time. A series of ice cones merged into one and began to emit a dazzling, resplendent light. This was the true power of the 1,000-year-old ice prison. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of countless pieces of ice being squeezed could be heard. The next moment, it was absolutely silent. Under the situation where there was no sound at all, the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders drew closer to the crystal ball out of curiosity, wanting to see what was going on. How is it? This time, have you killed that Qin Xiao yet? He must have killed them all. Did you guys see that? Master Qin's move was so powerful, it must have been useful, but that might not be the case. From what I can see, that Qin Xiao is definitely not someone who's easy to deal with. Someone paced back and forth a few steps before replying, "Don't be too intimidated by his false reputation. That Qin Xiao is just a flippant fella. He doesn't have anything good to do." After the crowd of Celestial Sect of Wonders listened to his analysis, more people agreed to his last sentence. After all, a lot of time had passed and the man hadn't said a word since then. It was like he was really dead. That Qin Xiao, has he died just like that? It is disappointing that such a simple task was done in front of me. Xinju's heart froze for a moment before he let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. I might have overestimated him. To be able to force so many of us to go all out, she must be proud in the underworld. Thus, she observed for a while and found that there was no further reaction. She finally let go of his hand. Alright, since Qin Xiao has already settled it, the rest of the matters have nothing to do with me. A carefree smile appeared on her face as she spoke to the transfer array. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came out of Qinju's throat, carrying a hoarse voice. What's going on? The moment the voice came out, those who had been watching the one-sided beating and dozing off immediately woke up after hearing it. Master Heartless. Seeing this scene, chills started to run down their spines. Only to see an incomparably sharp bone piercing through her back and into her body. It only managed to pierce out from her chest. A large mouthful of black blood spurted out from Qin Juoxin's mouth. At some point, there had been another person behind her. Zifeng was also shocked. He hammered the wall, creating a deep dent in it. So that's how it is. When it comes down to it, I didn't expect that I would still end up being tricked. Zifeng, sigh, this is not something that everyone wants to see. Don't blame yourself too much. Han Yu looked at Zifeng in a slight daze. There was a complicated expression on her face. Liu sighed and shook her head. He had originally thought that Qin Xiao would use this opportunity to find him. However, he didn't expect that she would actually bite off more than she could chew. He raised his head and looked at the fox that was pretending to be him. His tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed as well. His lips moved and his expression remained calm. What's going on? When did another person appear? How come I didn't even see them? And why do the two of them look exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold? Then, which one of them is Qin Xiao? It's over, what should I do next, Spiritual Master Yi? Even Guru Qin is in this state, what chance do we have to win? That's right. Without the help of a master-level expert, I think we should stick to my previous suggestion. Why don't we take the opportunity and run? In fear and trepidation. Xinju's heart fell. Without a doubt, in the hearts of the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, it was as if they had been ruthlessly stung. It greatly stimulated their emotions. Without experts close to martial spirits, in the eyes of the majority of the people, how would they be able to fight against Qin Xiao? Everyone. Be patient, this is not the way to solve the problem. Han Yu left Liu's peak and walked out from the shadows, changing into a serious expression. Be patient, don't be impatient. Your martial arts are high, and the one who died was not you. You have the chance to escape, so of course you can say such sarcastic words. Can you compare yourself to us? That's right, you should come less often. We'll listen to what spiritual Master Yi says. Master Qin is not here, so we can only rely on him now. The person who initially wanted to run suddenly thought of the matter of bumping into a wall, so he could only ask Zifeng to undo the formation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520. Chapter 520. Taoist Master Yi. Almost everyone simultaneously cast their gazes at Yi Zifeng, the place where the demon fox was located. When Hanyu saw this, she could not help but furrow her brows and shift her gaze away. A man is better than a man. Yi Feng's disguise hadn't even come in handy, yet he had already encountered some difficulties and obstacles. Guru Qin was ambushed and injured. Tell us what we can do. Right now, we can only count on you. Taoist Master Yi, I hope that you can point us to a path to survival. No matter who it was, even Tong Danrong, who was not convinced before, had to watch the actions of Zifeng. However, the problem was that the leaf in front of him was basically a demon fox disguised as a demon fox. I'm finished. Zifeng probably did not expect this to happen. The demon fox slightly frowned. A trace of anxiousness appeared in her eyes. At a critical moment. Suddenly, the demon fox heard Spirit Shadow's voice. Hey, smelly fox, can you hear me? She was shocked and excited. She replied immediately. Spirit Shadow, it's you, how could you? The demon fox was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked at everyone. Then, she quickly walked a few steps and arrived under the shade of a tree. Only then did she calm down. Guiying, aren't you helping Qin Juxin deal with Qin Xiao together? At a critical moment, you actually came to help me out. Nonsense, Zifeng said it, so I came over to help you, or else you'd think I'd help you after eating my fill. Besides, I already played a leading role before, and I didn't fight against Qin Xiao directly. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, and hearing Zifeng's summons, of course I'll be back now. Alright, let's not talk about that too much. What message does he want you to bring back for me? The fox took a deep breath. This was what she was most concerned about right now. Alone, she could fight alone, but she did not have the strength to unite the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. In other words, although she could change her appearance to Zifeng's, she could not have Zifeng's ability. She was qualified to take command of the battle and could play the role of these disciples. What I told you to do was very simple. Listen up, now I'm going to say it once. Read it and shout it out. Guiying's voice was very ordinary. She paused for a moment and then suddenly said, Zhang Yuan, listen up. Make up the position of heavenly wolf, turn right 30 degrees. What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and read it. When the demon fox heard this, her expression became happy and she immediately understood what Zifeng meant. Immediately, she acted like she was transmitting a microphone as she shouted, Zhang Yuan, listen to my orders. Rectify the position of heavenly wolf. Rectify 30 degrees to the right. After a while. Bao Yun, listen up. Rectify the throne and correct it 20 degrees to the left. What, Spiritual Master Yi, you still haven't answered our question? Some people, who were originally waiting for Zifeng to open the barrier, were speechless. They looked at each other in dismay.